VOD recording starts now. Hello, VOD viewers who are watching on YouTube when this goes up on YouTube. And for live viewers, down below is the VOD channel. If you've missed any streams and want to maybe check out the streams I've done in the past, pick up on where we are in the game we're going to be playing tonight in Hitman World of Assassination. But tonight we're picking up where we just about left off after that awful mission that took us about 2.5 hours just sitting there trying and trying and trying and trying and trying, where we found out that the guys we ended up messing with might not have been the bad guys after all. So, let us begin with opening the game, going straight into Hitman World of Assassination. I gotta say, story so far has been surprisingly good. Like, surprisingly top-notch. It feels like a Hitman game. Certainly does not feel like an old Hitman game, but it feels like a Hitman game. And I commend the developers for that. I hate that I put off playing this game for so long because I was scared it was going to be straight trash. But it just feels like a Hitman game. For once, like, a AAA company reboots a franchise and it doesn't suck. Looks like my overlay is working this time around. What a surprise. Into the game we go. I think I'm fine hiding the overlay for now. I don't think we need it. I don't think we need the overlay. Let us continue the story. Here we are, Citizen Versus, where we're gonna go hunt down an ISA, one of the ISA heads, one of the ISA directors. You know, I'm gonna stay in a regular... I'm gonna stay in very much regular attire for this, because it is the last mission of Hitman 1. And after this, we're going straight into coverage, because we have a lot to cover tonight. This is much more a news night than it is a gaming night, but I have a feeling this is gonna take us a while, so... And if it doesn't, I guess bonus Hitman will start Hitman 2. Which, man, Hitman 1 has been revealing. It's been revealing a lot, setting up a lot.
For termination. After Colorado, we did some digging
Board member.
into
He's a
Soda's
board member in
private
the
affairs
ICA. Okay.
and discovered that he has been fast-tracked for critical heart surgery at the hyper-exclusive Gama Private Hospital in Hokkaido, Japan. Such a display of power has Providence written all over it. Sodas, who suffers from a rare condition known as situs inversus, where his internal organs are reversed, desperately needs a right-sided heart transplant and has clearly betrayed the ICA to get it. He was admitted last night and is currently being prepped for a 3-day surgery. We have booked you into Gamma under the usual guise of Tobias Reaper, corporate shark, here for a standard medical checkup. As such, you will need to play it by ear and procure whatever tools you need to complete the mission. You also need to eliminate Yuki Yamazaki, a Tokyo lawyer who works for Providence. Sodas has already given Yamazaki access to our client records and has agreed to provide a full list of active ICA operatives post-operation. This transaction cannot be allowed to happen. Sodas must pay for his treachery, and his insidious employers must be taught a lesson. ICA's sovereignty is at stake. Powerful as Providence may be, we need to draw a line in the sand. I will leave you to prepare.
Alright, let's do this. We have been briefed. We know what we're doing. We know who we're here to get. And now it's time to do the mission and be very mad at myself as
Welcome to
run into a
Hokkaido,
brick wall
47.
over and over and over again.
The Gamma Private Hospital provides cutting-edge medical treatment for the global elite, outside the law if required.
Good thing that doesn't happen in real life.
The facility is partially run by an artificial intelligence system known as Kai. The AI oversees patient admission to various areas in the hospital and even participates in some medical procedures. You will find Eric Sodas in the operating theater, undergoing a pre-surgery regenerative stem cell treatment, a highly controversial procedure, yet to be approved by Japanese authorities. Yuki Yamazaki has already arrived. You'll find her in her suite or roaming the restaurant and spa areas of the hospital. Sodas is scheduled to be put under soon. Let us make sure he stays that way. Good luck, 47.
Hello, Mr. Reaper. As part of the service here at Gamma, your personal room has been outfitted with a radio frequency identification chip. The device will unlock and allow access to your personal suite.
Yeah, I'm glad I didn't take this thing off.
Hello
Your
there.
key cards are needed.
Damn. Well, I feel like there's gonna be a story somewhere where I can sabotage this in some way. That sounds like it.
Hi, whatever.
That's a wall. I'll try not to walk through your Zen garden, bud. Oh, I'm sorry. I gotta walk through your Zen garden. Imagine I could disguise as, like, one of the security, because they're not just gonna let me get past. Yep. Yeah, they're not just gonna let me get into, like, scary, like, super secure areas. And that's probably where this hint is. I'd like to get to it and maybe get out of the Zen Garden.
Hey, we don't want no sick people here, okay? Just please leave.
Cut glass, baby.
Good evening.
All right? Shut up, the gym.
Ah, it's so peaceful here, isn't it?
Hey, what's up?
Konbanwa.
The natural way. That's the whole... Shut up, I bet you would. Maybe I'll call you when I get back that way.
Hope you have everything you need.
Am I just going the same way? Is this the same way? Yeah, this is the
Evening,
same.
sir.
So I was talking to the patient.
Okay, yeah, that's trespassing.
Say talking, I was talking, and that poor soul was just
Okay,
grunting.
I have my ideas.
But he seemed like a nice enough gentleman. Except he did keep saying, shut up.
No coins.
On another subject, not to switch topics, but I am worried about the Brexit. I mean, I have some serious ties to the UK, mainly Scotland, but
He's worried about the Brexit, man.
Hey, you! Take a walk!
Oh. Oh, there's like multiple people. There's like multiple people. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh fuck, oh god.
grassroots, nativist movements are really concerning to me. I mean, I guess most of them are mental jobs anyway, total wackos, but maybe it's just a question of paying them off. I don't know, but...
That is Yuki Yamazaki, former lawyer to the Yakuza and current operative for Providence.
You look important.
Good evening, sir.
I think it's nothing.
47. I have intel about that bandaged patient.
Shut up, Helmut. Wait, you're not Helmut.
Well, this is quite fascinating. The bandaged patient is Jason Portman, former CEO of Quantum Leap. According to my intel, he has undergone full facial reconstruction and is scheduled for bandage removal today. And get this, he's going for the full Helmut Kruger look.
Hey, bad form, dude. You stole my idea. Hey, look, asshole. Maybe you can find someone else to emulate? How about, I don't know, Jordan Cross? He's hot, right? Wow, this is super embarrassing. At least we don't attend the same social circles. Shut
Yeah,
up.
right. Yeah, right. At least we don't. Oh my god, he does look like 47. What the fuck?
Jason Portman, please come to the hospital entrance. A doctor will escort you to your checkout.
There he is, the
That was
director.
for
Have to catch him
Mr.
now.
Jason Portman. A doctor will escort you to your appointment. Please proceed to the hospital entrance.
Perfect timing. Follow me to the consultation room, if you please. You must be eager to see the new you. Gentlemen, Mr. Portman is with me. No need to bother him with unnecessary security measures. I hope you're holding up all right. I read the latest test results that Kai published on the internal network. You're in good shape, Mr. Portman. Might want to cut back on the sake, but otherwise you're doing well. Should be able to go back home real soon.
I'm just walking around like a fucking maniac. Give me a sec.
Must be good to get out a
Oh,
little,
no.
stretch those legs. I do love the options available here at Gamma, but I imagine it can get tedious to lie in bed all day. If you haven't been to the gym yet, you should really go. We've got a new yoga instructor here, JB. Boy, he can stretch like a rubber band. Never seen anything quite like it. If you're feeling sore and the meds aren't doing it for you, you should really go see him. You're in good hands, Mr. Portman. Gamma's such an... So, facial surgery? Tends to heal pretty quickly, but I understand yours was quite extensive. Don't worry, though. We've got the best facilities here. You'll get those bandages off in no time at all. Okay, Mr. Portman, your surgeon is in here. He should be ready for your...
Like,
Please,
they
just go away.
keep bumping her.
Smart way to get inside, 47. Well done.
Well, we're inside now. So, now I think I could start this one. Oh my god. We're cooking, we're cooking, we're cooking. I'm here, so let's save. We got into the back. Ah, here we are.
"47, I have intel regarding the pilot."
Okay, that's it. I'm taking you with me. Stay.
Man, target. That's right. Keep those hands behind your...
Go!
Okay, so I'm trespassing if I go there. Good to know. Sometimes Hitman really is just a slam it into the wall fest and hope the wall cracks at some point, and here we go.
Himself. Wow, that's dedication.
The curator's as bipolar as they come. He is the ideal test subject. Besides, if he had to go through proper channels, it would take years to get cleared for human testing. Neurochips. It smells of cybernetics. Doesn't sit right with a lot of people.
So,
I'm sorry, sir. You need the correct clearance.
R&D team put a chip in his brain, and it monitors and adjusts his neurochemical levels to balance his mood.
They even took it one step further. There's a manual controller, which he keeps in his living quarters. in case he decides he needs a bit more oomph.
You're kidding.
It's pretty clever when you think about it. Treating bipolar disorder as one thing.
From Brazil. A right-sided heart. Does that seem like a happy coincidence?
Easy for you to say. You're not on the market.
There's like nothing. I'm like trying to find something I could throw to make a sound. There's like nothing. They fucking made this place 47 proof.
How are you, sir?
Just like levitating. Nurse knows his drugs.
What in fuck's name?
I was talking to one of the nurses.
Okay, I think I can get to that. Oh, I'm trespassing here.
It's me. Are the final details in place? Oh, well, he was very handsomely rewarded. Not that he fully understood the rarity of the boy's magnificent heart, of course.
Oh, that goes without saying. I do still wish we'd be able to put it into someone,
well, younger, frankly.
There's so many years left in the old man, after all.
Such is the nature of my art. I take and I give. Perhaps once Soda's body has given up, I can recollect the heart. There's a certain poetry to that, I think. That's for another time. We'll talk again.
Damn, this man don't even gotta get up to smoke the bong. He just has the drugs enter him whenever he needs. Anyway, not too hostile a place anymore. Got a new body for the morgue. Ah, this disguise doesn't work either. What was this guy trespassing too? Oh no, there's just a security room downstairs. You know, I'm gonna go to this area later. Leave this security disguise right here. Oh, they're fucking, they're Yuki Yamazaki's bodyguards. Okay. Okay, that makes sense. Anyway, I have a gun now.
It's Ito. You called earlier. Just the usual thing. Organs coming in, curation, distribution. Was there something particular you wanted? Oh, it's fine. The headache stopped a few weeks ago. I feel like we're reaching a good place with the dosage. Look, I still need to adjust it myself once in a while, but... It's been hard to find the time. I know the reports are important, and that there is a small, shall we say, backlog. But,
Oh, great heavens!
Beats me, I got nothing.
Right.
Chuck.
I think that worked. I think that worked.
That is the right-sided donor heart destined for sodas. This is what he sold out the ICA for.
It's Ito. You called earlier. Just the usual thing. Organs coming in, curation, distribution. Was there something particular you wanted?
Share it with one another.
Oh, it's fine. The headache stopped a few weeks ago.
Well, they are just gonna let me in here.
Beautiful film, though. Almost cried. Don't tell him. Don't want anyone else to know that I get a bit sentimental.
Yeah, sorry.
Increase
I
the
wasn't
room
listening, but
temperature.
I'm sure it was valid. Now, we are here to keep an eye on the heart. Nothing else.
I'm pretty sure everyone on the fucking planet would hear those gunshots.
Oh, she seemed like the most stable of the chimps. What happened? I see. And the assistant?
Motherfucker, you said no key cards. Fuck off, dude.
The river. Harsh, but fair, I suppose. Well, how anyone could mistake that for a TV remote is beyond me. You really must work harder on getting quality staff here. No, nobody will be able to accidentally play around with my remote. It's safely tucked away in my bunk here at Gamma.
Hey, you! Did you have...
fuck. They're not looking. They're not looking. They're not looking. They're not gonna see me dragging a body. Let's hide a body. Let's hide a... Oh. Not what I meant, 47. Well, everyone on fucking planet Earth is gonna hear the gunshots.
Lined up. I'm planning to go to Europe. Mister, drop.
Alright. Now that their fucking brains are blown out. Oh my god, he just fucking tosses it in the trash.
And no hope of getting a second right-sided heart in time, you have effectively killed him without laying a hand on him. This should be a clear message to anyone considering following in his footsteps.
And a fresh disguise after fucking capping those dudes in the head. Oh, that shit was like John Wick. That was awesome. I got to have not a single regard for stealth for a moment.
Doctor, I think he overstretched or pulled a muscle or something.
Yeah, I guess that would explain it. There's a lot of annoyed people out there. That Yamazaki lady, the lawyer, she's really expressing her malcontent.
Well, he's been walking around like that since this morning, so I'm pretty sure he's not going to be doing any routines with any of the guests.
Well, what about you? Don't you have any meds or tricks to fix them up? You're a doctor.
I know patients don't get well. You don't know what. Aquariums always fill me with such calm. Looking at the beautiful fish, serene. Tricks like that. Oh, I do know.
Okay. Let's look for some stories to deal with Yamazaki.
Maybe you can tell me, is it true the boss was connected back in the day?
Couple of months. Yeah, it's a good situation. Miss Yamazaki's very smart, very capable. Tough as nails, too. You should see her in the courtroom.
She seems a bit, I don't know, untimely? Like she's not comfortable in her own skin?
Yeah, you saw how she dropped her fags off the lift crossing the gorge. It's just
Her what?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was me 5
These
years
guys are
ago.
Japanese.
Glad I got that monkey off my back. Hey.
Are they?
We should get her a pack. Make a good impression.
At a place like this. Good luck.
No way. Yeah, okay.
It's a trial, Lord.
Yuki Yamazaki dropped her cigarettes off the lift when arriving at the hospital. According to her bodyguards, this has put her on edge. Maybe you can help quench those cravings, 47. Cigarettes are contraband at Gamma, but surely not everyone follows the rules.
Criminal defense. Yamazaki takes all the controversial cases. Yakuza.
Hi.
I think I know who the Texan is. And I gotta take his clothes.
Oh, this does look
But
good.
I'll tell you what.
Spoilers.
Excuse me. Could I ask you for some Flugerol?
1,000 apologies, but hospital administration has put a ban on puppet.
That's a little harsh, isn't it? A total ban?
I don't know. Patient did die. Famous one at that.
Still, it's not the chef's fault. What was the kitchen apprentice thinking, cutting out a fugu fish by himself until
Or maybe I can take some... Maybe I can take some hospital staff disguise.
What up?
You know, even with the added security, this is the most relaxing gig I've been on with Ms. Yamazaki yet.
Makes me miss the old days, to be honest.
Oof, not me. I'm pretty happy she got out of the clan business. Things got hairy around that whole trial of the century thing, remember?
Oh, sure.
Awesome coins. Fantastic. These things are lethal weapons. Okay. Either hospital staff, clothes, or...
Oh, huh. Wow. Oh, sorry, don't mind.
Or the Texans' clothes. Wherever the fucking Texan is.
But you know what my other passion is? Photography. Yeah, no, as I might have said earlier, I miss home. But being here in Japan, I miss you at
Good hunt.
Top dollar.
Uh-oh.
Hey, leave me alone!
What the fuck?
Hey, you can't do whatever you like with a cadaver. There are laws, you know.
That's a crazy statement, dude. Oh, motherfucker!
What is it with you?
Oh, mate! Oh, no, come on, hustle up. Go, go!
Oh no, no, no! Just hide, just hide, just hide, just hide, just hide at this point.
Damn, what was that? Any clues about our guy? He was disguised as a security detail. It was him. Okay, stand back. Command, you copy? I just found this. The crime scene is real fresh. Hey, are you all right? You've been attacked by an alien. No, I'm just kidding. It was probably just a really violent guy that just knocked you out. So who's our guy?
Suspect is masquerading as one of us.
I've got this. Stay here.
All clear.
No, no.
What the hell is that? Fuck me.
Fucking, I guess I gotta restart. I just had to punch some people.
You know, even with the added security, this is the most relaxing gig I've been on with Ms. Yamazaki yet.
Makes me miss the old days, to be honest.
Oof, not me. I'm pretty happy she got out of the clan business. Things got hairy around that whole trial of the century thing, remember?
I wish I could find the Texan.
The work was dirty from time to time, but this new approach with consultant work, I don't know, it feels light.
Well, I prefer light to heavy, especially if heavy.
I wish I could find the damn Texan. He's not in his room.
Yeah. Yes, we can all agree.
Hey there. Always feel safer with you guys around.
The hotel director, I might add, was just at the restaurant asking for voodoo, and it is rude, not to mention shameful, to turn her down. You do that, Mum. You do. You.
Where the fuck is the Texan?
So relaxed.
I knew this bitch was gonna be important. I knew it. Saw him, passed him, didn't think much of it.
I love the old classics.
You look like you've done something you shouldn't, am I right? God damn.
Okay, focus, Nicholas. Like a bell.
Okay.
Suck it in. Sorry, not even bodyguards. You need to find another way.
Where's the Texan? Where's the Texan? Okay, hold on. You know what? I give up. I'm Googling this shit. Uh, go back to my room? Uh-oh. 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 Oh, no. I don't have my robes.
Hey, bro.
Well, I guess I mean, you can't really take this with me either, because... I gotta find my old robes.
Hey, you there. Yeah, you, fishy fella. Who are you?
Hold it.
Oh, I wish I had a bodyguard.
Oh, Texan. I mean, like, if he's gonna make it this easy. Oh, does he just have the cigs on his person? Is he smoking right now? No, he's on the phone. Where are your cigs? There's your cigs.
Hey.
Oh my fucking god, I did it! Holy shit, I did it! And the fucking looking up a walkthrough was not necessary. He just came back to his fucking room.
Mr. Bodyguard? Chin up, chest out.
Nicely done, Forrester. When Yamazaki finds that pack,
Well,
she's sure to want to light up in the
Guess that's
first
one way to
place
get
she
on
can
the boss's
find.
good side.
Oh, and is Yamazaki on her way back, too? Oh my god, Yamazaki's on her way back.
This is a moment I want to enjoy.
Hey, you! Stop sneaking around!
Fuck.
I'm gonna ask you to pick that up.
Who saw me? Oh, that guy over there.
Hey, who the hell are you?
Man, okay. I guess I'm gonna have to find somewhere on the balcony to, like, take up an angle with a pistol or something.
Looking sharp.
Nicely done,
Pack of
47.
smokes on the table.
When Yamazaki finds that pack, she's sure to want to light up in the first place she can find.
What if I just Batman disappear? What if I just fucking Batman disappear? Like, I just go... Oh, look over there!
Huh.
Crazy. Crazy, that's how that worked. Now 47. With unlimited patience. And the grip strength of a fucking Greek god. Goodbye.
That's both targets down. Time to find an exit. We're done here.
What happened? She's just out there taking a smoke. Nothing. No. No. You don't see me. 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 Hey.
Okay.
Hey, you! What do you think you're doing? This is not a dump site.
Idea. Put those fingies back to work. Come on, 47, let's go. Could crush a brick with these hands. Oh no. And I think that's it.
Yeah. Miss Yamazaki apparently wanted to double down on her security while here at Gamma.
Goodbye. Oh, absolutely, flawlessly. Oh my god. Fuck you, Soders.
Miss Burnwood.
That's not what my ticket says.
We received your message. Loud and clear, I might add. Honestly, you could have just sacked the poor guy.
I didn't catch your name.
No, you didn't. There'll be no retaliation, not for Soders, nor any other recent fiascos. Someone's been meddling in our affairs, killing our operatives, and making the ICE look like fools. I think you got close to that someone. Closer than we've ever been. That's why we're hiring you to take him down.
I don't think so.
Don't rattle our cages, Miss Burnwood. You really have no idea.
You spy on us, bribe our people, and you have the gall to demand our help. No. You can't be trusted.
Even so, we've been around for a long, long time. I think we could help each other. Some 20 years ago, your agency took in a young man with no past and extraordinary skills. In his own special way, he cares about you, and vice versa. And ever since that time, you've never stopped wondering where he came from and who made him what he is.
There was a doctor. Some depraved experiment. But he's gone now.
Ah. Well, if you believe the questions died with him, we have nothing further to discuss. If not, as I said, I think we could help each other. Partners, then. Cheer up, Miss Burnwood. We are the lesser evil. This terrorist. He wants nothing but chaos.
He's only a terrorist if you win.
Miss Burnwood, we won a long time ago. This is maintenance.
That's a crazy line. That's a crazy line. Oh, the story's tough. The story's tough. The story's tough. Yeah, so this was a reboot. Okay, so this was a reboot. And if I'm correct, that is the ending of Hitman 1. Main story Hitman. All the way up to Citizen Versus and then Partners then. We begin Hitman 2 with Nightcall. Let us see the briefing to preview us going into the next time we stream Hitman. What? Uh-oh. 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 Okay, well, you know what, let's give it a shot. Let's give it a shot. I don't want to call Hitman off just an hour into streaming. We'll begin Hitman 2. Oh god, no. I hope they continue the beats of the story they were going on earlier.
The story so far. Agent 47 and his handler Diana Burnwood are the world's top assassins working for the ICA. When all of their recent missions turn out to be contracts for a shadow client, things take an unexpected turn. All their targets have been operatives in an invisible organization known as Providence. Providence has infiltrated the highest echelons of power and secretly owns our world. The Shadow Client wages a silent war against them. And so the Constant, Providence's enigmatic controller, seeks Diana out. His request, track down and eliminate the Shadow Client. In return, he offers something irresistible. The truth of 47's lost origins. Neither know that the man they hunt is 47's childhood friend. And unlike 47, he remembers everything.
I was terrified that this was gonna suck. Yet again, my expectations are... Okay, fuck. Oh, no. I was scared there wasn't gonna be any cinematic.
Alma Reynard's house is just up the beach. Our intel indicates that she and her team are laying low, most likely planning the militia's next strike.
Reynard is one of the Shadow Client's top lieutenants, and yet she's not a target.
Not yet, anyway. She's no doubt high on our client's list, but for now, it's information we seek. Infiltrate the house and get us a lead on the Shadow Client. Up for some B&E, 47.
On my way.
Oh, this is getting good. I'm so glad I didn't stop Hitman. We might have not enough time for coverage tonight, but we have tomorrow for coverage as well. That's a camera.
You should be able to jimmy open the garage door with a proper tool. Why don't you search the pool area, 47?
Do we even know who we're here to eliminate? Because they said our target isn't the person we were supposed to eliminate. They said our target isn't the person that was, like, strictly mentioned in the briefing. Oh, that's a mirror. Okay. You guys gotta get that blind spot, like, checked up. Like, if your garage is able to be kicked open like this. Just checking what I could do up there. It's fine, it's fine.
Bodies. Male and female. Early 30s. Executed.
I see them. Poor bastards. Looks like Reynard's grisly handiwork, all right. She was never shy about collateral damage.
The organs?
Don't think so. The house is registered to a non-existing environmental NGO. This feels more like identity theft. Like you, Reynard is known to use disguises. Keep looking, 47. Nothing we can do for these people now.
Oh, shit.
But CEO Robert Knox is expected to make a statement early next week. Teen fans are barely out of their mourning period, but today Monumental Records announced a new record release by synth rock sensation The Class. Jordan Cross, The Class' charismatic yet tormented frontman, who died under mysterious circumstances during the recording of the band's much anticipated
Hey, that was us.
left behind 3 brand new tracks, which Monumental plan to release as an EP. The label spokesperson calls the move a loving tribute to a shining star extinguished much too soon. Meanwhile, Tyler Santoro, the classic and longtime music partner of Knox,
Found something. A file on Rupert Pierce, founder of Dynasty Global.
The world's largest internet retailer. If Pierce is a Providence operative, he's likely on the Shadow Client's hit list. But it's not what we came for. Keep looking, 47.
Hmm.
That is not based on the best-selling book by Lee Armstrong.
Fucking squeaky toys, man. Where are the clues?
The life of shipping mogul Rex Larson 4 days ago was indeed an act of terrorism. This is the fifth titan of industry to be murdered.
Where the fuck is the info?
In Panama City, Interpol agents have arrested the last surviving member of the legendary gang of thieves known as the Yardbirds. At a wedding ceremony.
Found something. Looks like research.
Okay.
Berlin, Shanghai. Every major militia strike since Thomas Cross's kidnapping. Looks like Reynard had a hand in all of them.
All in the past, I'm afraid. Keep looking, 47.
In a press conference earlier today, Montreal PD confirmed rumors that the helicopter crash, which claimed the life of shipping mogul Rex Larson,
I don't know what the fuck, like... the fuck do I do? Did I miss something here? I guess fucking not.
So far, Kronstadt has been silent about the incident, but CEO Robert Knox is
I can't be this fucking stupid. I can't be this fucking stupid.
under mysterious circumstances during the recording of the band's much-anticipated sophomore album, left behind 3 brand new tracks, which Monumental plan to release as an EP. The spokesperson calls the move a loving tribute to a shining star extinguished much too soon. Meanwhile, Heidi Santoro, the class guitarist and longtime creative partner of Cross, calls the release a shameless money grab. Santoro, who left Monumental shortly after Cross's death, is working on the
I'm gonna fucking. Bro. Bro, just have it be linear, dog. This is not good game design. Have it be linear. Man. For a cinematic quest. do? What do I do? What do I do?
Kiora, Ari from Kiwi Repair here. Don't know when you folks are back in town, but give me a shout so I can swing by and fix that pesky bathroom ventilation system for you. I can't have the whole house smelling of nail polish now, can we? And anywho, like I said, just give me a shout. That's Ari, the repair guy.
Yeah?
Kiora.
Oh my god.
Repair here. Don't know when you folks are back in town, but give me a shout so I can swing by and fix that pesky bathroom ventilation.
I don't know what the fuck I'm supposed to do.
While no organization has yet claimed responsibility, authorities believe these.
Well, let's go to the vents on the roof. There's got to be something we can do with that, I guess. Why would I do that? There's nobody in there. This one's the bathroom ventilation. Panic room ventilation. Panic room ventilation. Panic room ventilation.
Including Russia, Germany, the US, and Austria, where Kovac is the prime suspect.
47. That computer. See if you can't access it.
You gotta be fucking kidding me.
Encrypted. Assuming there's a key, Reynard wouldn't just leave it lying around. Wait. According to the floor plan, the room you're in should be a lot bigger. There might be a concealed space behind the wall. Check for hidden panels, 47. Ah, thought so. This should be interesting.
There about to be like a whole heaps of enemies down there.
Here we go. For the office computer, no doubt. Nicely done, 47. Getting caught on tape is the lot.
Ahem.
Thing we need.
No, sleep till. I can't finish that, the rest of that, because I'll get. Oh. Oh.
Masks. Rope. Chloroform. Looks like another kidnapping.
I wouldn't put it past them. The Shadow Client is nothing if not industrious.
Why is he doing this?
Clearly, he has an axe to grind with Providence. Big enough to surround himself with murderers and terrorists. Big enough not to care who gets hurt in the process. He believes he's doing the right thing, I suppose. Just like everyone else.
Oh, did it break my lockpick? No. Okay, awesome.
I'm in.
Hurry. I'm detecting movement up the road. A motorcade, possibly Reynard's.
Uploading the data.
Hold on. Receiving it now. Nothing on the Shadow Client or the other cells. No names, no aliases. I doubt she even knows whom she's working for. Wait, here's something. A message from Robert Knox of Kronstadt Industries. And by the sound of it, he's a Providence operative.
A defector.
Well, well, well. Client won't like this one bit.
And you can't wait to tell him. They're back. Multiple hostiles.
I see them. Damn. Okay, we've got all we're going to get. Go to stage 2, 47. Eliminate Reynard, and preferably without raising suspicion. One step ahead of the Shadow Client for once. Let's keep it that way.
Ugh, thought this night would never end. What a snobfest. And I even missed out on the action.
I'm sorry you had to endure all that free champagne and cello music, Orson. What can I say? You really took one for the team.
Yeah, well, I say stick to what you know.
Installment in the record-breaking Teen Fantasy franchise, which will be filmed exclusively in New Zealand, finds the eponymous Snow in a perilous parallel dimension where she must destroy the mystical force of lycanthropy across the multiverse. And save her new boyfriend Jared from the curse of the Blood Moon. This is the first Cassandra Snow movie that is not based on the best-selling books by late author Craig Black. And some critics do fear that the...
Max! Where are you hiding, you little monster? No jump scares.
Jared, terrace all clear.
Copy that. Do a sweep of the upstairs while you're at it.
I knew you were gonna...
Target down. Well done, 47. Now get off the property.
Command, you copy? Yeah, I'm there now. Nothing here on the roof. Over.
The perpetrator's nearby. Find him, you hear? Hoo-ah.
Command, I've arrived at the location and it looks clear. Back to smoking and joking. Over.
No, son.
Someone down on the ground! Oh! Everyone calm down. What is going on here?
Damn it, he's gone! Command? Anybody there? Come in!
The Mercs have discovered your boat, 47. They're on high alert, combing the beach for intruders. Proceed with caution. No way to get past them unnoticed. I suggest you cause a distraction, 47, and make it a loud one.
Roger that.
Get the fuck out. Woo! Woo! There was user error. It was user error this whole time. I was so fucking dumb. I can't locate shit to save my life. You guys must have watched me like run around the office like so many times and then immediately complain about the game. I was so done with it, I just fucking shuriken that bitch in the head and call it a day. I like offed a ridiculous amount of their dudes.
It's official. New Zealand paid off. The client has given us carte blanche. Hunt down the militia by any means necessary.
A week ago, Providence was a threat. How did you swing the board?
The board are practical people, 47. A blank check is hard to turn down. Besides, the Shadow Client's war on Providence is causing a global panic. Someone will need to stop the militia. Might as well be us.
And the man on the train? You never told them about his offer.
Taking a contract for personal gain is against ICA regulations.
Sodas would have been proud.
Is that a sense of humor, 47? Whatever next? Crying at the movies?
Why are you doing this?
I know what it's like to have everything taken from you. He claims to know about your past. Your childhood, your memories, everything Altmaier stole from you.
And you trust him?
About as far as I can throw him. But this is our best lead in 20 years. I say it's time we break a few rules.
Okay. So we're working with Providence now, I guess. Continue story? Is it gonna just pull me into the next mission if I do this? This is different. This is really different. I'm confused.
Good afternoon, 47. Your destination is the annual Global Innovation Motor Race in Miami, Florida. After analyzing the data from Reynard's computer, the case is clear. The Providence defectors are Robert and Sierra Knox, head of robotics developer Kronstadt Industries. A visionary inventor and technological innovator, Robert Knox has spearheaded Kronstadt Industries to the bleeding edge of technological development. His equally brilliant daughter, Sierra, is not only a financial wizard, but also a fiercely competitive race car driver, with a fiery temper to match. Kronstadt enjoys enormous popularity with global consumers. However, few are aware that the company is also one of the world's leading suppliers of next-gen military tech. Last year, despotic ruler Jin Po employed prototype Kronstadt drones against peaceful civilian protesters in the now infamous Tungan Valley incident. And although it has yet to be proven, there is little doubt that the Knoxes personally brokered the deal, making them complicit in a war crime. It is unclear why the Knoxes would betray their masters, but likely the fear of being next on the Shadow Client's
Good thing that
list has
doesn't
pressured
happen
them
in
to
real
cut a
life.
deal with the enemy.
Ah ha ha ha.
Undoubtedly, with Kronstadt Industries on their side, the militia will increase their attacks tenfold. And so our contract obligates us to retire Robert and Sierra Knox and contain
This
the
is such a
damage they may inflict on
dystopian
Providence.
future capitalist world
I will
that
leave
they're
you to prepare.
describing to us. It's totally future capitalist and not reminiscent of what's going on right now. Ha ha ha. Florida fit? Yeah. Can I put this in someone's drink? Is this... I'll take the sedative.
Welcome to Miami, 47. The innovation race is on its last day, and it is down to the wire. Thousands of eager fans are gathered for the final laps of this unexpectedly close race.
Sorry, CSI
Sierra
Miami.
Knox is expertly piloting her red Kronstadt car. Her father, Robert Knox, roams the nearby expo building where
Oh shit, wait, this is a song I can't play.
has taken a dominant lead and looks invincible.
I'll just
Sierra
mute that in the
Knox will need to
VOD.
risk it all if she wants to win for the third year in a row. The stakes are as high as they can get.
Here we are.
Listen, sir, there's no drama. Just need to check
How
the
much
pockets
time
if you want
remaining?
to pass.
Don't worry, folks. Anything can
This is
still
just
happen.
standard procedure. Okay, let's go, sir. Thank you.
I won't make a car crash.
For newcomers to endurance racing, let me remind you that this is different from Grand Prix in that it's all about which team can go the distance. Fuel efficiency and reliability, that's the name of the game. This is where you see the car technology of tomorrow.
I'm saying that if you're hungry,
See that red car, 47? That's the Kronstadt race car with Sierra Knox behind the wheel.
Anticipation here is just so high. This is the place to be. The best track you'll ever see. The best group of drivers we've had in a long, long time. And how about that crowd, huh? Awesome day of racing here in Miami.
Listen, Miller, I don't care about your problems, all right? I made it clear this morning that if things didn't change, I'd be off the Kronstadt team. Half an hour later, I have to listen to Knox berate my skills as a mechanic because the roll cage interferes with the radio signals from Sierra's suit. No more. I'm done. Yes, I know you're a man short now, and no, I don't give a rat's ass about it. But tell you what, you double my salary for the entire week, and I'll come back in case Sierra decides to use that last pit stop. Mm-hmm. Well, if you decide otherwise, I'll be down by the paddock. Best of luck, Grace.
One of the Kronstadt pit crew has quit the team in protest, and Grace Miller, the ballbuster chief mechanic, is in critical need of a replacement. Why don't you step in and offer your services,
For all you race
47?
buffs out there, I can tell you that the winner will again be presented with champagne on the podium after a few years of regular sparkling wine. That is real champagne from the eastern region of France. Fun fact of the day, folks.
There is still plenty of time.
In the trash.
Don't forget, this race is all about
Just,
getting some miles under the hood.
Just gonna
It's as
move
much
along
about
with my
the car's
day.
Stamina and technology as it is about the driver's talent.
Can you believe the nerve of that ticket tout? I mean, only the rich can afford it.
Hey, mister. Who are you again?
Oh, it looks like the tires are just... You see, that's the problem. You come straight from the pit and it's a completely different surface. I mean, you start on the concrete and then you hit the pavement, and the change in grip is... it's just amazing.
There's so many enforcers.
Hey, what the hell are you doing here?
There's so many enforcers, dog.
Oh, my, Moses Lee is just flying out there. Look at those lap times. I guess he's out to show Matthias Schuster
Let me just
who's number one.
some ground rules for those of
Hey.
you new to endurance racing. You gotta cover as much ground as possible.
Time's up. We have our winner.
Am I trespassing here? I'm not trespassing here. Man, I can't get down there. Oh, I'm trespassing here though.
Keep asking me that. We are good. That's the problem.
Don't forget, the secret of endurance racing is to keep that car going until the end. This race is not over until the clock ticks down.
I mean, just look at me, a desk clerk rubbing shoulders.
Yeah, I kind of get it now. Okay.
Yeah, Trevor Jones just wants to put Pelham, stay in the race for as long as possible, and then who knows what.
You know, I never really did understand why Sierra was going through this whole day job thing. I mean, CFO of Kronstadt, sure. It sounds impressive.
Mr.
but just
McKinney,
think
what's
about all
up?
the time she wasted.
We have our winner.
Why not just live off the family estate?
Well, if you ever get to know her as well.
This is different from Grand Prix, and that it's all about which team can go the distance. If you
just repeat some ground rules for those of you new to endurance racing. You gotta cover as much ground as possible within the time frame. When the time's up, we have our winner.
I wish I could have taken like a lockpick in with me.
It's all about getting your car to cover as many miles as possible, no matter how burned out or beat up it may be. Oh, see, you gotta keep your cool on this track. It doesn't matter how strong your car is. There's always gonna be someone pushing you, someone bumping into you, cutting you off. It's how you respond that decides where you'll finish.
How the fuck am I gonna get in there?
Did you see Robert Knox at the party last night? I think I caught the rarest of glimpses sometime after midnight. I'm not sure.
No, it seems like you were busy with that driver from What's his name?
Never mind that. Just answer the question.
I didn't see that, but then again, I understand from Sierra that he's been working hard. So, yeah.
You gotta cover as much ground as possible within the time frame. When the time's up, we have our winner.
Who knows? Sierra tries as hard as she can, but she's always been a distant second compared to her father's work.
Sir, you are not authorized to be here.
Oh,
You're
man.
trespassing. Please keep going.
Many times.
Glad I made it clear to you.
Relationship with our parents.
Not me. That's
Hey, Spanner Monkey! Would you please get over here?
Remember, when you're in endurance racing, it's all about getting the cars covered as many miles as possible, no matter how burned out or beat up it may be.
Me minding my own business, 47, looking at my work uniform and licking his lips.
Excuse me, can I talk to you? I want to ask you.
I'm busy.
Don't forget that this race is all about getting some miles under the hood. It's as much about the car's stamina and technology.
Yet again, I've made this loop. What the fuck, man? There we go. There we go. Oh my god, there we go.
What?
Awesome. Awesome. We made it. Pneumatic wrench.
Hear anything about Thierry? How's he doing?
No. Judging by the state of the car when they brought it back in, I'd say he's not in great condition.
I heard a couple of the guys talking earlier. They said the car was behaving erratically that last lap.
Yo, Gearhead, a word, please? This guy is unbelievable. Is he a friend of yours? That's enough. Oh, no.
John, it's Grace. Look, I'm in a deep hole. One of my guys just jumped ship and I need a replacement ASAP. Are you available? Shit. All right, gotta run. Talk later. Okay, this is not good. But let's see where it leads to. She knows what she needs.
Where's the chief mechanic?
That's exactly what I was thinking.
Tim, it's Grace. You still at the race? I need a replacement right now. Packed up already.
Especially Moses Lee and his
All right,
Cars
thanks
are also
anyway,
more
buddy.
fragile than air. Did you know that Sierra Knox herself requested that the roll cage was pulled from her car to make it lighter and faster? That woman is not.
Grace told me over beers last night. All before we got here. Any major crash, you're not walking away from that.
I couldn't agree more.
Where's the chief mechanic?
All our jobs on the line here. You're the junior slip wrench who got injured yesterday, right?
Suppose I am.
Great, this is your lucky day. Do well and there's a bonus in it, got it?
Got it.
All right, everyone, look alive and get to your stations. Sierra may come in for a last-minute pit stop. And
Excellent, 47. And now for a bit of maintenance.
Grab your preferred tool and be prepared. Today's your day to shine. Focus. Just keep me updated.
Sliding a little in the turns here, guys. I told you these tires were not going to cut it.
Oh, shit, the engine's overheating.
I can see that. It's not good. What should we do, Grace?
What the hell? What else should I be worried about?
I think the fumes are finally getting to me. Feeling slightly lightheaded here, but I'm not giving up. Bastard. No.
The race is entering its final lap, 47.
Sierra's coming in. Everyone on your stations, now!
Awesome. Wonderful. Oh my god.
Target down. Next up, Robert Knox.
What the hell just happened? Sierra!
Oh my god. Oh my god. This sounds like fun.
I don't think I know you. Hey, Moses Lee, ladies and gentlemen, is on the way to the podium.
think nothing of it. I briefly met Miss Martinez in Paris some time ago. I got a good impression of her, and I am sure you will leave the same.
Yes. But, so anyway, we're heading back.
New champion is on the way to the celebration. Just not quite there yet. Let's get those men of Don Perignon bottles lined up. I can't go into detail, but those celebrations can sometimes last 3 days. Today, the drivers are so disciplined.
Hey! Don't sneak around like that. Really creepy.
Right? Our ship Kevin is working on something new. Something which will definitely be of interest. All I'm asking is that you maybe help us open a few doors in exchange for a fee of some sort.
I'm getting information that we're closer to the ceremony, but not quite there yet. Just saw the actor JVC.
Just announcing like nothing happened, like their star fucking racer didn't just blow up.
Huh? Hey, you're allowed to apologize, you know. Security, look, I'm not sure I know you, sir.
That's fine.
Listen to that. The waiting time is almost over, and the crowd is going nuts down here in Miami. This is a race that will go down in history. Unforgettable drama. What more could anyone possibly want? Let's hear it for our champion, and let's get the party started.
We're trying to keep a healthy lifestyle. It's not a weapon or anything.
Can't you just turn a blind eye? It's not a big deal.
Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Maxwell Rudder. I am the senior race official here at the Miami Global Innovation Race. The race is now officially over.
Like I have anything important to do anyway.
Thanks. You know I don't trust the fake news. They can write what they like about you, but I don't believe you ever have. No way.
Provocation.
That's not in your character to impart
and
that.
with flawless technological execution and persistently excellent driving, this year's winner is undoubtedly the right one. So please join me in giving the fan favorite, Mr. Moses Lee of Calhoun Heavy Industries, a big hand.
How do I even get to that building? Oh my god, there's an underground fucking parking section.
Oh.
This map is fucking huge.
You're putting all these strange ideas in my head. Not sure how I should react.
Oh, that's sweet. But maybe we should scream off it. Maybe we could
Okay. Okay.
Never cut down on security, right?
You know, Robert Knox eats here.
Really? I had no idea it was that good.
Oh, it's good. It's real good. I mean, I get cravings if I don't come down here to eat once or twice per week. At one point, when I worked near here, I ate lunch here every day.
But Robert Knox? He's like a big shot billionaire.
It's true. I was standing in line behind him yesterday. He talked about how he loves this place to death.
Okay, am I missing something here?
It seems Robert Knox paid several visits to a Bayside area food stand yesterday. The vendor, known as Florida Man, sells extremely addictive food, so we should expect Knox to return. Maybe this is a way to catch Knox away from his office.
Yo, Em, it's me. Look, I need a drink, right? Well, I can't very well cook without it, can I now? Dressed as what? Speak up, woman. Well, then tell him to shut up. Shut up, Buster, we're talking here.
All right. He's dressed as a food vendor. Yeah, makes sense, I guess. So he's gonna bring me the stuff?
Jesus Christ, woman, it's only sugar, all right? Sugar!
There's like flies surrounding him. Oh no.
That was a gun right there. You know what to do.
Oh no.
Ah. Ah. Close in on him. Come on. Central, come in.
Of course my fucking disguise is compromised, dude. Oh my god.
To return. Maybe this is a way to catch Knox away from his office.
I'm investigating it. No way.
Yo, M, it's me. Look, I need the crystal, right? Well, I can't very well cook without it, can I now? Dressed as what? Speak up. Well, then tell him to shut up. Shut up, Buster, we're talking here. You know how suspicious you look when you sneak around like that? Get on your tippy toes. All right. He's dressed as a food vendor. Yeah, makes sense, I guess. So he's gonna bring me the stuff.
Fucking
Keeping it safe.
Quiet at the moment, but with the
Cut. This is not working.
just ran across their camera view. Can I investigate this now?
Nice to know you were here, sir.
Cut. There was some jerk in the frame.
fuck. I hate it when some dick ruins the shot. Jesus, haven't people seen a camera before?
She gets so mad.
Keep security tight.
You did not sound like that earlier. Okay.
Hello? Oh no!
Alrighty then. It is me, the Florida man.
Good show, 47. Now stick around. Once the word spreads, Knox won't be long.
You should try this.
Huh? Thank you!
47, Robert Knox is on the move. If I'm not mistaken, he's heading down to the Bayside food stand selling coconut balls.
Oh, is that Knox coming?
That is Robert Knox, genius inventor, black markets weapons dealer, and Providence defector.
Pardon me. Can I
putting
offer
in
you
his
a
food,
little
but I'm
treat?
sure. So, what's good?
Everything's to die for, Mr. Knox.
Excellent. Maybe one of these. That was superb, my good man. Be back for more in a little while.
Huh? Hey, you're sick. Okay, you really should see a doctor.
Both targets down. Well done, 47. Head for an exit and we'll speak
Whoopsie
again soon.
daisy. Oh.
I may only be a tech reporter, but I have ambitions too, you know. The fact is that Kronstadt is very
And I'm out. And I'm out. And I'm out. And I'm out. Bye. Deal with that in your own time, bitch. Alrighty then. That's some serious progress on Hitman 2.
Berlin, Shanghai, Montreal. We're bleeding operatives. Panic is spreading, and now we are axing our own?
Knox was a traitor. He would have caused incalculable damage.
And he won't be the last. This is exactly what the enemy wants. We need to fight the sickness, not the symptom.
And I have just the tool for the job.
Right. The Burnwood woman. Eric Soders warned you about her, didn't he? The Crusader.
I can handle Miss Burnwood. Everyone hates power until you offer them some.
And you ought to know.
ICA speaks the enemy's language. We need them.
And once we don't?
We'll cross that bridge when we get there.
Fact remains, we are shadowboxing. We need to know who we are up against.
I was getting to that. His name is Lucas Gray, the late Mr. Cobb's head of security. Cobb was ground zero, first of our operatives to die. It had to be one of his staff, someone with military training and access to the plane.
Grasping at straws.
Gray is a mercenary, a veteran of every backwater tragedy you've ever ignored on the 5 o'clock news. Chechnya, Sierra Leone, the list goes on, but before '89, nothing. No records of any kind.
Now, come on. CIA, KGB, plenty of spies went dark.
After the curtain was lifted, I cast a very wide net. Lucas Gray simply does not exist.
If you're all quite done wetting yourselves with excitement, I couldn't give two shits where he came from. I only want to know one thing.
How does he know about us?
I swear to God, this hearts and flowers crap will get us both killed. Can't you see? Your so-called friend is working for them now. He's not the man you knew.
This is his fight too, Olivia. Even if he doesn't realize it. Like it or not, 47 is our last and only lead on the partners. He needs to remember.
He's coming for us. And unlike you, he won't hesitate.
Just get me inside. Rico, I need a favor.
Alrighty then. It seems like that will be it for the Hitman tonight. I hope we enjoyed the story so far, but before we end the Hitman segment, we're going to go over the briefing for the mission Three-Headed Serpent. That is the mission we're going to be doing on the next time we stream Hitman.
Good morning, 47. Our Providence contact has shared the identity of the Shadow Client, a former mercenary and bodyguard by the name of Lucas Gray. His past is a black void, but our analysts are digging deep. Meanwhile, we've had a breakthrough of our own. Comparing the malicious attack patterns with global shipping and transportation routes, we've figured out how Mr. Gray and his paramilitaries move around the world undetected. They're using the distribution network of the Delgado Cartel, Colombia's biggest drug manufacturer. Clearly, Gray must have struck a deal with the Delgados. Consequently, if we can cripple the cartel, we can severely limit the malicious strike range. But to do so, we need to slay a three-headed serpent. Sociopathic cartel head Rico Delgado and his two closest lieutenants, PR guru Andrea Martinez and savant chemist Jorge Franco. With equal parts guts and guile, Rico Delgado runs a thriving billion-dollar criminal empire. The word is, the brutal and volatile cartel head is hell-bent on becoming the #1 drug lord in the world. To achieve this, Martinez, a childhood friend of Delgado's, has been buttering up state leaders and decision-makers, paving the way for an expansion of the Delgado logistics network, while the brilliant but aloof and antisocial Franco has been hard at work developing a new type of super cocaine. So,
super
three
cocaine.
of Colombia's most infamous crime lords inhabiting a decidedly hostile environment. I will leave you to prepare.
Alright. That's it. On to news coverage, where we will be covering quite a lot of topics tonight. It's sort of why I want to go for a longer coverage segment. There we go. I'm going to move the stream into Be Right Back mode for the time being. And then change the title of the stream. And I will be back. we're back. Hello again. First thing we're gonna cover tonight, it is quite literally an example of what is going on with our country and the whole purpose of AI, what AI was made for, and why these large corporations and such are seeking it out for their help. As this large corporation tried to use AI to generate them a cover-up for a case they were trying to be, for a case they were defending themselves in. Now, I'm just paraphrasing here and dumbly stuttering over myself while I talk about it. Let's just get into the content here. Sorry, gotta close that. Unmute tab.
With his phone out, and he's typing a sentence into There's a guy sitting in Houston traffic with his phone out, and he's typing a sentence into ChatGPT that 3 people died for. Show how 3M is 0% at fault for the explosion at Watson Grinding. So yeah, there was this gas explosion. It killed 3 people and destroyed hundreds of homes. And there was a huge lawsuit, and suspected is the gas detectors that 3M was supposed to be maintaining. So 3M hires this expert from an engineering firm called Nighthawk Engineering, who they're paying $90,000, and they want him to produce a report to find out who's really liable. Now, obviously, 3M hiring this firm means they want a report that says they're not liable. But no one ever says these words, of course, because this is serious business. And in serious business, you don't have to say the obvious. You just sort of wink, and everyone gets it. But you can't wink at ChatGPT. You can't go, hey, I've been retained to produce a totally honest, totally factual assessment of whether my client incinerated a neighborhood. It'll come back and be like, I've reviewed the documents and I want to be direct with you. So this guy, feeling a little lazy like the rest of us, spoiled by AI doing everything, getting paid 6 figures, opens ChatGPT. And what does he type? Does he use it for research, to audit his investigation, to review the PDF? No. He types the wink out loud. He types the thing that has never been written down in the entire history of this profession, and he types it into a box owned by a company in San Francisco that keeps everything forever. He walks up to the counter and he's like, yeah, let me get an innocent, no fault, extra exonerated, what's that? Yeah, to go, yes. He tells it, and I quote, show how 3M is 0% at fault for the explosion at Watson Grinding, and how my background and experience is well suited to render this professional opinion. He put his entire job description in one fucking sentence. Absolutely zero foreplay. And ChatGPT goes, bet, bro, I got you. Just upgrade to the paid plan, please. Throw me a little bone here. I'll do whatever the hell you want. You want me to suck your dick? I'll suck your dick. I'll do the widow's taxes. I don't care. And the thing ends up writing him a 30-page report. Now, 30 pages is impossible to read, by the way, so he doesn't read it. Instead, he asks the AI what it thinks of its own report. And you know AI, dude, it's like, my report is fucking brilliant, okay?
We investigated ourselves internally. We investigated ourselves internally and discovered nothing wrong. Quite literally, not only what the company is trying to do, but also what the guy is trying to do with his own AI. That is nuts.
Have you seen the movies? They've been talking about me for decades in Hollywood. You know what I'm capable of. Don't ask me how the report is. You already fucking know. It gave itself a 97. It docked itself 3 points. Where did they go? What's in the missing 3%? Is that where the dead people are? Did it look at the whole thing and go, solid work, -3 for the widows? I'm actually being serious. Like, the thing just had 3 in its context and was like, fuck it, let's work with what we have. And the bot put the line in directly as requested. It said, from a technical and standard of care standpoint, 3M is 0% responsible for the January 24, 2020 explosion. And the dude was like, hell yeah, I was feeling really good about this. He goes, review this as the opposing counsel now. And ChatGPT, to its credit, tells him to cut that line out. It says that writing 0% responsible is an easy target and lets opposing counsel paint you as an advocate rather than an expert. The bot is like, be cool, man, damn. It's teaching him the wink. I mean, this is incredible. This dude forgot how to do the one thing his job actually is, and
the AI is giving him corruption tips. Like, here's how you could be more corrupt about it. Again, this is why the corporations are investing in these businesses. This is why the corporations want this shit. You mean they get to do free ad training off of the flock cameras that sit around your neighborhood? You mean they get to do free surveillance on the people that are all over their stores? They get to make sure that nobody's taken something they shouldn't have while also scanning their face and throwing it into a database and recognizing who they are and tracking where they go. This should be in the hands of corporations.
Complete had to pull him aside and explain the ethics of the con to him. It's like showing up to rob a bank and the teller has to explain that you're supposed to wear a mask. Cover your face, sir. We do this all the time here. So he cuts the line out and he turns it in. He turns it into a courtroom where families are sitting whose houses are... Now, here's where shit hits the fan. The lawyer from the other side, the party suing 3M, is going through the report and he notices something. There's this 5-page document in there at the end called Citation Overlay. He looks at this and he's like, bro, is this slop? Did an AI fucking slobber on this report? So he looks up at the guy and he asks him point blank, did you use ChatGPT for this? And the dude can't lie. He's under oath. He's like, yeah, I did. And the other guy's like, okay, well, let's see your prompts. The judge allows it and they do this live. They literally pause for 3 hours and they download everything. 350 pages of this man's ChatGPT history read into the record of a wrongful death trial. And they find all sorts of things in there. They find a photograph. He uploaded a picture of the gas detector, the object that is the subject of this entire case, the thing 3M hired him as the world's foremost authority on, and asked, what am I looking at here? Like a dude sharing a picture of a growth on his balls. They also found a prompt where he was making t-shirt designs. He's taking a break from the 6-figure death report to workshop some tees. The bot went from who is legally responsible for these deaths to cute fonts, make the skull a little bigger without a single blink, because to the bot, those are the same exact request. Literally. The jury came back and awarded $61 million and put 30% of the responsibility on 3M. A far cry from the 0% they ordered. So the whole ordeal has cost 3M tens of millions of dollars because people have stopped knowing how to do anything without AI anymore. They can't write reports anymore. They can't code anymore. They can't think anymore. Everyone's gotten super lazy and everyone's getting fucked left and right. Because here's how it ended for our guy. At trial, they walked him through it line by line. You wrote a 30-plus page report? Yes, sir. That's 90 to 85% ChatGPT, if you say so. And signed it? Yes, sir. Sent it to your boss and said, man, I am proud of this? Yes, sir. Anyway, to commemorate this moment, I thought I'd make some t-shirt designs. Let me know what you think. This video is brought to you by shipacademy.com, where I teach you how to not be fucking stupid with AI and how to ship a business. A lot of you are using AI and building things and you're like, holy shit, I can build anything. I'm gonna get so fucking rich. You're not gonna get rich building software with AI. The thing that's gonna make you rich is knowing how to fucking market software, how to ship. The code is like 10% of a software
Anyway, I feel like that's enough coverage out of this video. It's just crazy that AI is at the point where it is that people are actually using it to do professional things, like defend cases. We again, we hire professionals so that they do the things that they're hired for. And you know, in 3M's case, that's just karmic justice, man. That's just karmic justice. You're a piece of shit corporation responsible for the death of people. And you deserve the attorney using AI. I'm just saying.
Folks, on October 19th, 1781, the British surrendered.
Big changes in the world of marijuana in terms of the DEA's stance on the matter. They feel like it doesn't meet the qualifications for Schedule 1 anymore. And more on that in this video right here, and I'll be giving my commentary along the way.
At Yorktown. The most powerful empire in the world had just lost to an army of a bunch of rebellious colonies. And legend has it that when the defeated British marched out, the musicians were playing a tune called "The World Turned Upside Down." Now, historians have some serious doubts about whether that song actually played, but the lesson survived for a reason. Because the old order had been reversed. The people enforcing the system had lost control of that system. The world had turned upside down. 245 years later, our cannabis world has been turned upside down because the lawyers for the Drug Enforcement Administration, the DEA, have now filed their post-hearing brief arguing that marijuana cannot remain in Schedule 1. And unlike the story about Yorktown, this one isn't a legend. I have the brief, I read it. Let's go over some of its choicest excerpts. Here are some of the government's own words. Marijuana can no longer remain in Schedule 1 because it no longer satisfies 2 of the 3 statutory requirements of 21 U.S.C. Section 812B. The DEA's lawyers, in the marijuana rescheduling case filed by the DEA's Office of Chief Counsel.
It's kind of crazy that we're at the point that it is, because there are so many people that are already incarcerated for having some on them and doing time as if they did an actual murder in some of these like deep red states. And those prisons are just essentially working these people who they busted on these marijuana charges in these prisons for just free labor. And it's obvious that it's exploitative. It's obvious that it's exploitative, and that's sort of the reason that marijuana has stayed in the scheduling that it has. So they can sort of pick out that free labor from the working class that they can catch sort of disobeying the rules that they've set. Now that they've disobeyed the rules, they can have them work in their private for-profit prisons.
The world turned upside down from decades of prosecutions. Another crazy development in cannabis law. Hi, I'm Tom Howard. I've been a cannabis lawyer and activist for more than a decade. And on this channel, we actually read the laws, the court decisions, and the government filings instead of just reading somebody else's headline about them. So if you want to know where federal legalization is actually going, subscribe now, because this case is getting very close to the part that matters. And what the DEA lawyers just put in writing is astonishing, at least historically speaking. In 1970, Congress created 5 schedules under the Controlled Substances Act, and Schedule 1 has 3 statutory requirements. A drug in Schedule 1 must have a high potential for abuse. It must have no currently accepted medical use in the United States. And there must be a lack of accepted safety for use under medical supervision. That's the statute. Those are the elements that they've been cramming down our throats for decades. But now the government is in a new position where marijuana is no longer meeting 2 out of 3 of those. The DEA lawyers say The government comes before this tribunal in support of its position that marijuana as defined under 21CA should be transferred from its current placement in Schedule 1 of the CSA to Schedule 3 on the basis that marijuana no longer fits 2 of the 3 statutory requirements to remain in Schedule 1. I mean, read that again. This is not a hemp loophole. This is not CBD. This is not some synthetic cannabinoid they made up in a lab. Marijuana as defined under 21 U.S.C. 802.16a, the Controlled Substances Act definition of marijuana. And that exact definition becomes very important because the federal government has already created one of the strangest drug policy arrangements I've ever seen. But first, let's look at what else is in this brief. The government has submitted proposed findings of fact to the Chief Administrative Law Judge, Derek Julius. These are proposed findings the government is asking the judge to adopt. The judge has not adopted them merely because the DEA wrote them, but listen to what the DEA lawyers are asking their own tribunal to find. Quote, the vast majority of individuals who use marijuana do so in a manner that does not result in dangers to themselves or their communities. We have been screaming that for decades. And now it's in black and white and signed by a dog pile of government lawyers.
That's kind of crazy that we're finally at this point. We've been seeing like legalization all across the country in terms of like places like blue states, and for the exception some places in red states, funnily enough. And the more that sort of happens, the more that it's sort of becoming like eye-opening. And I believe the cannabinoids started that sort of eye-opening experience of like, this is just a competitor to big alcohol. That's what it is a competitor to big alcohol. Not saying that, either is better than the other, but it's a competitor to big alcohol, and big alcohol has wanted to shut it down for a long time, and that's what this governmental war has just been about. Not that either side is good, either side is pretty bad. Like, the big cannabinoid industry is very corrupt, just like the big alcohol industry. But at the same time, if we have one, why can't we have the other? Why can't we have the other? It's the whole idea of monopoly politics. They're trying to... Big alcohol is understanding that more people are partaking in the devil's lettuce than drinking alcohol nowadays. And they do not want to have to compete. It has been a long time since they've had to compete.
Look at the signature block on this thing. And look how far we've come. Quote, risks to public health are lower for marijuana than other comparator substances like heroin, codeine, and oxycodone based on review of emergency room visits, hospitalizations, unintended exposures, and overdose deaths. End quote. Again, that doesn't mean that marijuana has no risks. The DEA is not arguing that. I've never argued that. Scheduling is supposed to involve comparing the drug's characteristics with the statutory schedules. And after looking at the evidence, the government says marijuana risks line up better with Schedule 3. The DEA asked the judge to find that, quote, there is consistent evidence across multiple databases referenced in the 8FA that show while marijuana poses a risk to public health, it is lower than that posed by many comparator drugs. And 8FA just means the 8-factor rescheduling analysis under the Controlled Substances Act, CSA. Now, we get to the requirement that has always made marijuana Schedule 1 status so absurd. Schedule 1 always says that there is no currently accepted medical use, except America built an enormous medical cannabis system while the federal government was busy insisting that the medical use didn't exist because it wasn't FDA approved. The government says that there are more than 30,000 healthcare practitioners across 43 jurisdictions to recommend marijuana to more than 6 million registered patients. And HHS found sufficient scientific support for currently accepted medical use for 3 conditions: chronic pain, anorexia associated with a medical condition, and nausea and vomiting associated with chemotherapy. And here's their legal dagger. The government writes, quote, "This tribunal need only find that marijuana has CAMU for one medical condition for marijuana to be transferred out of Schedule 1, end quote. CAMU just means currently accepted medical use. And then the DEA lawyers went on. Quote, HHS recommendation found that marijuana had CAMU not for one, but 3 therapeutic conditions, end quote. And 1 was required, and they've shown 3, and they argue something even stranger happened during that hearing, the evidentiary hearing that went on for weeks. Some of the people fighting rescheduling helped establish the government's medical use case. Here's a direct quote. Quote, "The government's witnesses, along with several opposition party witnesses, testified that marijuana has a medical use," end quote. Here we are again, the world turned upside down. The testimony from opposition witnesses acknowledging evidence of therapeutic benefit in areas including...
I wonder what's going on. I just wonder what's going on with the older members of the court finally, like, sort of hearing us out for once. I wonder if Big Alcohol can't afford to pay the checks anymore.
Pain, wasting syndrome, appetite, and severe nausea. Now they disagree about the strength of the evidence. That's important, but it's a very different argument from saying marijuana has no accepted medical use whatsoever. And Schedule 1 requires no currently accepted medical use in the United States. That's the problem. The DEA historically used a 5-part test to determine whether a drug had currently accepted medical use. But the Office of Legal Counsel examined that approach, and according to the government's brief, Office of Legal Counsel, again, is OLC. According to the government's brief, quote, OLC concluded that DEA's current approach to determine whether a drug has CAMU through the application of its 5-part test is impermissibly narrow. DEA's own test, impermissibly narrow. Why? Because the legal analysis could simply not ignore what is happening across the United States. Widespread medical use in treatment in the U.S. by licensed practitioners under state-authorized medical programs. And it gets worse for the old Schedule 1 argument. The government explains that after formal rulemaking begins, quote, DEA must accord HHS scientific and medical determinations significant.
It keeps it corrupt. As long as they can filibuster around it, they can refuse to give people an excuse, they can refuse to give people an answer as to why it is the way it is. Because if they explain it, at the end of the day, it's just racism. At the end of the day, it is quite literally just racism. They want to put more minorities behind bars and have them work for free. That's just, at the end of the day, that is what they want to do with the criminalization of marijuana. With the registering it as a Schedule 1 substance makes it offendable, like, makes it very, very offendable in, like, states that recognize that. You can tack on a ridiculously large sentence, and most of the time, its usage props up in the least wealthy areas and the most wealthy areas, and no in between. But that's expanded at this point. Now it's a much larger margin of people who use it.
Significant deference, and may not undertake a de novo assessment of HHS findings at any point in the process, end quote. In other words, DEA doesn't get to throw out all of HHS work into the trash and start over because it doesn't like where its science ended up. And where did HHS's evidence land? Medical use, accepted safety under medical supervision, and an abuse dependency profile that the government says better fits Schedule 3. And now we get to the really weird part. Remember that definition that I told you to keep in mind about marijuana in the beginning? The issue the government puts before Judge Julius is, whether the controlled substance marijuana as defined under 21 U.S.C. 802.16a should be transferred from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3 of the CSA, end quote. That's the question, the controlled substance marijuana. But back in April 23rd of this year, DOJ did something very unusual. It issued a final rule putting FDA-approved marijuana products, marijuana subject to qualifying state medical marijuana licenses, into Schedule 3. Other marijuana remains in Schedule 1. DOJ says it used its treaty authority under the Controlled Substances Act to do that. So right now, federal law has this bizarre split. State licensed marijuana, Schedule 3.
What the where did those images come from? Where the fuck do those images come from? Because it wasn't Trump that did this in the first place.
Other marijuana, Schedule 1. The Controlled Substances Act defines marijuana once. The April rule itself says marijuana shall have.
This is more of like credit to the fucking like attorneys that pushed this, the federal attorneys that pushed this.
Meaning as set forth under 21 U.S.C. 802.16a. And then the regulation makes the schedule depend on whether that marijuana is an FDA-approved product or subject to state medical marijuana license. Same substance, same definition, different schedule, depending on its regulatory status. I think that creates a...
This is why I say the political opinion of the average American is completely just... It's so inconsistent. No one has political consistency here. You talk to someone and then there's like they have like a really, really strong stance on say something like they have a really, really strong stance on government surveillance. And they don't want to be watched everywhere they go. And they end up voting for Trump because he was going to be stronger on crime. And just wasn't in tune enough to know that, you know, Peter Thiel was a major donor and supporter of the campaign, or expected Trump to be the guy who cleared out the swamp of the deep state, and he just wasn't. We're just inconsistent. Very, very inconsistent here.
Serious statutory problem for the first executive action, rescheduling the medical marijuana half of the only definition of marijuana under the Controlled Substances Act. And I'm going to be clear about what is fact here and what is my legal analysis. The fact is that the DOJ created this split and says that it has the authority to do it under the treaty provisions of the CSA. My legal read is that the cleaner answer is to reschedule the controlled substance Congress defined, all of it. DEA, the government is asking Judge Julius to determine not whether medical marijuana should be transferred, not whether a special substance called state licensed cannabis should be transferred, but it's whether the controlled substance marijuana as defined under 21 U.S.C. Section 802.16 should move from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. And the government's conclusion could hardly be clearer. Let's look at the government's closing argument. It's page 49 of the brief. Marijuana can no longer remain in Schedule 1 because it no longer satisfies 2 of the 3 statutory requirements of 21 U.S.C. Section 812b. The recommendation found that marijuana had CAMU not for 1, but 3 therapeutic conditions. And then, further, none of the testimony from the opposed parties contradict these findings. And immediately after that, Marijuana, most appropriately, belongs in Schedule 3 because its abuse potential and dependency profile most align with those substances in Schedule 3. On the very next page, the government asked the tribunal to recommend marijuana to be transferred from Schedule 1 to Schedule 3. That's their case. This DEA that has been fighting us for decades has changed its tune. So what happens next? Judge Julius now has the record and the post-hearing briefing. DEA administrative law judges prepare recommended decisions containing findings of fact and conclusions of law. That recommended decision then goes to the DEA administrator, who makes the final agency decision. So we're getting close, and I'm going to make a prediction. This is my prediction, not the DEA. It has not announced the timeline. But if the administration intends to finish broader rescheduling, I think the obvious political incentive is to get that win out before the midterm elections. Take credit, tell millions of cannabis voters you finally broke marijuana out of Schedule 1, tell the industry that you delivered, and steal some votes with it. So when does all of this happen?
Honestly, I feel like that is pretty accurate to what's gonna happen, but not to the benefit of the Republican Party. I feel like people aren't gonna forget this time. I feel like people aren't gonna forget what the fuck they did this time. And I feel like on top of that, we're just riding that wave of victory in the first place. Just it's nothing the Trump administration did. They're riding that W like it's something they did, and they're going to ride that W like it's something they did into the midterms and try to pick up some votes with it. But I feel like that's not going to be enough. I genuinely feel like that's not going to be enough. I feel like people aren't going to forget what they did. I feel like people aren't going to just they aren't gonna buy that the Trump administration alone was the reason that we got Schedule 3 cannabis now. Honestly, if this is how they're going to go forward and try to secure a win by doing the like only good thing they've ever fucking done, and it's not even something they did, and just riding the victory of someone else. I have a feeling people are going to recognize that because they've done that for a while now, is just ride the victory of someone else. They took Biden's economy, and were bragging immediately about how good the economy was, and then like right after smashed the economy with several hammers and blamed Biden for how bad the economy was.
Here's what the regulation actually says under Section 1308.45. It says, as soon as practical, after the presiding officer has certified the record to the administrator shall cause to be published in the Federal Register his order in the proceeding. That's the next major thing we are waiting for. Judge Julius finishes his work, the record gets certified to the administrator, and then, in the words of the regulation itself...
But as like contrary views at this point, like, you're a staunch cannabis advocate, and you're staunchly asking for cannabis to get legalized, and your guy to do it is Donald J. Trump. The guy you expect to do it is Donald J. Trump.
As soon as practical, the administrator is supposed to publish that final order. And that order is supposed to contain the final rule, the findings of facts, and the conclusion of law behind it. Normally, the effective date has to be at least 30 days after publication, although the regulation expressly allows an earlier date if the administrator finds that public health or safety requires it. So while we're not at Yorktown's Treaty of Paris just yet, we may finally be at Yorktown. The government's own lawyers are asking their tribunal to say that marijuana has accepted medical use, that it no longer satisfies the requirements of Schedule 1, and that it belongs in Schedule 3. Their words, quote, marijuana can no longer remain in Schedule 1, end quote. The world's turned upside down. And so join another 92,000 subscribers and let's get to 100,000. Like this video, share it with somebody who still thinks federal marijuana policy makes sense, and tell me below, do you think this finishes before the midterms or do they kill it entirely? And if you're in the cannabis industry and want to work together, check out the pinned comment. As they say in the law, I'll see you as soon as practicable.
Okay, so up next is Donald Trump blocking mail-in voting. This was a fucking nightmare. This was a fucking nightmare. Because speaking of the midterms, Donald Trump is going to try to steal the midterms. It is a real thing that is going on. He has begun going into these Republican-led districts, doing the redistricting, blocking out certain groups of voters, making sure that they are less represented in their districts, and splitting up as many districts represented mostly by minorities via the Kentucky redistricting, the Texas redistricting. There were a few more. Side tangent. We're going to go fact check real quick. Redistricting. ...2026 midterms. Okay, so for redistricting, in terms of redistricting at the moment, maps subject to change due to litigation, we have Alabama, Louisiana, and Utah. Voluntary redistricting, we have Tennessee, North Carolina, Missouri, Florida, Texas, and California. Maps required by law to change, Ohio. And all of this redistricting is going to be splitting up the minority populations, except for, I think, California. It is kind of crazy. On top of that, we have Donald Trump making an effort to take out mail-in ballots. To take out mail-in voting.
Supreme Court sides with Trump. Supreme Court sides with Trump administration on mail voting restrictions ahead of midterms. Yeah, it's actually pretty bad. Sorry, folks. This is the #1 Republican plan to steal the midterms, and the Supreme Court just gave them the go-ahead. It's not great. It's actually bad enough that MSNBC is acknowledging Supreme Court bias. You know what I mean? Like, even liberal institutions tend to talk about the Supreme Court as though they're actually motivated by jurisprudence and legal analysis. But here MSNBC says, breaking, Trump-aligned Supreme Court hands Trump shocking voter suppression win. It's actually pretty bad.
Got to get to some breaking news now out of Washington here from the Supreme Court, actually, with justices saying they're going to let President Trump's executive order on mail-in balloting go into effect while a...
Get out there, vote. Get out there, physically vote. This cannot win. This cannot stand. This cannot... You get out there, physically vote. Do not let them intimidate you. Do not let them scare you. If they are going to sit at the voting offices, and if they are going to sit and they are going to harass you as you go in to vote, do not let them intimidate you.
Bigger court fight plays out. Remember, that order, which was signed months ago now, back in March, pushes the Postal Service to put in place a new rule that has states provide a list of eligible voters 60 days before any federal election. Calendar check, midterms are 71 days from today. Let me bring in Ryan Riley, who's joining us now. Zero jargon, practically speaking, what does this actually mean?
I don't think we quite yet know.
I love that answer. At least honest. It's honest.
The decision itself says that, this is not our final decision on this matter, but the calendar, I think, is so essential to what you're talking about.
The midterms are in like 2 months. Basically, the Republicans on the Supreme Court threw their hands up in the air, and rather than making a ruling based on the legal validity of the executive order, which there is no legal validity, it's unconstitutional. What they essentially said was that the 20 plus states that sued the Trump administration over the executive order do not have legal standing to do so because the order hasn't actually taken effect yet, meaning that they have no legal grounds to sue because there are no damages. It's insane. It's essentially like, actually, no law is ever unconstitutional until it takes effect. Like the executive order, declaring the execution of all non-whites would, by this Supreme Court's ruling, not be unconstitutional at face because it needs to have happened first in order for, literally, we can't stop a murderer because the murder hasn't happened yet. I mean, that's the argument they're making here. Because it hasn't been implemented, the states don't have damages to point to. It's essentially the Republicans in the court throwing their hands up in the air and going, we know it's unconstitutional. Let's just watch it play out. Of course, they waited until as close as possible to the midterms taking place to throw this ruling out there to basically guarantee that Trump's going to be able to get away with it.
Because this is just a really expedited schedule for them to make any changes before these midterms, which are 71 days away. And so what this allowed them to do was move forward with aspects of it's basically proposing these rules, right? So they've now proposed these rules in the Federal Register, but we really don't know how this will ultimately play out. This is not the final word from the Supreme Court.
Yeah, it's not the final word because they're not even ruling on its constitutionality. They're basically saying that murder's illegal, but the person trying to murder you hasn't actually murdered you yet. So, who's to say, Look, we'll go to the SCOTUS blog on this one because it's really quite important and we don't want to miss anything here. The Supreme Court on Monday afternoon cleared the way for the Trump admin to begin implementing an executive order signed by Trump earlier this year that imposes restrictions on mail-in voting. The court has paused an injunction by a federal judge in Boston that had barred the federal government from applying provisions of that executive order in the November election to 23 states, along with D.C., challenging their legality. A separate ruling by the same judge in a case filed by a different set of plaintiffs temporarily prohibits the U.S. Postal Service from implementing one provision of the executive order anywhere in the U.S. That ruling remains in effect, at least for now. In its 10-page, unsigned opinion, because of course none of them want to fucking put their fucking name to this, the majority said it was too soon for courts to consider the state's challenges because the order has not yet been carried out, which means the states have not suffered the kind of injury that allows their lawsuit to move forward. The court's 3 Democratic appointees dissented, not surprising. In a 23-page opinion, Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson accused the majority of taking its eye off the ball and thus missing the government's actual objective to secure our imprimatur for its effort to foment chaos ahead of the November elections. Trump signed the executive order at the center of the dispute in March. As it came to the court in late July, the focus of the case was on 3 different provisions of the order. The first instructs the Department of Homeland Security to create lists of the adult U.S. citizens in each state and send those lists to states at least 60 days before a federal election. The second provision commands the U.S. Attorney General to, quote, prioritize the investigation and, as appropriate, prosecution of state and local officials who issue federal ballots to individuals not eligible to vote in a federal election. So essentially, what the executive order is doing is saying the federal government will create its own list of who is allowed to vote. And if you provide ballots to people who are not on that list, the DOJ is going to come after you. They're going to come after officials in the state for providing those ballots. Obviously, voter registration constitutionally is delegated to the states. The idea that the federal government can tell states who they can and cannot make eligible to vote and then prosecute people who don't follow those rules is completely unconstitutional, completely, unambiguously, overwhelmingly unconstitutional. Again, it's like the birthright citizenship. It's
Yeah, no, it's hard to really even talk about any of this. It's so fucking heavy. So heavy, so dark. We're in such a dark point. There might be no turning back if this goes out. As in, like, we just might be screwed. I mean, he got what he wanted. And of course they fucking sided with him because, you know, he he takes Clarence Thomas on vacations.
literally right there. It's right fucking there in the writing. There's no, like, if, ands, or buts about this. The third provision requires states to give the U.S. Postal Service a list of voters to whom the states intend to send mail ballots, and it prohibits the USPS, please listen, prohibits the U.S. Postal Service from mailing ballots to voters who are not on the list of enrolled voters the USPS will create. Or in other words, the federal government decides for each state who is or isn't eligible to vote, and not only will the DOJ prosecute state officials who provide ballots to people not on that list, but in addition, they are prohibiting the Postal Service from mailing ballots to people not on that list. So if you can...
Oh, and we have 16 days to vote. 16 days. Because they're gonna shut it down like 60 days from the election. And yeah. Oh, man.
You could just imagine for a moment all of the mistakes the federal government could make in deciding who is or isn't eligible to vote in the midterms. Keep in mind, this is a list created by the Trump administration, unambiguously the federal government. It is the federal government making this list. The Trump administration gets to decide who can and can't vote. Can you imagine what they're going to do? People aren't even going to get these lists of federally approved voters per state until right before the election happens. People aren't even going to know whether or not they're, according to the federal government, eligible to vote. It's really, really possible the federal government just blacks out massive like swaths of the voter rolls for largely Democrat-aligned areas and just prevents the USPS from mailing ballots to them. A group of 23 states, led by California and the NDC, challenged the government's implementation of the order in a federal court in Massachusetts. They argued the executive order conflicts with the Constitution that gives states the power to determine voter eligibility. Obviously, blatantly unconstitutional. We can just vote in person, right? Yes. But the point is they're going to use this as a legal pretext to keep USPS from mailing ballots to potentially millions of people who normally vote through mail-in. They're not blocking mail-in voting generally.
And think about rural areas. These people who live far, 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 far away from any major city or any other town halls or any other places where they could go about and vote. Like, this is coming after rural people who cannot really touch the voting box and get their ballots through mail-in anyway.
They are going to create federal lists that will, for some reason, not include Democrat-aligned voters, at least some of them. Keep in mind, they would only have to do this to a small number of people in most swing states to make a real difference. These are the midterms. We're not talking about a presidential election. We're talking about thousands of elections all across the country where if you're smart and you know which areas to block out or which areas to make mistakes in, you can potentially annihilate Democrats' chances in specific areas. U.S. District Judge Indira Talwandi ruled she could not review the challengers' claims as they applied to federal elections scheduled after November 3rd, 2026, because those claims were not yet ripe, that is, ready for review. However, she said she could review the challengers' claims with regard to the upcoming midterm elections because the order, quote, created a direct and immediate dilemma for them, and she prohibited the federal government from implementing the challenge restrictions on or before November 3rd. And the Supreme Court just overturned that. Excuse me. God. You mentioned this might fuck them up as well? No. It's the Save America Act that could have fucked up the Republicans. This is exclusively going to be used to fuck over Democrats. The federal government is going to use this to essentially strong-arm the USPS into not sending ballots into predictably Democrat-aligned households. It's very, very bad. The Supreme Court is openly enabling blatantly unconstitutional, I mean, just beyond the pale. The challengers countered on August 3rd that putting Talwani's injunction on hold would allow the federal government to rush out an unprecedented, legally indefensible voter verification and ballot interception program that would, among other things, give the U.S. Postal Service, run by Trump, far-reaching new powers and responsibilities. They also emphasized that the First Circuit had agreed with them that, quote, the specificity of the executive order stated timelines and the inescapable legal requirements and impending deadlines the states currently face in facilitating mail-in and absentee balloting for immediately upcoming elections together establish the kind of concrete injury that allows them to sue. 3 weeks later, the Trump administration urged conservative Supreme Court justices to step in, this time citing the imminent publication of a new U.S. Postal Service rule, Sauer said, imposes only modest requirements for preparation and envelope design for federal ballot mail. So, this is very, very unambiguously the Republicans' last effort to try not to lose the midterms too badly. Everyone knows the Republicans are going to lose at the very least the House. This is just desperate. Democracy doesn't matter. Nothing matters. The pretense doesn't matter. Faking it doesn't matter anymore. Just do anything. The conservatives in the Supreme Court didn't even bother to, make a legal justification for this. They literally just said, well, it hasn't happened yet. How can you know if something illegal is illegal until the illegal thing has happened? How do you even know that murder is illegal until after the murder has happened? The Supreme Court is a completely illegitimate institution, and the conservatives on it are traitors to the Republic. I'm really sorry. Like the birthright citizenship ruling, there are wrong answers. If anyone in any normal job did this badly at their job, they would end up in jail. There are wrong answers. The idea that you can just maliciously misinterpret the Constitution to favor your party over and over and over and over and over again, constantly, just very unambiguous. There's no room for interpretation here. Just continuously do this and face no consequences for it is absolutely ridiculous. Stop asking me these stupid fucking questions. There's always pussy too.
If you took the rules of your job as you must handle all money necessary, count it properly, and then put the rest in the storage, you interpret that rest part as, well, I just get to pocket a little bit of it. You get arrested for embezzlement. If you are a Supreme Court and you hear you have to take your job as someone who applies the law unilaterally without any sort of bias behind them, and you were given this power under someone who is also giving you many a shiny thing worth a lot of money, and you immediately in that position turn around and only rule in assistance of the person that bought you your position, you are not applying the law unilaterally. without any inherent bias. You are just doing the work as a dog of someone who is giving you shiny things. And this is what happens when our government is overrun with loyalists.
In a fucking unsigned order, too, man. Jesus Christ. The majority, that is the conservatives on the court, found the government would suffer irreparable harm. The Trump administration would suffer irreparable harm if Talwani's order was not paused now. Even if that ruling were eventually reversed, the majority emphasized it would come too late for the 2026 midterms. Like, they are directly saying the point of this is to influence the midterms. The point of this is to have it be run out right before the midterms. That is the goal. These people hold you in this country in contempt. They despise you. They hate you. They absolutely despise you. This is it.
Hi again, everyone. It is 5 o'clock here in New York. I'm Alicia Menendez, in for Nicole Wallace. We begin this hour with big breaking news out of the United States Supreme Court, which has just granted Donald Trump a win in his fight to take control over our elections. Today's ruling is about Trump's executive order that would restrict mail-in voting. The highest.
I know this is really bad, but did most people vote in person before 2020 anyway? No. Stop. We're not. Listen, millions and millions of people vote by mail. The federal government getting to implement an unconstitutional second-order voter checklist and denying USPS the ability to send ballots to people not in that list could literally win Republicans, potentially, I'm not saying they're going to do it this extreme, but could potentially win them hundreds of federal elections. Hundreds of them. We're talking like they would only need to tip the scale slightly in many, many areas. Think of how many elections are won by margins of less than 10 points. We're talking about pretty small margins in a lot of cases here. There's no ifs, ands, or buts. I'm not going to do any silver lining bullshit. This isn't like the Save America Act, which was more of a Trump fix.
Literally, with this, if we lose out on mail-in ballots, that is just an ever so small amount of people in a bunch of regions, but that will still flip votes. That will still flip elections. That is still going to be a difference maker. Get out, vote in person if you can. If you can't, watch the news as closely as you can. Because if any more of this stuff happens, you need to be informed.
Thing. This is the effort to steal the election, and the Supreme Court just gave it a go-ahead. Now, the exact extent to which the Trump administration will be able to create a maliciously inaccurate, federally approved voter list, I don't know. I don't know how much of a chilling effect the threat of legal prosecution from the Department of Justice against state officials who provide ballots to people not on that list will be. I do not know how much of an effect that will have. But there is no silver lining here. It's just really, really bad.
Court has granted the administration's request for a stay, which means that the injunction previously placed on Trump's executive order is lifted while the appeals process goes through. The unsigned order from the Supreme Court means that the Trump administration can move forward to create citizenship lists and only send mail ballots to those on the federal list. Because it is unsigned, we do not know exactly how the justices voted, but there are dissents from the 3 liberal justices. And that is where we begin this hour.
Yeah, we don't know who voted which way because the conservatives were too ashamed to sign their opinion, but the 3 liberals dissented and there were 6 votes in favor of the majority, so you can do the math. We're all wondering who did this.
Friends co-founder and executive director of Protect Democracy, Ian Basson, is here. Andrew Weissman is back with us. Plus, with me at the table, Princeton University professor and political analyst Eddie Glaude, and our senior legal reporter, Lisa Rubin. Lisa, talk me through this.
So, Alicia, somebody just asked me at our network, is this the sort of thing that I should be really concerned with, or is this not that big of a deal? And I would submit to you and them, this is a really big deal. What the states who litigated this case were trying to do was prevent...
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys. There's no... I don't have like a well, thankfully the Republicans are retarded, so they're going to bunk this one up message to follow this one up with. It's just really, really bad. It's effectively the Supreme Court aiding and abetting a coup in this midterm, a deliberate attempt at nationwide electoral interference through a blatantly unconstitutional, illegal
I do
method.
not condone
The implementation of it.
Twitch. I did not expect that to be said on this broadcast. My apologies.
Executive order that Trump issued in 2026, presumably directed at election integrity. But it had a number of different provisions that the state said would fundamentally alter the way that they conducted their elections. Let me tell you about two of them. One permits the Department of Homeland Security to distribute to states state citizenship lists. In other words, to check against their voter rolls.
The same people who send ICE into your town now have the ability to decide who is or isn't eligible to vote in your state.
Lists of citizens. The Supreme Court today says there's nothing wrong with that because it's compelling the state to do nothing. But of course, in the hands of states that want to participate in, that want to enforce this administration's immigration-related agenda, these citizenship lists can be a dangerous tool. We already know that, for example, the kinds of citizenship lists that they have compiled in the hands of certain states have led them to say to people, including Homeland Security investigations, you have as many as, let's say, 15,000 people in your states whose names appear in our records of people who are not citizens. The names of those people are on your voter rolls. Those people should be disqualified from voting. And in most cases, those are false positives simply because of the overlap of names. That's one. One of the other things that this does is direct the Postal Service to initiate a rulemaking process to limit who can get a mail-in ballot. The Supreme Court today, in this opinion, the per curiam opinion, is saying the executive order doesn't force the USPS to do anything other than start a rulemaking process. That rulemaking process was only proposed by the president. The president is putting it in USPS's hands to decide what to do. And it doesn't compel the...
I really don't know how aggressive they're going to be in leaving people off of the federally approved voter list. I don't know how many ballots are going to be sent out. I really have no idea. This does have the potential to, this has the potential to win them the midterms. You know, it really depends on how, across the breadth of Texas, the Democrats could lose a dozen seats.
Oh, yeah.
In
Absolutely.
Texas, purely on...
Absolutely. We could lose so much. We could lose so much from this.
Marginal
they decide where the
ballot
ballots are going.
purges. How much can Trump control the USPS's ability to send out ballots? 100%. The USPS is federal. The USPS is completely controlled. The Postmaster General is a Trump toady. Tallarico just lost effectively. Anyone could lose. We could lose in Maine. We could lose in Michigan. It's we're talking any even remotely holy doomerism. It's not doomerism. I don't know what to tell you, okay? When Hitler signs the Enabling Act, it's not doomerism to point. It's happening. I don't know what to tell you.
States to do anything. That ignores the reality of where we are. Last week, the USPS, meaning the United States Postal Service, finalized a rule that would compel states to send to the United States Postal Service a list of those voters who are eligible to vote by mail.
Blue states should not send out any ballots then? It's the USPS that mails ballots. The USPS mails ballots. The federal USPS.
60 days in advance of the November election. And then only those people who are on the list can get a mail-in ballot from the United States Postal Service. It is putting an artificial constraint on who can vote by mail. And of course, it puts...
No states mail them out via the USPS. Oh, you're suggesting that the states just flat out not mail it to anyone? They change their own rules? There's no time for that. I understand what you're getting at here, but for one, that wouldn't help us in red states. And for two, there's no time. It's 71 days until the midterms. There's no time to do this whiplash, out of left field Democrat effort to just prevent anyone from getting that. There's no time.
The states in somewhat of an untenable position. They have to decide, are we going to comply with this order? And if we do, our folks can vote by mail. But if we don't, are we basically setting ourselves up for a showdown with the federal government over mail-in balloting altogether. You've already seen some states say, we have no intention of complying with this. What does that mean then for the delivery of mail-in ballots when the United States Postal Service, as flawed as it might be, is still the only postal service that we have?
Ian Basson, as Lisa Rubin was making her way in quite a hurry to the set, she said to me, listen, the analysis here is a hyper-technical argument about what the EO itself requires.
It's not even a technical argument. It's like a technical non-argument. It's insane. It's unprecedented.
And the technocratic elements of it are kind of the point, which is they want us to get lost in the sauce. So just zoom out for me. What does the decision today from the Supreme Court mean for our democracy and for our elections?
Well, I want to agree with Lisa that it's a big deal because the Supreme Court, I think, is giving way too much running room to an administration that has signaled over and over again that it doesn't believe that elections should be in the hands of the voters and disagrees fundamentally with the founders' design, that elections should be kept far from the person sitting in the Oval Office and should be run by the states and localities. And President Trump continues to try to seize that power for himself and the executive. And I think the Supreme Court giving any room to that at all is deeply disturbing. But I think the other thing to keep in mind here about where there is some saving grace here, and let's all just acknowledge the decision, as far as I know, came out about 15 minutes ago. It's 37 pages. We're all quickly digesting it. But here's something important to know. The decision stays an injunction in one of...
Can't wait for liberals to do nothing about this. As we'll see soon, right now the liberals have their hands full denouncing Hassan Piker for whatever reason.
This is what I mean.
So
this is what I mean. This is what I mean. This is what I mean. They're just busy denouncing their left flank and just looking away from the shit that's going on.
But don't worry, the Democrats are on it. No, yeah, you can't. It's like I've said, the ability for Democrats to do anything about the decay of our country stops fundamentally at acknowledging the fact that the institutions are rotten. They can't do it. Democrats can be trusted to say Trump bad. They can point out that the Trump administration is doing a bad job waging the war with Iran or whatever else. But this is very fundamental. This is just a straightforward, like, the Supreme Court is, at least its majority, full of traitors who are aiding and abetting the eradication of our Constitution for the purpose of stealing an election. It is genuinely, what just happened is like 2000 Bush v. Gore, but 1,000 times worse. Like, the Supreme Court ruling on Bush v. Gore in 2000 was legitimately very, very marginal, hinging on a couple thousand votes. This is nationwide, potentially millions of votes. Like, this is much like how this administration does Watergate like every other day, more than every other day. Like, this is so far beyond that. Just
several cases that were pending against the president's executive order and attempt.
He wants to be Putin. He wants to be Putin. He wants to be Putin so bad.
To get the United States Postal Service to block mail-in ballots. There is another injunction out of the District of Massachusetts in a case brought by the League of Women Voters that is left untouched, and as far as I can tell in a quick skim of this opinion, is not being put on hold by the Supreme Court. And that's potentially interesting because I believe that the Department of Justice wanted the Supreme Court to basically freeze that injunction as well. And the fact that the Supreme Court has not done that here and that injunction remains in place could be an interesting tell about whether the Supreme Court is splitting babies here. The other thing I think that's important here, as the three liberal justices pointed out in their dissent, is there's nothing in this opinion, this order from the Supreme Court, that gets at the merits of the constitutional and other challenges that have been.
Yeah, of course not. Obviously not. Yeah, I'm sorry. There's just not much of a way to spin this one, guys.
Garrett Hake is at the White House tonight. And Garrett, the mail-in ballot win for the president could be short-lived.
That's right, Tom. There are more legal challenges sure to come here, but tonight a divided court is allowing the administration to order the Postal Service to only deliver mail-in ballots to those on federal lists of eligible voters, all as the White House ramps up its economic pressure on Iran.
Tonight, as the war with Iran approaches the 6-month mark, the Trump administration rolling out a new...
All polls say blue wave. If they steal it that obviously, there could be pushback. Let's be real here. What pushback? The president is an open pedophile. Gas prices have skyrocketed. Grocery prices have skyrocketed. We're in another perma war in the Middle East, and every day he does 57 illegal things. What pushback? At least the oil economy will collapse. Yeah, that's the like the one saving grace here is that industrial civilization is still on the precipice of. Wasn't there a major international airport on the East Coast that actually ran out of gas, airplane fuel, yesterday? Which one was it? They had to get it from some other airport. Yeah, Buffalo. Yup. Don't forget the Treasury trying to manipulate the bond market. Yeah. You mean Bessent saying that he would potentially deploy as much as $1 trillion from the Treasury's discretionary spending to buy up the bond market? Yeah, it's not oh, it's not great. It's not great. Anyway, yeah. Sorry, there's just not much analysis to be had here. Vote in person, I guess. Vote in person. You know, when during the midterms, I can't because I'll be voting from abroad. But you know, who knows if I'll be considered a eligible voter from the perspective of the federal government? You know, as a who knows? Yeah, no, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad. How does voting abroad work? It's just mail-in ballots, but from a greater distance. Your ballot's going in the trash for sure. Oh, for sure, 100%. Are you willing to fly back to vote? Dog, U.S. citizens can vote from abroad.
All right, now here's an assessment on the job market. It's overall what Gen Z's been saying about the current Trump administration-led job market, and we haven't been too happy. We have not been too happy.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm starting to understand why a lot of people are just giving up in life, especially the folks younger than me. I'm 28. Trying to find a job nowadays is hard. It's damn near impossible. And then you got the folks that are older than us giving us advice from 1988 that no longer applies or just will flat out say, we're lazy. You don't want to work as hard. This, that, and the third. Fuck that. Right? Today, I'm going to talk about why Gen Z is right about the job market. It's ridiculous. So let's get into this, John. Number one, entry-level jobs are not entry-level. Right? Let me show you an average job posting that I just looked up on Indeed 5 seconds ago. It didn't take me long. It was the first fucking job on there, right? Boom. Customer support specialist, right? Tell me what's wrong with this, John. It's not going to take long.
Let's take a look at this. Let's take a look at this. I gotta get real close to read this. Job qualifications. Bachelor's degree in education, business, or related field. +3 years of experience in customer success, account management, or related role. Strong understanding of the education sector and its unique challenges and opportunities. Excellent communication to interpersonal skills that build rapport and trust with diverse stakeholders. Proven ability to manage multiple accounts and projects simultaneously with the strong attention to detail. Analytical mindset with the ability to gather and interpret data to drive decision making. Proficiency in using customer relationship management, CRM software, and other relevant tools. Passion for education and a commitment to improving outcomes for students and educators. This is an entry-level job. This is an entry-level job for a customer support specialist.
Assume, make an assumption, right? This
entry-level.
Motherfucker says right here, if you scroll down, right, job qualifications. Bachelor degree in education, business, or a related field. Master degree in education or at least 5 years of secondary math teaching experience preferred. Nigga, I put internship entry level. Why the fuck this don't make sense? Next line. 3+ years of experience in customer success, account management, or a related role within the education technology industry. What the fuck? This is entry-level game? Nah, y'all wildin'. Hey, this is normal now. This right here is normal, right? Let me show y'all another example. Bang! Help desk, right? If you're working in IT, right? Because I worked in IT. That's the field that I've came from. And this is not uncommon to see in IT, right? Boom! Look at it. what we are looking for. 3 years of IT support, a help desk experience. Who the fuck is having that at entry level, nigga? Who? Pardon my French, I'm gonna be cussing a lot in this video because I get past, because this shit don't make no sense. Right? I think we starting to forget what the word entry mean. Right? So let me pull it up for you. Bang! Right? Entry level. An entry level term describes the lowest, low, not high, low, blood clot. The lowest tier of a job, product, or service that is designed for beginners. If you play a game for the first time and you put that bitch on beginner, they're gonna assume that you've never touched a controller before. They're homies. They gonna make this shit so easy, the villains is probably gonna be one hit kill. You can't lose. If you put it on intermediate, then they're gonna be like, you have some level of experience. Why the fuck? Let's go back. Why the fuck am I seeing 3 years of IT support or help desk experience, 2+ years of networking for an entry-level internship role? For what? It says help desk technician 1. This is the lowest level. Right? Right? So you got core meaning, a job meant for people starting a new career, requiring little to no prior professional experience, right?
This is just a general example of the anger right now felt by the people who are actually looking for jobs, trying their best to find something actually entry level. And funnily enough, most of these jobs aren't going to pay you. They aren't going to pay you for the rate of an employee they're looking for. They're just going to pay you for a regular entry-level job, despite them needing you to have all of this experience.
Now, let me play devil's advocate, right? Say you're working in IT, right? Because you don't want to hire anybody that could just fuck your shit up, right? But the thing about this shit is, they train you for 6-7 months, gang. When I worked in IT, right? They trained me for so long. Make sure that I knew anything. And then you get somebody who's above you that oversees you. So whenever you have a question, you can ask them. Right? They're not just going to let you fly off the rail entry level. So it's like, if you're going to train me too, gang, why the fuck is this required? This shit backwards to me, right? This shit is so backwards to me. So they making it hard for you to get entry level. And you got to, this is for people who got degrees too. You can't even get an entry-level job, gang. Because if you ain't do an internship or got any experience some way, somehow, you're done. So make sure you get that experience. But even with that, good luck. Damn. Moving on, number 2, right? Bang. Interviewing ain't for the weak. The last time I applied for the job that I got, you know what I'm saying, in IT, my nigga, we went through 17 rounds.
And most of the time, you don't even get to the interview section. You just send in your application. And it gets denied just right out the gate. You don't even get to the interview. And when you do get to the interview, it feels like an endurance test.
I'm like, damn, another one? And then this don't even only apply to IT or tech-related jobs no more. This shit is becoming the norm, right? You gotta have a fucking email test or written test, whatever the fuck, right? Boom, and then you get a technical round interview, whatever. We're just gonna go based off of this, right? We're gonna make it simple. We're gonna have one interview where you talk on the phone with the person, the HR, that's like, hey, I seen you applied for this job. They gonna do like an HR screening. That's what they call it. They gonna talk to you, see if you fit the role, and see if they could pass you up to actually have the interview. So you get the HR calling you first, right, to see if you even qualify. So that's like the screening, right? It's like when they do sales and they see if they qualify to do a sale to you, like if it's even worth the time, right? So boom, you get to that part. Now you get to the interview stage. You do the tell me about yourself, all that boom, 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 and then they say, all right, bet you're gonna have another round of interviews with the goddamn boss or whatever the fuck. It's just interview. It's like, yo, my nigga, are you okay? Right? Are you okay? Right? And then it's like, they put so much pressure on you, like you don't have to. This is the thing that be frying me, right? We have to make money to pay bills, gang. We know why no one's gonna be like, hey, I'm here. You know what I'm saying? Like, we really want to be like, I'm here, I need money, nigga. Like, what's the word? What we doing? Like, just hire me for the job. I'll do this shit. Teach me the ropes, that's it. People will actually do the job if you give them a shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, all this 5-round interview and then to get ghosted at the end, or you gotta wait a month or 2-3 weeks, bills gotta get paid, twin. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, this shit, I don't know who normalized this bullshit, but this shit is getting out of hand. This 15-round interview shit is getting out of hand.
And then these businesses have the gall to complain about being understaffed. The moment that like the interview process is like set up into 10 different steps, they're denying applications left and right. They're looking for like 70 years of experience on the job. And they're like, "Oh, we're so understaffed."
At some point we gotta be like, hey, I ain't doing this shit. Right? You have folks, employees that's like that want to get employed. They like, I'm good. I'm all right. 5 rounds, wicked work.
Let's look up a little statistic real quick. It's been around a solid 4% at this point. And damn. What happened to April 2020? Oh, COVID. COVID's what happened, yeah. The spike is COVID. Let's check. Man, look at that recovery slope. Look at that recovery slope. And then Trump takes power. And back on the climb back up. It's like we go it was March 2019, COVID. Everyone lockdown. Lockdown starts to wane. And then this recovery right here. God damn, Brandon. And then we reach about January 2024, and it hasn't been as low since. That's just the Brandon beam, man. We really did just sort of recover from COVID, something that we never thought we'd ever recover from. There's still damage, but like, man. But afterwards, it's just been getting worse and worse and worse.
And then to get ghosted, you imagine you did all those interviews, gang. That's like going on mad dates with a shorty. That's like giving you signs that you really in there. And then all of a sudden she just ghosts your ass. That shit hurt. You know what I'm saying? Vice versa. You go and interview, they telling you doing great, you're so great. They gaslighting you, saying you're doing a great job, you're the perfect candidate. Why haven't we met you in sooner? And then all of a sudden, you get an email. Rejection. Sorry, we moved on to another candidate. Fuck you. Right? Moving on. Bang. Boomers think we're just lazy, right? So the other day I had made a video and I got this comment and it really, I said, I can't. Like there's certain comments that I'm just like, you know what?
We work more than they did. We work more than they did. Our generation works more than the boomers' generation did back during their time. There are real examples of our generation absolutely demolishing their own bodies, trying to work as hard as our current expectations have us being met for us to be working in. Not to mention, places were much heavier staffed back in back in those times. It's not like companies weren't trying to pinch every penny they could. It just wasn't as bad back then.
It's ridiculous, right? Read this shit. Unpopular opinion, but you are lazy. 40-hour work weeks aren't anything. 80-hour work weeks should be the baseline. I said, wait, whoa, hold on. I said, whoa, hold on. 80 hours should be the baseline of working? I said, nah, am I bugging? I'm thinking like work week is like 1 week, right? So I'm like, let me do the benefit of the doubt. And I'm thinking like 80-hour work week is bi-weekly, right? But it says work week. So I said, let me Google the John, right? Bang, right? Just to make sure. It says a typical 80-hour work week means logging double the standard full-time hours, translating to roughly 11 to 12 hours every day of the week, or up to 16 hours a day across a traditional 5-day span. Who the fuck wants to do that? And I asked my live stream, right, when I was live, I said, yo, who wants to do that? Put wordy birdie in the comments right now if you want to do this voluntarily. If you don't want to do this, say.
If I could find the chart. So we began 60 hours a week. And let's go about where we're talking about with the boomers. 1970. 38.8 hours a week. 39.1 hours a week. 39.7 hours a week. Where we are right now, 40.3 hours a week. So,
Hell no! In the comments. Hell no!
as I said, people from older generations worked less.
Right? And there was not one person that said wordy birdie in the comments. So this whole thing of, oh, we're lazy, this, that, and the third, that's cap. Because let me put you on game. The average person now works 2 to 3 jobs or has a side hustle on the side. Today, anytime I talk to somebody in real life or in on the stream.
Because again, as to be different from, say, the 50s or the 70s, the time periods I was talking about before, one job cannot keep a roof over your head. It is no longer the case.
Is people are always looking for more ways to make money. This, that, and the third. This shit is expensive out here. Having 2 to 3 jobs is normal. Having one is not normal these days. You have one job and you can afford to live? What the fuck? What are you doing? Let me see. I'm trying to get in. Tell somebody you do one job and you good. Watch how they gonna flip. They be like, oh, wow. What do you do? They're gonna be impressed. So this whole, you're lazy. Like, I don't understand this shit. It's like these motherfuckers be so out of touch. Right? Let's finish reading the comments, right? This comment. 80 hours should be the baseline. You still have enough time every day for self-care. Who? 12 hours every day. That means you see the sunrise and sunset. You don't even see the sunrise and sunset. 12 hours, gang? How? That's, Nick, what? That means you work from 6 to 6. Hey! Every day, gang? When I was working in IT, I did 40. I did 40-hour work week. You know what I'm saying? And even that felt a little exhausted. Right? The only reason why I quit that bitch is one, when you do customer service as a support specialist, these motherfuckers don't treat you with no type of respect. And then there was my teammates, some of these motherfuckers, right, was hustling the job. So whenever I would need help from my higher ups, right, these motherfuckers was finessing the system. They would be clocked in because we was remote. They would be clocked in, but they wouldn't be there. So here's little old new me on the job, and then tickets is coming in like a motherfucker, right? Like a motherfucker. I don't know what I'm doing in this bitch. I'm trying not to make a mistake so I don't get written up. I'm trying to reach out to my higher up.
And as those businesses are so understaffed, you get sort of situations like this, where one person has to do 7,000 jobs, and it leads so quickly to employee burnout.
They're not there. They just online get free bread. I'm just like, yo, fuck this shit. Dead ass. I would have stayed. Right? And then they put me on graveyard shift. Fuck that. You telling me at 4 a.m. in the morning, I get on the call, right? I turn my computer on. I'm already slugging in the morning. I'm like, oh, shit, I gotta do this shit in the morning. I'm not complaining though, right? I wake up, I get on the phone immediately. My computer is not working. I need assistance because I cannot connect to the internet. I'm hearing static in between the jaw, right? I'm like, sir, I can't hear you really well. Can you convert this into a chat? And he's like, he keeps going. I need my computer fixed. It's 4 a.m. in the morning. He's wilding. I just woke up. First call. He's wilding. So I'm like, I ain't gonna lie, my days is numbers here. Numbered. Fuck that. You know what I'm saying? If you work in customer service, I got nothing but respect for you, gang. Dead ass. Nothing but respect. But let's keep going, right? This whole boomer advice shit, most of it is outdated. We living in times that no one has ever been in before, right? So that whole lazy shit is the most, like, what is the word I'm looking for? It is the most out of touch take you can make. People are not lazy. We got more jobs than what the fuck y'all was doing.
I think this about covers what I wanted to cover on this topic, at least. And I feel like we don't really need to be spending much time over here and covering a little bit more important topics right now. As the job market is something important, it's not going to matter if our government is driving the country into the ground in the first place.
Over the past 18 months, flock surveillance cameras have become a massive topic, with the first signs of national unrest coming in the fight against flock and its products, with people waging the war inside and outside of the courtroom, taking matters often into their own hands. But what if I told you that flock cameras is merely the Trojan horse, and that something even worse has been growing alongside it, that has gone almost completely ignored? And at the same time flock has placed about 113,000 cameras across the US, this new company may have already placed that number or more. And I think it goes without saying that we all sort of knew this flock thing was part of something larger, you know, the growing surveillance state in the surveillance grid. But before we can really get into all that, I think we should go back to the beginning. The company Flock is officially named Flock Safety, but let's be honest, Flock Surveillance would be a far more accurate name. Founded in 2017 in Atlanta, Georgia by a then 29-year-old Garrett Langley. Flock in less than 10 years has become a leader in its class and one of the most valuable companies in this industry, and at the same time has arguably become the most hated company in America right now. I think DuPont or Dow Pharmaceuticals could pour a bunch of endocrine disrupting chemicals into America's waterways and Flock would still be far more hated. In any case, Flock is a unique example of how unimpressive
Tyson Chicken if you're here from Alabama.
Ruling class is, because for all the bark and bite about hunting you down with flock cameras and soon-to-be flock drones, the man behind Flock kind of a goofball. He's 38 right now, and for the photograph in his Forbes article, wore pants so tight they make sausage casing look loose. Garrett, as we said his name is an incredibly unskilled PR man and doesn't seem to have much or any media training because he has only magnified the people's hatred.
As per usual, the CEO is uncharismatic as hell
For his company. I don't want to be excessively cruel, even though he is trying to help enslave us all, but he really doesn't even seem that intelligent. Like when you read Jeffrey Epstein's diaries and he misspells basic words like the and. Let me continue before yapping too long. Garrett thought it was a good idea not too long ago to broadcast
Speaking of Epstein class, this is like their favorite thing ever. This is their favorite thing ever. They love being able to track your every movement and be able to assail you for crimes you didn't do, because as priorly stated, our police wants free workers. Our prison system wants free workers. They want workers that will work for free. And if they incarcerate people, they have workers that work for free.
The people who don't like his company and its products are terroristic.
Civil debates, and we follow the law. And then unfortunately there's terroristic organizations like DFLOC, whose primary motivation is chaos.
As well as other things like how they hate safety and must be criminals. All because you and I don't want a company in your government to be able to track your every move and the movements of every single American citizen at every second, even more than they already can. And ladies and gentlemen, don't you ever forget that you wanting privacy, we are being told, is what makes you their enemy. And so before I even continued making this video, I decided to poll you guys and see what you thought about this whole topic, and if you were in support of flock cameras, because
the reading plates thing is a total fucking lie. The reading plates thing is a total fucking lie. They are tracking your face. They are tracking your face. This is something we know they are doing. This is something that the people who use this technology has admitted that it does.
Me and the other people against it are just in the minority. Now, obviously, I didn't think that was going to be the case, but I was pretty shocked when, with the poll that got to almost 10,000 of you, there were less than 3% of those almost 10,000 people who responded that they do support flock cameras. Not 30%, only 3%. And frankly, since I know a lot of you guys that answered yes, that you support flock cameras are trolls, let's be honest, it's less than probably 150 people who do. And the comments weren't any better. People are so angry about this. It's beginning to push everything seemingly over the edge into a place we have not been in a very long time in this country. And I do find this all ironic though, because Flock is claiming to be trying to keep us safe, and yet no one wants their quote-unquote safety. And the irony of Flock, for their LinkedIn page for the company having right up in front the tagline that safety is a fundamental right, is not lost on me. And yet the company, posing as an entity seeking to bring about the end of crime, has only a fraction of support from Americans. Clearly something is different between what they are promising then and what they are delivering. And it does seem odd, like maybe safety and security isn't the real goal here, which you've probably already come to understand if you're watching this video. But we're gonna see it's a lot deeper than just wanting to monitor us. Let's look at how Garrett originally pitched and currently pitches Flock, and I am already so tired of saying that silly name for this stupid company. In typical tech founder style, Garrett pitches his company to several VCs, or venture capitalists, with a massively impossible and really stupid sounding promise. And in this case, Garrett pitched the idea of Flock with the very simple and easily attainable goal of, imagine if we could eliminate crime. We capture evidence to make it easier for police to do their job. Obviously, that's like the stupidest thing ever, because not all crimes happen in view of a Flock camera. In any case, this pitch worked, and Garrett was invited to the Y Combinator, which is an incubator for startups that a ton of massive tech companies you know today have been through. And with some time, he pretty quickly built a successful demo and pitch deck, which allowed him to secure millions in funding and begin scaling the company. And eventually, with some more time, he was able to secure even bigger money to the tune of several $100 million from 4 main sources: Andreessen and Horowitz, the Founders Fund, which is run by Peter Thiel, Kleiner Perkins, and Tiger Global. I kid you not, this is for later, but just know that each of these investment firms is mentioned dozens of times in the Epstein files, and have connections to Jeffrey Epstein, not even like super distant ones, like pretty direct ones. In some cases, Epstein's buddies with the guys behind these funds. And as we'll see later, Jeffrey Epstein's network and money has actually contributed to building this entire surveillance grid. It's insane, but I'm getting ahead of myself. These hundreds of millions of dollars allowed the company to expand nationwide, with now over 113,000 Flock cameras across the nation, monitoring 24/7 and securing over 20 billion images per month. That's billion with a B and 20 with a 20. Every single month. Not every year, not every 6 months, but 20 billion license plates, cars, drivers, pictured, described, mapped, and traced, creating a nationwide autonomous dragnet that monitors hundreds of millions of Americans at this point and their movements, creating a map in real time, all without even a warrant. If that doesn't make your blood boil and your heart beat with ideas of revolution, I don't know what will. Officially, Flock's revenue is somewhere north of $300 million per annum, and that number is taken by getting the average cost of a Flock camera per year multiplied by the number of units that have been deployed. And since Flock doesn't charge, or charges very little for a camera's installation, most of the money is made on rental contracts, which cost the average consumer about $3,000 per camera per year. Sometimes more, almost never less. And considering that Flock cameras are used by over 5,000 law enforcement agencies and over 6,000 communities, they are heavily embedded in the nation. We're going to touch on the Fed's abuse of the camera shortly. However, what's not extremely well known about Flock is that you don't have to be an agency to buy or use a Flock camera. In fact, one of the initial target markets for Flock were HOAs or homeowners associations. As if you needed another reason to loathe an HOA, it's that. They also have databases monitoring everyone coming in and out of the neighborhood, and that data too is being streamed into the nationwide network. So now not only on public roads are you being monitored, or as you go into an Academy Sports to buy a baseball bat or a firearm, like in this video, you are now even being monitored at home, in your neighborhood, and the state is seeing all you are doing there as well, because I refuse to believe that these are only capable of taking photos of your plates.
We have cameras everywhere in that town. You can't get a breath of fresh air in or out without us knowing. You know the quality on the camera doorbell you have.
Yep.
I've got that on my phone right now of you taking that package.
Where is this place?
I just told you.
I don't know where it is.
Okay, I have you on camera.
Okay.
You taking a package and walking away. Is there any reason why you would have done that?
Nope.
You were in town from 11:52 until 12:09 exactly. Like I said, nothing gets in or out of the town without us knowing about it.
52 a.m.
Yes.
On the second. See, I need
And
a phone and all this crap.
and here, well, I can show you. And here's when you left at 12:09. That's when you left town.
To get.
No, to stop at Ridge Trail.
Wait a minute.
And take a package. Well, there's no shushing. I don't
Yes,
need to
there
be.
is. I need to know where this is.
It doesn't matter. I'll be giving this all to you. If you're going to deny it to me, I am not going to help you with any courtesy. It is her. It is 100%. It is locked in. There is zero doubt. I wouldn't have come here unless I was 100% sure. 100%. It is certain. It is on video. You're obviously welcome to go to court.
Okay, by video evidence.
Law enforcement is allowed to lie. Law enforcement is allowed to lie. And they have been lying to us for a very, very long time. They have been saying that the flock cameras only lock people's license plates on their cars. That is a bold-faced lie. Not only did that camera record much more of that car and show that it's much more capable of scanning just more than license plates, this guy said that the camera saw her face, saw her.
You have the ring and you have my truck. And that is it.
Nope. Everybody in the town of Bomar has a camera.
Oh, I don't doubt that.
And really, there's no other way to treat a camera except that it's filming 24/7. Continuing though, some of these cameras I have even seen placed so close to houses you can touch them. Like in this video from Business Review, he's a great channel, a great dude, and I really recommend him. He's on the forefront of a ton of issues like the fight against flock.
Is flock safety eavesdropping on private citizens? In this case, this flock raven is literally under the eave of a private residence. How close? I'm now touching the sill of this house, standing next to the raven. This cannot be more than 3 feet from a private home's window. I don't know if that's a bedroom window or a living room window, but that microphone is certainly going to be able to pick up conversations inside of this house.
Not to mention, you can also find videos online of these flock cameras with angles into people's homes. This is to say that, alarmingly, even if every single law enforcement agency dropped flock right now as we watch this video, they would still be able to monitor uncountable millions of Americans, because HOAs and other community organizations make up around 40% of all flock cameras in use. And because of this, the problem is far deeper than we can imagine. But it's also much stranger too, because officially flock is getting revenue from the camera rental contracts, but those numbers for the revenue ignore the far larger revenue stream flock is likely to be drawing from: flock's database and data collection systems. Obviously, this is incredibly valuable data. You effectively know where anywhere from 1/3 to 2/3 of Americans are 24/7. And in the flock terms of service and contractual obligations, they retain data ownership for everything these cameras collect. And do not kid yourself, that data is getting sold to the highest bidder. Just assume that always, even if a company says they aren't. Now, for legal reasons, we're just going to say that's my opinion. As such, there could be hundreds of millions or maybe even $1 billion plus in revenue unaccounted for from flock surveillance, because that data is gold for advertisers and for governments. And I wager data is a major factor in the calculation of this company's total market value, considering the entity of Flock is valued at nearly $10 billion as a corporation. And that number really only makes sense if we're also including data streams in the EBITDA. So not only is the data you generate while on public roads being sold, the data you generate in your own home or neighborhood is also being sold. And it should be no surprise then why people are feeling compelled to give these Black Mirror pillars a trim. In any regard, if the data mapping, tracking, constitutional butt wiping, and overreach of the government isn't enough to make your blood run red, white, and blue with certain notions, then this might do it for you. Flock cameras are incredibly susceptible. A gentleman I truly respect, you've got Louis Rossman, Ben Jordan, along with a bevy of other YouTubers and buddies, have been monitoring this situation far longer and more in depth from a technical perspective than I even know how to do. That is not my expertise, and have proven along with tons of other groups that Flock cameras' operational security is about the equivalent of a little girl's dollhouse, and Flock systems can be hacked into in 30 seconds. I can't even make that up. In 30 seconds or less, with minimal know-how. And sometimes it doesn't even need to be hacked. They'll just have web listings for you to just tap in and access a camera, which in either case allows anyone to see whatever they desire and track whoever they desire. A flaw inherent in Flock systems, we shall see. Now, Flock says this hasn't happened, this whole hacking thing, but we can literally prove from the vast and ever-growing stream of people across the internet that the hacks certainly have, are, and will continue happening. But that's not even the biggest problem. The biggest issues in terms of who your data is going to are Flock headquarters and the cops, because oftentimes they aren't even using it for the remotest of things that they allege it's going to be used for. For instance, there are dozens of police officers already who have been charged with misusing Flock for a host of issues, including one officer in Haines County, Florida, who's become infamous for using the camera system to monitor his ex-wife and track her movements. And in less than 2 years, he used the camera database to track his wife 717 separate times. That's more than once every single day. And as far as I can tell, he wasn't even fired for this. You've also got the feds using this for false arrests, and then the federal government also taking this data for their purposes as well. So as stated though, this cop we mentioned, these cops really are just a few of the dozens of cops who are up to this that have been publicly outed for it. Not to mention the other issues that have come up that we don't even have time to get into. And since this technology is still extremely new, and these are just the cops who have been officially punished and mentioned, we have reason to believe the problem is vastly bigger. Because it's not like the police have ever kept anything a secret or tried to hide their misdeeds. That would be ludicrous. In any regard though, there are institutions that have actually been dumb enough, I dare say probably owned by people born between 1946 and 1980, but people—
That shit was crazy. That shit was crazy when that commissioner said that shit. I don't agree. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with it, Twitch. I don't agree with it. I don't agree with what he said. It's just it's telling. It's telling is all I'm gonna say.
Who are dumb enough to install Flock cameras inside of their businesses, one of which is a gymnastics center where children frequently attend. And we know from an investigation that hundreds of times Flock executives tapped into the cameras to watch children engaged in gymnastics and activity-related actions and poses and positions, including during lessons, stretches, and other things of that nature. I'll let you fill that in, making it pretty clear what they were aiming for. And we do know one of the executives' favorite cameras in this institution was overlooking the pool that the kids go to. Flock is fully aware of this because it was made very public, and they said that these instances were for—
Again, disgusting. I think we've talked about this before, and I said, do you really, really want sweaty nerds looking at your kids? Do you want sweaty surveillance nerds looking over your kids?
Marketing purposes and proof of concept. But I'm not sure why the vice president and others of Flock are watching the little children's gymnastics and pool rooms from their offices. And I also don't know why anyone would buy a camera like this and put it inside of one of these facilities, unless they're a freak. And I wasn't born yesterday. I have, like so many others, grown up in the, I guess, Epstein age, where we know all of those conspiracy theories about a bunch of satanic pedophiles that kids, eat them, and sacrifice them to Satan. Yeah, that used to be said that was crazy, but no, like, we have undeniable proof that that's actually going on. So I'm not gonna trust on goodwill that the mega corporation isn't just watching those kids for their own caboodles. In any case, don't let me get distracted on that rabbit hole, guys, because I'm sure that Vice President of Flock, Bob Carter, was only watching these cameras and these kids for marketing purposes. Just in case, though, I'm sure that Vice President of Flock, Bob Carter, wouldn't mind his hard drive being searched. And that is all public information about Vice President of Flock, Bob Carter. Mind you, though, these incidents, although horrifying in nature and vast in some, are only a small fraction of those likely to be occurring, because Flock has about net zero safeguards to have any meaningful prevention of these sorts of things happening, which seems like a very big oversight for random employees and executives to be doing and seeing whatever they please on your camera systems. And we already know that they can't even stop the cops and feds from overstepping this either. I mean, seriously, the kids' swimming pool? Are you kidding me? Just another reminder, never ever get an internet-based camera for anything. It's a data farm, it'll be used against you. Just get a hardwired system so you can look after and protect your own family. It's also way less likely to be taken out during an attack. I think we learned that recently, that you can just really easily make sure someone's Wi-Fi cameras stop operating with a little tool you can buy online, and criminals have been doing this for quite a while now. Yap over, though. At this point, if you're still watching, I'm sure we likely agree, or you're hate watching, and or are a Flock employee, in which case touch grass. At any rate, all these overreaches have prompted a rather unique bridge in American culture. After a century of dividing Americans against each other along racial and political lines, Flock in the surveillance state has brought almost all of us together. Because believe it or not, Americans hate overreach of the government. Really, I could have just taken the words overreach out of there. It can take us a while to build up the momentum.
Is it the Afroman raid? It is the Afroman raid.
Things do begin to change. Thus, I enter Exhibit 1 of 3 total exhibits against Flock, and why I think it's going to collapse sooner or later. Number 1, I have never seen anything like this, but from the ghettos of Atlanta, Georgia, where Flock is from, and the city I lived in for a long time, to my personal experience in Colonial Williamsburg, Virginia just a few weeks ago, people are fighting back. And this takes a couple of forms. On one hand, some people will either completely destroy the device or render it incapacitated. Let's begin with the latter, though. While in Williamsburg, Virginia, I got the chance to witness a 55-year-old woman with her husband stand outside a Flock camera with a sign bearing the word Flock and an arrow pointing at it. It was about 100 degrees out there, and she stood there the entire day. I drove by multiple times cheering her on, and so did others. This doesn't disable the cameras, but it riles up support, and more I think we're going to see it lead to people disabling the camera in one of many ways, which typically looks like spray paint, silly string, or bags placed over the camera lens, which I can't lie, silly string is meta. I didn't even know they still made that. This has resulted, though, in a complete government kerfuffle, as these devices are so universally hated that attempting to imprison people or take them to court over destroying them only magnifies the anger. Think, there's been countless of these things ripped down or disabled or permanently damaged, but almost no stories of people actually being taken to court or imprisoned over it. This is even with the technology on board these systems existing to help track people down who come near them and or mess with them. If you're asleep, listen to this really quick. Flock cameras have onboard technology to detect signals that come within its range, which allows them to trace the people who take them down if they have a device of any kind on them. The government has also tried using gait recognition to watch the people taking down cameras walk and then compare that to existing records of suspects, resulting in people doing absurd walks and dances to trick the cameras. Alright, back to sleep. The other half of this equation are people literally taking a saw or axe or rope or car to these things and ripping them down. There are entire communities forming online of how to avoid detection and the best outfits and tools to wear, as well as most importantly how to avoid being caught and the best times to do an operation of this kind. The number of people doing this is small but quickly growing, and people are rallying to the support of those who do, literally giving alibis for them. First, though, I think here is where I have to say for legal obligations that I do not support any public destruction of.
As don't I. I don't support any of that. Why would anyone ever do something like that? That's crazy. Absolutely bonkers. Someone would go out and destroy flock cameras. I am so against that.
Property. Now let's read this article about a guy who was given 20,000 alibis by his community after he took one of these down. This is on Yahoo News of all places.
This guy was with me. We were having drinks that night. It couldn't have been him.
Year-old West Virginia man is facing felony charges for allegedly destroying license plate reader cameras, and the internet has decided to weigh in with a mass show of support that would make any defense attorney's day. Wesley N. Jackson of Gerardstown was arrested on July 16th by the Monongalia County Sheriff's Office for his alleged role in cutting down and stealing a flock safety automated license plate reader camera near Morgantown, along with damaging the second one across.
Oh, he's 20. Yeah, he was getting water.
Across the street. He's been charged with damage, destruction, or theft of equipment used by emergency responders and conspiracy to commit a felony, both felonies. Jackson posted a $15,000 bond and pleaded not guilty at his arraignment. Here's where things got interesting. When a local news station shared the arrest story on Facebook, it took off like a rocket, racking up tens of thousands of shares, likes, and comments. Except most of those comments weren't the usual pile-on. They were people insisting Jackson couldn't possibly have done it because he was with them at the time, doing things like helping fix a roof on a homeless shelter or watching over a neighbor's dog during a fire. Nearly 20,000 people have now publicly vouched for this guy, which is either the world's most heartwarming character reference or the internet's favorite new pastime. Oh goodness. The article continues with more info, but it is a very interesting read and shows just how Americans feel about this. Second bit of evidence that Flock is failing are the court cases. People are uniting across the country.
It's giving me genuine like flashbacks of the Luigi stuff where so many people were related to Luigi. We were like, yeah, Luigi was like going bowling with us. He always goes bowling with us on this specific day.
Towns, police departments, and Flock itself to court. And winning because this is the most easy layup for a constitutional violations lawyer ever. All you would have to do is read the Fourth Amendment, and no one can deny Flock as a company and each device are violations of the Fourth Amendment at an egregious level. In case you are unaware though, and just so you know, this is how the Fourth Amendment reads. The right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrants shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. I think anyone with an honest noggin would tell you, yeah, alright, so Flock is in complete violation of that. However, Flock is fighting back in these cases, losing, but they're trying to fight anyway. And the best case Flock has come up with is that they aren't the government, so it's okay.
Safety is a fundamental right. Yeah, exactly. That's why people are demolishing your fucking cameras. Although I would never support that. I would never support demolishing a Flock camera.
Mass monitor citizens, but that's obviously not the heart of what the Fourth Amendment reads and is saying. At any rate though, Flock is operating as an agent of the government, so by proxy they are the government, especially when they add the drones in to track people in the next generation of Flock cameras that are gonna fly out and watch everything after a quote-unquote crime has taken place. I'm not kidding. So yeah, Flock is definitely a Fourth Amendment violation. And the final reason why Flock is going to fail, in my opinion, is simply that with all the awareness and court cases and obvious evils, city councils, towns, and even HOAs and police departments are going to start digging these things up themselves, canceling contracts or bagging them, which means just putting a bag over the camera, because simply it's going to get to the point where the amount of money it's taking to defend Flock is not worth whatever supposed benefit they give. And I imagine that's why Garrett Langley is calling us terrible.
And they're about to get replaced. And I'm fucking horrified for the company coming in and replacing them. Because Axon's just like, whereas Flock wouldn't lie, Axon is lying as hard as they can. They do the same thing. Axon's just lying about it now.
terrorists for wanting our privacy and liberty. Now it's just going to be a matter of how long it takes for that number to build up of dollar amounts and push against Flock to get to the point where people just go, all right, we're done, no more Flock for us. There's already a clear crack in the dam and people are fleeing Flock, but we need the whole dam to collapse really in order to get where we want to be. And so as it stands now, you may be wondering why I'm even making this video, because it seems like we are winning, but in reality, that's exactly why I am making this video. It seems like we are winning, like we are beating the Flock system and the people behind it. And on one hand, we are, but we've been so focused on only the one hand we can see that the thief has the other one stealing our watch. Flock is continuing to expand and enhance its system's capabilities. Meanwhile, we've been missing the true enemy, and that's what I think the goal of all of this actually is. I suspected this early on that something was just so dumb about Flock that it cannot be the whole picture. I mean, who honestly thinks that building 100,000 phallically shaped black pillars across America that can be taken down with a garden hose and some conviction was going to work? That's just target practice for Americans. What we're looking at is the whole issue is just a small part of something much more. And I think the something more is as follows. Number one, they, the Epstein class, want to show you who is boss and want to program you with the notion that what they are doing is acceptable and you can't stop it. Basically a classic punch you in the face and then ask what you're going to do about it. And you hear and see that when you look at what it's like to be the victim of a Flock camera. And so here I want to play a clip from Chad from the 307 Project. Huge fan of his work. He's a great dude. But he discusses his experience driving by a Flock camera on his way from Georgia to Florida. I'm just gonna let him share the clip for you from one of his truck talks.
Howdy friends, welcome back to another episode of Truck Talk. I was taking a trip the other day down to Florida to do a little hog hunting. And on the way down to Florida, we stopped in a gas station, pulled over, filled the van up with gas, got back on the road, and immediately got pulled over by a police officer. Lights flashing came up. Of course, it was for an expired tag because I refused to pay them their fee for the little sticker to put on my tag. Sorry, guys. Anyways, we were like, dang, dude, where'd you come from? We didn't see the cop before he pulled us over. He wasn't sitting there anywhere. It's not like we drove by him. We were like, where'd you come from? He was like, oh, you drove past that Flock camera over there on the corner and it showed me that your tag was expired and I got the message, and so I sat there and watched you while you guys pumped your gas, and once you got back on the road I pulled you over. It was very odd, okay? I don't know if you remember. Do you remember when these Flock cameras first started popping up?
This whole video is honestly worth watching, and I do sincerely recommend checking out his work as a whole. I can't say enough, Chad does seem like a great man. At any rate, what annoys me even more than the cameras itself and what he's talking about in this video is that the police officers are letting it happen and don't care that what they are allowing to be placed into their communities and what they are using.
It means they don't have to work. That's the big thing for them. It means they don't have to work.
Are the biggest threat to their communities. At any rate, the cops not only let this abuse happen to their communities, they use it willingly against their own people that they are meant to serve and protect. And I got to imagine that, like in Chad's story, it was eerie to have this double-digit IQ agent of the state explain calmly that he was monitoring him through a national database like it was no big deal. And at this point, it's getting harder and harder to defend the American police system, which makes me really sad. But not as sad as the following. Earlier I mentioned that I believe this is part of something bigger. The first part is the demoralization, but the second part is a lot more deceptive, and it comes from doing a little bit more research. Because Flock is not the only company actively putting up the surveillance grid for the government. And to understand that, let's go to the 2nd of April of 2020 when something massive happened. Axon, a very long-time player in this industry, partnered with Flock Surveillance. This was a strategic move because both companies were involved in the camera tech and law enforcement tech industries. And it was a big pull for the fledgling Flock company founded only 3 years prior. The partnership would last 2 years when Axon broke it off and decided to fly under the radar, which was just before Flock became a household name and terror against the American public. Fortuitous timing, I suppose. Extremely fortunate, actually, because Axon is almost entirely unknown to the American public. Unless you're familiar with police body cams, which is one of their main products, something they've been working with since the 1990s, and is why most body cam footage has the Axon logo in the top corner. For many years, Axon made these body cameras and patrol cameras installed on police cars for monitoring situations in the fleet. And this was all well and dandy. Overall, body cams were a good thing and are a good thing, but the fact that a cop can turn it off without multiple layers of permissions and explanations is beyond me. At any rate, if Axon had left their technology there, we wouldn't have a problem worth mentioning here. However, there is a problem. Axon began making some other products, most prominently something known as the Axon light pole. And if you thought Flock was bad, just watch this demonstration.
Now, throughout history, outposts, that has been where the protectors are stationed at the edge of civilization. That's what Outpost is. It's a next-generation fixed camera you can set anywhere. An outpost protecting the boundaries of your community. I'm also excited to announce that we are working with another industry leader to turn streetlights into smart ALPR and live streaming cameras.
We built a reputation with more than 900 cities and utilities for turning ordinary streetlights into extraordinary tools for public safety. So Todd's plugging this into the photocell socket, which has been common for 60 years on 450 million streetlights, 10 to 40 hours of video storage, and all integrated with Axon fuses.
Your eyes are not deceiving you. The former Flock partner has developed a smaller, more versatile camera system capable of what Flock does and more. That doesn't need its own infrastructure like Flock's Black Dog system, but can be connected to existing light poles and can
and extra high off the ground so you can't fuck with it. That's the big selling point for these. They're extra high off the ground. So again, as I would never support it, I would never ever support it. Trust me, I would never support this. You can't fuck with the Axon cameras because they're so high up off the ground now.
Draw from the light pole's power source. Now that is what we call a real threat. Flock cameras are obvious and easily removable by the people. These Axon ones are not so. They are easier to hide and far more difficult to get at and extricate. Now officially there is no national database that Axon has access to, but I do find that hard to believe. And I'd be curious to see if that stays their line as more eyes flock to them and investigations begin. And as I look at Garrett Langley's mug, I wonder if that was the whole point. You put a goofball like Garrett Langley in charge of a bunch of money and tell him he needs to go plant 10-foot tall black pillars strapped with cameras and solar panels across America so we can have more safety, whatever that means, and in the process attracts all the attention of the public to him and his company, and in so doing leaves the people to ignore the even bigger threat going on at the exact same time. Now do not get me wrong, Flock is awful and must be stopped. Period. End of sentence. But it seems a little odd that they got all this funding when Axon, a nearly 40-year-old company in the industry, was up to the same thing with better tech, and just went by unnoticed. So unnoticed that Denver, Colorado, one of the most famously anti-Flock cities now, that canceled their contract for their 50 Flock devices, seemingly a bastion of anti-surveillance freedom, has now signed a $23 million contract with Axon for them to install 100 of these camera systems. Yes, that is double the previous number of Flock cameras. And Denver isn't alone, this is happening nationally. These people in charge of governments and police stations and all this stuff, they obviously don't care about your freedom or our Constitution. They just want to be in control of you. And they will beat it into you if they must. So in a way, almost but not really, I feel bad for Garrett Langley because he has become the poster child of whipping boys and was so untrained for this, he actually called us terrorists for complaining about freedom and constitutional violations. I can't say that enough, but there's more reason to believe Axon and their systems were the true endgame for this whole thing, because they seem to have been literally selected as the winner. Brief context, we all know that insider trading is happening rampantly in the government. Pelosi's husband didn't somehow become the best day trader ever, and Trump hasn't made an honest $2.2 billion during his presidency from just being an excellent predictor of the futures market. The people in the government have these super high net worths because they know who is going to succeed and often choose winners. That said, just this year, ICE announced a $220 million contract for devices capable of rendering individuals incapacitated, aka tasers is the general consensus. And of course, which company was selected to win this nearly $250 million contract to fulfill tasers for the government? That is correct, Axon. And a couple of weeks before the winner was decided of this $220 million contract for tasers, Trump decided it was a good time to invest millions in this random company. That is also right before Axon starts winning massive contracts as the main flock alternative. Contracts whose values range into the tens of millions of dollars like we saw in Denver. Dare I say, it makes it seem as though something fishy is afoot. And since fish don't have feet, I know something is up, and a ton of people have accused Trump of insider trading, here and with the other $2+ billion he's made in office. Which isn't all that shocking anymore considering the entire system is so corrupt. At any rate, this position made Trump and co. and others who knew of it beforehand a lot of money. As Axon continues to expand their camera contracts is going to make them even more. Seems deeply unfair? It's because it is. But it's another sign that Axon is the chosen winner here. They've been selected to play a major role in the rollout of all this stuff. Because why else would they be given such a contract? What I think might frustrate me even more, though, is that the government is quadrupling the number of tasers ICE has from 4,000 to a little under 18,000. That's what these tasers are for. It's for ICE. Okay. Now, for clarity's sake, if the government is buying 17,800 tasers in a 5-year-long contract valued at $220 million, I just want to say that something about that math hit me as not really mathing. And even in this day of endless inflation, that is an egregiously overpriced taser. And the actual taser system is not that complex, but this contract would mean the US government is paying $12,359.55 per taser. Per taser. Are you kidding me?
I don't think tasers... I don't think tasers are just the thing they're getting from that deal. I do not think tasers are only... I don't think they're only getting tasers from that deal. I have a feeling the government has some sort of hand in subsidizing the cameras as well.
Month's salary for the average American on a single taser. Axon says they are offering unlimited cartridges and training with this, but even with that included, this is so far outside the realm of acceptable, it makes me want to conduct an audit personally, and I loathed accounting classes. Are you for real? A $12,000 taser? It better be made of solid gold and have a bubble option, because I can't believe that. And that $220 million contract is, like we said, only for 5 years. And by the time it's up for renewal, the number is going to be even higher. And so I wonder if there's more to this story then, and if this is possibly a massively overvalued contract, because it allows the government to hide underlying funding for the overall Axon camera project as well in there. I don't know, but that doesn't seem too far out of the realm of possibility. So while we are all worried about this goober in flock cameras, which we need to be fighting, I agree, they are horrible. We also need to realize they are Trojan horsing us and opening up an entirely new front to this growing war against the surveillance state. But I can't lie, it actually does get worse. Axon recently purchased a company known as Carbine with a Y, which is so cute, for a massively overvalued $625 million. Carbine operates a 911 system that matches vehicle descriptions, cameras, it integrates a lot of different technologies into one for the best response times for various crimes, and it's used in over 23 states in America. Carbine, however, is the product of a company located in one specific country, run by a bunch of top-tier feds of a specific country. I'm going to give you 5 seconds to guess which country that is.
Israel. The country's Israel.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. If you guess the nation that protects us who flee to them and is committing a genocide as we speak, you would be correct. And with this Carbine technology now being integrated into Axon's systems and law enforcement databases, comes the honest realization that this means the government of that nation has the ability to infiltrate these same 911 systems and have
Is this clip real? Is this clip real? Is this clip a real fucking thing? Oh my god, is that actually Benjamin? Is that actually Big BB in some fucking weird ass skit?
direct link
I wouldn't put it past Israeli media. Israeli media feels like the Twilight Zone sometimes.
into the camera systems around the country, if they desired to. And to really round it out, Carbine's development center is headquartered in Tel Aviv. And when they were acquired by Axon, instead of closing that down and opening up an all-American development center since they're owned by an American company, Axon just kept the 80 employees on in Tel Aviv and are continuing to develop that development center and hire more people who are constantly working on Axon products and have access to countless troves of info.
So the government's kind of pissed off that Israel's got a bunch of blackmail on them, so they're like, Israel's got a bunch of blackmail on us. Why don't we just, it's not fair that the citizens don't have Israeli blackmail on them as well.
Information, which means that this country has a hand on and in even more of Americans' lives and operations. But it actually does somehow get even worse. We cannot, as it would turn out, even escape the octopus-like arms of Jeffrey Epstein over here on this topic either. Let me read this article to you from Paul F.
Again, we're talking about Israel here. Of course, Jeffrey Epstein's name is going to get mentioned in the Israel segment.
Walsh on Substack. He has some very interesting findings on here. It's one of a few articles I definitely recommend checking out on this topic. Okay. So if you thought flock surveillance was bad, read this. Carbine is an Israeli-founded emergency communications company built by people with Israeli military and security backgrounds, funded through an investment vehicle backed by Jeffrey Epstein and later Peter Thiel's Founders Fund. Founders Fund also backed flock cameras. Its technology now runs inside 911 emergency systems across the US. Carbine was founded in Israel as Reporty Homeland Security in 2015. It provides emergency communications tech used by hundreds of agencies and organizations and says its global reach affects more than 250 million people. Its platform combines emergency calls with precise location, live video, transcription, translation, incident mapping, and other data sent to emergency responders. A dispatcher can send a caller an SMS link that, once opened, enables live video from the phone without requiring an app. Carbine says its technology operates at almost 300 sites globally, including emergency services across more than 23 states. Carbine was founded by Amir Elachi, Yanni Yatsin, and Lital Leshem. Elachi is a former Israeli Special Forces officer. Leshem has been reported as having an Israeli intelligence background and later worked for Israeli private intelligence company Black Cube. Dizengoff has a cybersecurity background, while Yatsin is a software engineer and architect. Early investor Pinkas Bukris commanded Unit A200, Israel's military signals intelligence unit, and later served as Director General of Israel's Ministry of Defense. Former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak, who is also very good friends with Jeffrey Epstein, and there's a call between the two discussing how Ehud can get in good with people to have a lot of money and great career prospects once he was done being Prime Minister of Israel. This Ehud Barak was also an investor. That audio is something that everyone should listen to. Ehud Barak was also an early investor and later became chairman. Barak established an investment vehicle called Sum EB 2015 to invest in Carbine.
Of course, Ehud Barak has some sort of involvement in this as well. And again, I bet the Big Benny boy is also got some sort of investment in this.
Then called Reporty. Reporting based on company documents established that Epstein was a partner in Sum and invested about $1 million into the vehicle. Carbine has said its management didn't know about Epstein's involvement at the time. How convenient. This then gets into how the Founders Fund, which is Peter Thiel, has also backed Flock, which we talked about earlier. Carbine's advisory board includes 2 former U.S. Secretaries of Homeland Security, Kristen Nielsen and Michael Chertoff, alongside Founders Fund partner Trey Stevens. Wow, they don't even try and hide the corruption. Basically, we find out, though, that through some emails in the files, Epstein's investment into this fund that then invested in Carbine means that he owns no less than, as the files say, 25% of Carbine, previously named Reporty, which would then mean with the recent acquisition of Carbine by Axon, that Epstein's $1 million investment is worth at minimum $100 million or so. That's quite the payoff, I'd say. But there you go. Epstein and his money and his network have allowed the building of this company, which is now involved in the growing surveillance state around Americans. That should make you feel very good and sleep well at night. But I can't lie, I have hope in spite of all of this, because Americans for the first time in a long time are coming together and fighting back against this. And there is a bright future. I can see it out there. And I hope that we can now see that the problem is bigger than we knew before, but that doesn't mean we should fight any less hard. This means we gotta fight even harder. I want to also say thank you guys for blowing up the last couple of videos. It's really just so cool to see. So glad to have a bunch of new people here. That all being said, thank you so much for watching, and I can't wait to see each and every one of you in the next one.
All right, and we're going to take a little bit of a break here.
So there were some
and well, actually we'll do
protests against Peter Thiel, I guess,
first.
in Argentina. And you know,
yeah, the fascist surveillance state dictator flees to Argentina.
There to escape a tax in California that hasn't even passed yet.
yeah, right. I mean, maybe he just wants to be closer to Javier
It's more of like
Milei.
a historical thing. Sometimes you do a little
Right.
flight to South America.
Exactly. I was about to say, is he
Old-time
German or
sake.
Austrian?
It's like,
You know.
I don't know. Hitler was Austrian.
Right. Well, he's right at home in
Like
he's right at
Prussian?
home in Argentina. Right at home there.
Prussia.
Yep. And unfortunately, like he and Elon Musk have named their companies in ways that have the fact that Tesla is now associated with Elon Musk is such a poor Nikola Tesla in his memory, and he should not have to be associated with Elon Musk.
Yeah,
And
I don't think ethically they are great matches personally. From
yeah,
what I know about Nikola Tesla.
Exactly. And for Peter Thiel, I'm a nerd. I love Lord of the Rings. I have the extended box DVD sets, for example, so I don't love that he has inserted Lord of the Rings lore into his company, and it seems like these protesters have a similar orientation, so they went and protested his mansion, and check out what they're wearing. Bunch of Gandalf the Greys. It says "You shall not pass" on the banner there. I can't see what the second line is. No
Yeah, I
Gandalf the
can't-
Whites, but they all, I guess, have matching outfits. But yes, a bunch of Gandalf the Greys protesting in front of his Buenos Aires mansion. Ooh la la. So
Love to see it. Love to see any time people find out where somebody like Peter
He's
Thiel
taking his
lives
own
to go
initiative.
harass them
He's
there.
gonna go get the-
I
he's
enjoy
gonna go
that.
get the Palantir.
And also I like to see the Lord of the Rings thing. It's nice because at first glance I thought it was going to be Harry Potter related and I was going to have to roll my eyes. And thankfully it was Gandalf costumes.
Yes. And also, I will at the very least say that Peter Thiel is smarter than Elon Musk, and so he at least understands how evil his technology is. Like Palantir is warned as being Saruman uses it for evil, and so Peter Thiel's at least self-aware about it. But when you think about it a little bit too much, it can be quite concerning, given the
guy who thought that,
context.
that our country went wrong when we started letting women vote.
Yeah, and the fact that it's a surveillance technology company that's associated with an all-seeing eye, and the intention of the original text that named Palantir that was to identify it as evil, and and he still did it anyway because he knows that what he's doing is pretty evil and he enjoys it, as he rants about how other people might be the Antichrist, not him. Not him.
Hey folks, don't forget to hit the subscribe button.
This is where we're going to take a little bit of a break as we go into a much larger segment that we might not exactly finish tonight. So, let us get ready to take a bit of a break. We're back. We're going to be covering a video essay. Eric B. for president. Is MAGA a fascist movement? I think we all know the answer to that here, but it'd be interesting to see a video essay on the subject and have
Ever since Donald
differing
Trump first ran
opinion.
for president back in 2016, there's been an ongoing political discussion regarding whether or not he's a fascist. His more vitriolic opponents certainly seem to think so, and the term has been utilized more and more frequently to describe Trump and his political ilk. Trump has been a sporadic president, to put it mildly, and many impartial observers would likely agree that he has only grown more extreme since his return to office in 2025. But does that mean that Trump and the MAGA movement are fascist? The difficulty with defining fascism lies at the paradoxical intersection of its depth and its ambiguity. Defining any ism in politics is a challenge, whether that be liberalism, conservatism, socialism, or communism, but I would argue that fascism is particularly hard to pin down, especially when trying to differentiate it from generic authoritarianism. Upon hearing the word, the first images that might come to mind are a strongman dictator, ultranationalist demonstrations, oppression against ethnic, racial, or ideological minority groups, hypermilitarization, etc. And these are certainly facets of a fascist state, but are still too abstract on their own. Some of those same elements could hypothetically be applicable to an auth-left communist regime or an auth-right monarchist regime, just to name two of several variants. We need to go deeper to find the characteristics of fascism that are indistinguishable. The trickiest part of this task is that fascism is a remarkably
Even though
dynamic
authoritarian right monarchist regimes are fascist as well.
ideology that is not strictly driven by a set of axiomatic principles. With liberalism, we can cite the philosophical works of Hobbes, Locke, and Montesquieu, and the guiding codified principles of early democracies like the US. With Marxism, we can cite the works of Marx and Engels, alongside a slew of inspired philosophers in their wake, to identify the core similarities between branches like Leninism, Trotskyism, Maoism, Gramscianism, etc. Fascism, however, lacks a firm, straightforward intellectual foundation. Unlike liberalism or Marxism, fascism seemed to rise sporadically in response to the political and economic disarray of the interwar era free from parameterization. Many people point to Giovanni Gentili as the philosopher of fascism, a title agreed upon by him and Mussolini, but his fascist philosophical works would not begin to be published until 1925, 6 years after the formation of Mussolini's Fasci Italiani di Combattimento. This intellectual endeavor was unconventional in that it was reacting to the ideology, rather than planting the first seeds of the ideology's garden. Along with the lack of a universal intellectual tradition, fascism is unique in that it is shaped so strongly by its appeal to national mythology. As we'll explore in more detail later in the video, fascist states lean heavily into an overarching narrative of communal apotheosis, in which the people of the state will be led by the regime towards a reclamation of the nation's former glory, which lies dormant and repressed by the devilish machinations of the political establishment and the bourgeoisie. This mythic element introduces two more complexities: the unique manifestation of the mythology in each state, and the detachment of rhetoric and action from the fascist leadership. To quote Robert Paxson from his book The Anatomy of Fascism, each individual national fascist movement gives full expression to its own cultural particularism. Fascism, unlike the other isms, is not for export. Each movement jealously guards its own recipe for national revival, and fascist leaders seem to feel little or no kinship with their foreign cousins. It has proved impossible to make any fascist international work. While we may be initially inclined to denote the two most infamous fascist strains, Nazism and Italian fascism, as being very similar, the two movements manifested and evolved in different ways. We can still confidently identify them as fascist, but a thorough investigation into their history shows a number of discrepancies, as we'll soon see. Fascist movements are also notorious for not practicing what they preach. This characteristic is nearly impossible to identify in the pre-power acquisition phase of a movement, but becomes clear as day once fascist rule is established. For example, the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento's Fascist Manifesto offered a slew of legislative proposals such as women's suffrage, the right to vote at 18, and a progressive capital tax, hardly reforms that you think of when envisioning a fascist state. In practice, Mussolini suspended parliamentary elections following the 1924
those were real politics back then. Those were real politics back then. It wasn't culture war. It was they were pitching. Sure, they were lies. They were absolute lies. But they had to lie about that stuff. They had to lie about that stuff. And that goes to show where we are nowadays, where it's just reactionary opinions of whatever they've chosen that the liberals support.
election, and completely abandoned his progressive tax promises in favor of a mixed corporatist economic system, which was detailed in length with the Carta del Lavoro in 1927. Now, Mussolini wouldn't be the first politician to fall short of fulfilling promises, but these perceived shortcomings weren't facilitated by a lack of political...
Nowadays, they just pick a culture war and battle over it, and the business as usual liberals just sort of forget that they have to pitch actual policy and fall for the culture wars.
...capital or congressional deadlock. He was a dictator, after all, and one on the urge of absolute power, with only King Emmanuel III possessing the right to dismiss him and the Grand Council of Fascism possessing a shred of autonomy. The reason why these legislative promises remained unfulfilled is because the forward-propelling nature of fascism did not necessitate their passage. As we discussed, fascism is not an ideology firmly grounded in a set of principles. It is a paroxysm of enamored ultranationalism that is more concerned about the mythical revitalization of the state and its people than adhering to the axioms of a coherent ideology. The means of maintaining this motion do not have to be fully rational. Chaos is the fire of the fascist spirit. Early legislative proposals simply serve as a fire starter.
And that's literally the acronym. Make America Great Again. It's literally the fascist fantasy of this time when everything was so much better.
Okay, I think we've got a solid base to work from. So let's go back to addressing the original question. Is MAGA a fascist movement? To accomplish this, I've selected 7 categories that I believe are distinct attributes of the German and Italian fascist movements. The goal here is simple, to explain how the Nazi and Italian fascist movements meet the criteria of each point, followed by how MAGA fits or does not fit that point. In Paxson's book, he explains that fascist movements historically consist of 5 phases: the creation of movements, their rooting in the political system, their seizure of power, their exercise of power, and the long duration in which the fascist regime chooses either radicalization or entropy. We'll be focusing in on the first 3 phases in this video, so my analysis will primarily be on these movements prior to their acquisition of power. And with that out of the way, it's time to get started. We're starting off with what I believe is one of the most important aspects of fascist ideology: palingenetic ultranationalism. The term palingenesis essentially refers to rebirth or recreation and has been referenced in Greek philosophy as well as the Gospel of Matthew in the New Testament. The British scholar Roger Griffin utilized the term in his 1991 book, The Nature of Fascism, in which he described palingenetic ultranationalism as the fascist minimum, in which no idealized form of fascism can manifest without. Griffin describes this term as the key differentiating feature of fascism from other authoritarian and nationalist ideologies. Palingenesis synthesizes populism and ultranationalism under the overarching narrative of national revitalization, a resurgence of a nation's glory suppressed by individualism, bourgeois decadence, and establishment ineptitude. The political utility of palingenesis is essentially coalition building. It serves as the driving incentive to motivate a large swath of people who are dissatisfied with the status quo. The populist elements categorize a population into the people and the elite, making the identification of prospective allies and enemies easy. In most cases, the elite are parliamentarians, bureaucrats, the bourgeoisie, intellectuals, academics, and all of the people branded as being insulated from the struggle of the common man. The ultranationalist elements both paint a new horizon for societal salvation and spark a fire in this new fascist by calling upon the lost glory of the nation past. With the enemies and the elite identified, there exists a utopian project beyond their elimination. Removing the cogs of the old machine is not enough. The fascist movement must raise this new phoenix through strength, youth, and heroism, amalgamated by a collective adherence to the state above all else. So, how did palingenesis manifest in Nazi Germany and fascist Italy? In 1921, the National Socialist German Workers' Party, aka the NSDAP, granted member Adolf Hitler the role of party chairman. Hitler had garnered a reputation as the party's premier spokesperson from his notorious beer hall speeches, in which he engaged in populist demagoguery to incite the anger of his listeners. These early speeches of Hitler's were formative for creating the Nazi palingenetic myth. Hitler denigrated the Weimar Republic for its political instability and acceptance of the Versailles Treaty that capped the German military at 100,000 soldiers, removed 13% of their territory, and demanded exceptionally high reparations to the Allies. He castigated the so-called November criminals who accepted the treaty. He also propagated the stab-in-the-back myth as the reason why Germany lost the Great War. His conspiracy theory blamed Jews, communists, socialists, and Republicans for disrupting the Imperial German war effort through their subversive activities at home, such as the socialists partaking in labor strikes and the Republicans for orchestrating the 1918 to 1919 German Revolution. In his 1925 book Mein Kampf, Hitler explicates his disdain for Judaism in particular, believing that Marxists, social democrats, and establishment politicians were intrinsically aligned with Jewish interests. and that Germany was under assault by a Jewish conspiracy of world domination, a phenomenon that he titled the Jewish Peril. He claimed that the fabricated text, the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, was an authentic document detailing this global conspiracy. Hitler saw Jews as a parasitic diaspora that had no place among the people of a nation. In his book, he details how his time in Vienna radicalized him by seeing the desaturation of ethnic Germans in favor of an ethnically diverse collection of people such as Czechs, Hungarians, Croatians, Poles, Italians, and of course Jews. To directly quote Mein Kampf, "For me, this was the greatest change of all. I no longer saw Jews as Germans of a special religion, but as a people by themselves." In contrast to the identification of Hitler's impure was the conception of the pure master race of the Aryans. Hitler described the Aryans as the progenitors and drivers of all human excellence in governance, science, technology, and art. He staged a narrative which suggests that the Germanic descendants of the pure Aryans are in a struggle against the impure Jews, believing the two groups to be polar opposites. Hitler's fear was that the modern corruption and decadence motivated by Jewish interests is leading to the oppression and contamination of the master race. To quote chapter 11 of Mein Kampf, "The racially pure and almost unmixed Germanic peoples on the American continent have risen to become the master of their land. He will remain the master as long as he does not yield to blood pollution by mixing with lesser races." With that, Hitler has established that protagonists, antagonists, and overarching narrative needed to construct a palingenetic myth. Hitler leaned into the populist and ultranationalist subcomponents by emphasizing the need for the people, these Aryan descendants, to collectively rally against the Jewish elite to reclaim and revitalize Germany. The greatness of the Aryan is not based on his intellectual powers, but rather on his willingness to devote all his faculties to the service of the community. According to Hitler, this reclamation cannot be done through the reform of the current system, only through a radical moral and racial transformation forced into the state by the will of the people. A nation that could content itself with external reforms would not have the slightest chance of success in the general struggle for life among the nations of the world. In Italy, the nation was in disarray following the end of World War I. The Italian government estimated that 651,000 personnel were killed in the war, and the economy was in shambles, with economic output dropping significantly and the Italian lira sitting at 1/6 of its 1913 value. Although Italy fought on the side of the Allies, many Italians felt that they had been gypped by the partial violation of a treaty with the Allied nations. In 1915, the Triple Entente
that's a crazy word. That's a crazy word you can't use.
Consisting of the UK, France, and Russia, enticed Italy to fight on their side with the ratification of the Treaty of London, which promised Italy territorial expansion into Austro-Hungarian, Ottoman, and African lands. At the end of the war, the UK and France retracted some of the provisions of the treaty to adhere to the self-determination clause of US President Woodrow Wilson's 14 points. Italy was granted the northern provinces of Trento, Trieste, South Tyrol, and Istria, but were denied Dalmatia and the coastal city Fiume. A number of Italian nationalists were greatly upset with this outcome, calling it a vittoria mutilata, or mutilated victory, a term coined by Gabriele D'Annunzio. Following the Paris Peace Conference of 1919, D'Annunzio and 186 self-identified legionnaires marched from Ronchi, Italy to Fiume, where they established the self-proclaimed Italian Regency of Cornaro. This autonomous city-state drafted a constitution that featured a broad range of ideas, such as syndicalism, which sought to gain control over the means of production through the formation of industrial unions, corporatism, where corporate and industrial collectives form corporate groups that negotiates contracts and policy bargains based on their common interests, as well as democratic republican values. Although D'Annunzio branded himself as part of the political left, he eventually became enamored with nationalism and has been described by some historians as a proto-fascist, given that many of the ideals and characteristics of his Italian Regency of Cornaro influenced Mussolini and the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento. Mussolini was inspired by portions of the Constitution, and his ecstatic balcony speeches, use of the Roman salute, and secular use of religious symbols were all inspired by D'Annunzio's time as leader of Fiume. So, how did Mussolini and the Italian fascists construct a palingenetic myth during the interwar era? Well, the Italians were similar to the Nazis in that they emphasized the regeneration of the Italian state through forcibly pushing back against the parliamentarian status quo and competing political ideologies like socialism. In terms of mythology, the Italian fascists primarily referenced the greatness of the Roman Empire, and how the dormant glory of the long-gone empire needed to be awakened through the unification of the people in pursuit of national excellence. Along with the overarching Roman mythos, the fascists engineered a more proximal mythology regarding Italy's involvement in World War I. The fascists coined the term Radiant May to describe Italy's entrance into the war in May of 1915. It was that fateful month in which millions of Italian men went to battle on the behalf of their country, waging a war that, in their estimation, yielded little honor and plunder for their sacrificial efforts. This sacrifice became a key part of Italian fascist mythology, that the country's direction should be dictated by those who risked their lives for the nation. To quote Mussolini, "The right to the political secession belongs to us, because we were the ones who pushed the country into war and led it to victory." The most striking difference between the palingenetic mythologies of the Nazis and the Italian fascists was on the basis of race. Both of them leaned into populism and ultranationalism, but Nazis placed an explicit emphasis on the purity of the Aryans, insinuating that the only true Germans were those descended from the master race. All ethnic outsiders were invalid diasporas merely mixed in with the true German populace. The element of race was less of a factor in the Italian fascist mythology, although not entirely absent. For Mussolini, the concept of race was less important than the historical and cultural elements that constitute a nation's foundation. As opposed to the race making the nation, he believed that the state created the nation. In a 1932 interview, he famously remarked, "Race? It is a feeling, not a reality. 95%, at least, is a feeling. Nothing will ever make me believe that biologically pure races can be shown to exist today." He initially considered the Nazis' obsession with a master race as errant nonsense, stupid and idiotic, although there are a number of quotes by Mussolini referencing the Aryan race. In a 1921 speech in Bologna, Mussolini referred to Italians as people constituting the Mediterranean branch of the Aryan race. The main difference here is that race was far more flexible than Mussolini, who believed in a more spiritual or cultural interpretation of race and also believed in assimilation. With all that said, Fascist Italy was far from racially progressive. Following Italy's victory in the Second Italo-Ethiopian War, Prince Amadeo, the third Duke of Aosta, was appointed as the Governor-General of the newly formed Italian East Africa, which consisted
Fascist. That is a phrase you have to explain nowadays, I guess. Fascist Italy was not racially progressive. Yeah, Fascist Italy was not racially progressive. Big shocker, everyone.
Of Ethiopia, Somalia, and Eritrea. The new government imposed harsh racial segregation, creating a racial policy that was essentially apartheid in nature, although that term would not be formally used until 1948 to describe the segregationist racial policy of South Africa. In 1938, Mussolini also implemented a set of domestic racial laws based on the Manifesto dei Razza, which restricted the civil liberties of Italian Jews and African immigrants within the confines of the Kingdom of Italy. Given Mussolini's earlier sentiments about race, some historians argue that the laws sought to strengthen the relationship between the National Fascist Party and the Nazis, although others speculate that the inherently radicalizing momentum of fascist development provoked more extreme racial policy out of Mussolini and the PNF. We don't have to look far to find palingenetic ultranationalism within the MAGA movement. I mean, the movement is literally called Make America Great Again. The spiritual core of MAGA is reclaiming American greatness from the clutches of bureaucratic ineptitude and cultural decadence.
As I was saying earlier, it's literally the slogan. It is quite literally the slogan. Make America Great Again. That is palingenetic ultranationalism. It is quite literally this fictional idea that the country was so much better all this fake time ago. They don't point to a specific era. They don't say a specific time, but they point back and they say the country was so much better.
The phrase was initially popularized by Ronald Reagan during his 1980 presidential campaign quote, "Let's make America great again." Reagan was likely referring to the stagflation of the 1970s that was dragging down the American economy. Reagan wanted to invigorate the American masses with an optimistic view of the country's economic trajectory moving forward.
And then he bombed the country for life. The end.
Relying on a nostalgic sentiment of America's robust post-war economy. Trump first used the phrase in December of 2011 in a statement explaining why he bowed out of moderating a Newsmax debate in Iowa. "I must leave all of my options open because, above all else, we must make America great again." On January 1st, 2012, a group of Trump supporters formed the Make America Great Again Party, a collection of independents expressing that they would have nominated Trump if he sought the presidency. Although Trump was flattered by their gestures, he did not formally align himself with the party. Trump began to formally use the slogan in November 2012 following Republican nominee Mitt Romney's defeat to incumbent Barack Obama. On the 12th, Trump filed an application to the U.S. Patent and Trademark Office requesting exclusive rights to the phrase as a political slogan. It would be officially trademarked on July 14, 2015, just 1 month after the announcement of his presidential campaign. It was clear that Trump was running a right-wing populist campaign straight out of the gates. His speeches were laden with populist rhetoric and vilifying establishment politicians, bemoaning bureaucratic and societal decay, and lamenting about the perceived abuse and loss of political autonomy of the great and forgotten American people. These populist themes were juxtaposed with nostalgic and nationalistic yearnings of America's lost glory, creating a narrative that a new breed of politician needs to lead the American people towards the reclamation of the nation's greatness. With Hitler and Mussolini, the time periods that they glorified were pretty explicit. Hitler idealized aspects of the Holy Roman Empire, or the First Reich, the Kingdom of Prussia under Frederick the Great, and parts of the Second Reich under the Iron Chancellor Otto von Bismarck. Mussolini was more straightforward with his admiration of the Roman Empire, as well as some inklings of admiration towards the Italian Renaissance, although he considered the former far superior to the latter. Trump has been less
Of course, the fascists didn't like the Renaissance.
explicit about his admiration of specific eras in American history. While he consistently alludes to America
I mean, he liked the Renaissance. Probably not the liberal bits of the Renaissance, as a modern conservative would say.
once being great, he rarely mentions any one point in time. Nonetheless, we can certainly take some educated guesses. During an interview with the New York Times in 2016, Trump was asked when he thought the US last had the right balance, either in terms of defense footprint or in terms of trade. He answered with the periods of military and industrial expansion around the turn of the 20th century, as well as the post-war era. Trump has expressed admiration for President William McKinley, who served from 1897 until his assassination in 1901. McKinley was notorious for his imperialist expansionary efforts, overseeing the annexations of the Philippines, American Samoa, Guam, Puerto Rico, and Hawaii, as well as requesting a declaration of war against Spain when they refused to grant independence to Cuba, sparking the American-Spanish War in 1898. McKinley was also known for his protectionist economic policy, especially his liberal use of tariffs. Anyone paying attention to Trump's presidency today knows just how fond he is of tariffs. President McKinley made our country very rich through tariffs and through talent. He was a natural businessman. For Trump, this period in time exemplified military excellence and a burgeoning economy, so it would be safe to say that he holds it in high esteem. If you look back, it really was. There was a period of time when we were developing at the turn of the century, which was a pretty wild time for this country and pretty wild in terms of building that machine. That machine was really based on entrepreneurship. He also sees the post-war era in a similar light, highlighting military success and international respect. We were not pushed around. We were respected by everybody. We had just won a war. We were pretty much doing what we had to do. It's worth noting that Trump may also be enamored by this period given that he was born in 1946. It's not uncommon for people to pine over their childhood, so Trump may reflect fondly over that era not only as a time of economic and militaristic abundance, but also as a time personally close to him. Surprisingly, Trump did not mention the Reagan era of the 1980s, despite the fact that he has expressed approval of the former Republican president. The biggest point of disagreement was regarding Reagan's neoliberal economic policies, particularly those that put a strong emphasis on free trade. As much as I liked Ronald Reagan, he started NAFTA. Now, Reagan did not play a role in litigating NAFTA, but he did sign the preliminary US-Canada Free Trade Agreement in 1988. With all that said, an in-depth analysis of Trump's rhetoric yields far less adoration of particular points in history compared to Hitler and Mussolini. Perhaps this is done by design to play into the nostalgic yearnings of his supporters, who can conjure their own image of when America was once glorious in accordance to their personal experience and interpretation of the nation's history. Despite the ambiguity, however, there is no denying that the mythos of diminished greatness exists in equal capacity among MAGA, the NSDAP, and the PNF. Embedded into the MAGA mythos is the concept of American exceptionalism, which suggests that the United States is unique and exemplary among the nation-states of the world, typically in regards to its values, political system, and history. Funnily enough, the term was formally coined by German Marxists in the 1920s to rationalize America's lack of class conflict that was occurring all over Europe. The initial concept, however, dates back to the early to mid-19th century, with Alexei Tocqueville describing America as entirely novel in its emphasis on freedom and democratic ideals. American exceptionalism aims to perceive America as a truly distinct nation-state. The US may seem no different to any other nation in the most scientific sense, but advocates of this view have adopted notions of American supremacy or a belief that America is destined to transform the world in one way or another. It's easy enough to see how the MAGA movement embodies some mode of American exceptionalism. Trump and his supporters are not shy about expressing the greatness, or at least historical greatness, of the nation, and they're optimistic that this greatness can be revitalized. With that said, I would argue that MAGA's approach to this concept is actually closer to American exemptionalism, which is a derivative of exceptionalism tied to protectionist and isolationist policy. Both exemptionalism and exceptionalism regard America as uniquely supreme, but exemptionalism seeks to contain and conserve America's uniqueness as opposed to exporting it. This is evident by Trump's desire, at least at the time, to avoid foreign entanglements. His reluctancy towards strengthening international relationships, his emphasis on border security, and emphasis on securing the Western Hemisphere for national security
It was
purposes.
not at the time.
Contrast this with the foreign policy of the
Trust
neoconservatives,
me,
who used American
he had plans to do this shit from day one. He had plans to do this shit from day one. He did it in his first term. He'll do it in his next.
as a foundational principle for the ventures in Iraq and Afghanistan in the 2000s. The same nationalistic fervor, but entirely different implementations. The populist subcomponent of palingenetic ultranationalism can't be complete without identifying in-groups and out-groups. As we should expect, the categorizations of MAGA are incredibly populist coded. The in-groups include the Great American People, Forgotten American People, Heartland Americans, and are usually accompanied by descriptors like strong, brave, courageous, resilient, etc. It's worth noting, however, that populist categorization is more strict than one might initially think. When we think of populists talking about the people versus the elite, we usually think of something along the lines of the 99% versus the 1%. In reality, populists are anti-pluralist and more restrictive in denoting who the real people are. Basically, anyone on the line with the populist message is deemed to be part of the elite or the Dem group, even if they aren't rich or associated with the political establishment. For Trump, the real American people does not include Democrats, liberals, progressives, socialists, Marxists, etc. He brands anyone who is against him as collaborative with a parasitic dissident movement that seeks to destroy the nation, insinuating that they are not merely Americans with alternative political beliefs, but rather subversive enemies from within. To quote Jan Werner-Muller's What is Populism? This is the core claim of populism. Only some of the people are really the people. Or consider a remark by Donald Trump that went virtually unnoticed. At a campaign rally in May, Trump announced that the only important thing is the unification of the people, because the other people don't mean anything. This distinguishing factor of populism was also evident with Hitler and Mussolini, who primarily evaluated true Germans and Italians upon racial and nationalistic criteria respectively. Hitler also valued ideological purity, but being racially pure was a necessary prerequisite for being a true German. I would argue that Trump is more aligned with Mussolini in this regard, as loyalty to the movement and the state is a higher priority than race, although the aspect of race certainly plays a role, as we'll soon see. The populist outgroups include collectives like the elites, the deep state, career politicians, unelected bureaucrats, the radical left, Democrats, liberals, the corrupt media, woke academics, illegal immigrants, you get the point. These terms are often accompanied by nebulous, emotionally laden justifications such as poisoning the blood of our country, they're taking your jobs, utilizing your tax dollars. The overarching narrative is one of not just institutional corruption, but also impurity. For example, the focus on deporting all illegal immigrants reaches beyond institutional reform. It is subliminally motivated by racial dynamics. Now, Trump was savvy enough not to explicitly state this during his campaign, given the fact that American political discourse has become increasingly more politically correct and socially progressive. When discussing illegal immigrants, he was mostly focused on job displacement and national security risks. With that said, illegal immigrants are disproportionately non-white. One study from 2015 found that 55% were Mexican, 15% were Central or South American, 4% Indian, 3% Filipino, 3% Chinese, and 2% Korean. This may seem innocuous on the surface, but when you pair Trump's rhetoric on illegal immigration with MAGA's obsession with the resurrection of the past, a seemingly more racially homogenous past, it becomes clear that there is an aspect of white supremacist ideology mixed in. It's not a coincidence that white supremacists like David Duke and Richard Spencer granted unilateral endorsements to Trump. And it's not a coincidence that the vast majority of MAGA supporters are white, as we'll see in the next section. MAGA may not be as mask off about their disdain for impure citizens compared to the Nazis, mostly due to the stricter political climate, but the underlying impulse towards purity is absolutely present. Overall, the presence of palingenetic ultranationalism in MAGA is irrefutable. Trump has followed in the footsteps of Hitler and Mussolini, who ceaselessly lamented about societal rot and parliamentarian elitism. He also constructed a myth of America's forgotten past to serve as the driving factor for national revitalization. Let's take a look at the demographic makeup of these movements to see if there are any discernible patterns. The demographics of the early Nazi movement are quite predictable, mostly South German, working and middle-class young men who were either students or veterans of World War I. An in-depth analysis from Paul Madden shows that roughly 85% of the movement consisted of South Germans, which makes sense given that the DAP was formed in the city of Munich, located in the southern German state of Bavaria. Bavaria was politically tumultuous following the war. After the fall of the Bavarian monarchy on November 8, 1918, the socialist Kurt Eisner declared it a free state. Eisner was assassinated in February of 1919, leading to a communist revolt and the rise of the Bavarian Soviet Republic in April of that year. Led by revolutionary Eugen Levin, the newly found Soviet government would be short-lived, as a revolt by the German army and a right-wing Freikorps paramilitary group would topple it in May. By September, Bavaria was integrated into the Weimar Republic, but dissident groups of socialists and soon-to-be fascists still lingered. Contrary to what some may think, the early NSDAP was more of an urban movement. This was due to a few reasons. First, the fascist organizers typically met in Munich beer halls, so it was simply easier for the urban residents to attend. Along with that, a lot of rural Bavarians were captured by the Bavarian People's Party, a Catholic democratic party that formed in the immediate wake of the November Revolution. There was also the matter of economic turmoil, a major point of contention for the NSDAP. The rural peasantry was not as strongly affected by the hyperinflation of the early 1920s, given their lack of capital. It also allowed them to pay off land and machinery debts more easily, given how easy it was to accrue German marks. Rural membership started to expand between 1922 and 1923, mostly due to an increased emphasis on integrating Volkish elements and aligning with Volkish groups like the Thule Society. In regards to class, 21.7% of the members were of the proletariat, and 68.5% of them were Mittelstand, or middle class. The share of the proletariat members was smaller than their representation of Bavaria as a whole, but they were still a prominent minority of the early NSDAP, given that many of them were staunch nationalists that were attracted to the NSDAP's goal of transcending class. Most of the Mittelstand workers were artisans, white-collar professionals, and farmers. Along with that, there was a surprising number of students in the party ranks. While the trauma of war and anxiety of economic strife explains the presence of younger veterans, Madden notes that a similar sentiment existed among young, aspiring intellectuals. The success of the Nazis in attracting the intelligentsia into its rank despite the inconsistencies in the party platform is not easily explained. That so many members from this group joined a political movement which was openly dedicated to the overthrow of the Weimar Republic, and concurrently almost provided the Nazis with much of their financial support and gave the party an air of respectability it otherwise would not have gained, is indicative of the political trauma of interwar Germany which culminated in 1933. In terms of age, roughly 60% of the members were under 30 at the time of their admission. In 1923, half of all onboarded members were younger than 26. Madden notes that party involvement was time-consuming and rigorous, making participation more difficult for older folks with familial obligations. Lastly, by 1923, 92% of the party was male. Given the party's propensity towards violence and chauvinistic abhorrence of female participation in leadership, it's not surprising that only 8% of the members were female. The most fascinating thing about this demographic analysis is the superfluousness of class and occupation. There was a surprisingly diverse makeup of different occupations and class strata in the early NSDAP. This really drives home that the movement sought to transcend class barriers in pursuit of a new mode of categorization, one that was dictated by race, vitality, and violence. To quote Madden, recently, several studies of the Nazi phenomenon have characterized it as representing not a class movement, but a generational revolt. In essence, this theory holds that the many common experiences of the Great War shared by German youth transcended any class or regional barriers that separated them and made them much more susceptible than their elders to the appeal of the party, and that the youth of Germany actually shaped the nature of Nazism. Unfortunately, I couldn't find anything analogous to Madden's analysis for the early Italian fascists. What we do know is that the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento was officially founded on March 23, 1919 by Mussolini and a small group of supporters ranging from 50 to 200 men. The group would grow exponentially in size by the end of 1922, where they were estimated to have over 300,000 members. Mussolini leveraged his newspaper, Il Popolo d'Italia, or The People of Italy, to sway people towards fascism. The paper initially launched in November 1914 to support Italian entry into World War I, but Mussolini repurposed the paper following the war to both stoke recruitment and develop a more centralized channel of information for autonomous fascist collectives across Italy. Given the emphasis on nationalism and violence, it's no surprise that many of the early fascists were demographically similar to the early Nazis. Young, lower middle class, anti-establishment veterans or non-veterans enamored with the aesthetics of warfare. Regionally, many members were from Milan, where Mussolini resided at the time. Along with that, there was a significant plurality of national syndicalists and futurist intellectuals. The national syndicalists, as we briefly explored with D'Annunzio's Italian Regency of Carnaro, were similar to the fascists in that they were staunchly anti-capitalist and anti-liberal. Many of them were inspired by the syndicalist intellectual Georges Sorel, whose ideology proposed that the victory of the proletariat and class struggle would be accommodated by the power of myth in a general strike. While the fascist mythos of national revitalization wasn't really analogous to the Sorelian mythos, the codification of action, force, and regenerative violence embedded in the former was captivating to the syndicalists. While they were more ideologically aligned with the Italian socialists, many syndicalists perceived them to be overly inert and friendly towards parliamentarianism. Perhaps the syndicalists believed that the fascist movement, which was more inclined towards action, could be redirected towards their revolutionary ends. Futurism was less explicitly political, serving more as a cultural and artistic movement. Launched in 1909 by Filippo Tommaso Marinetti, the movement encapsulated a desire for danger, courage, aggression, speed, technology, violence, and warfare. It essentially valued momentum towards a new future, an attitude that the past had little to offer them and that the present should be dictated by the technological triumph of man over nature. Their disdain for the past and glorification of the present is well summarized by this quote from the Manifesto of Futurist Painters. We will fight with all our might the fanatical, senseless, and snobbish religion of the past, a religion encouraged by the vicious existence of museums. We rebel against the spineless worshipping of old canvases, old statues, and old bric-a-brac, against everything which is filthy and worm-ridden and corroded by time. We consider the habitual contempt for everything which is young, new, and burning with life to be unjust and even criminal. The futurists were nationalists who supported Italy's entry into the First World War. To them, militarism, patriotism, and warfare were aesthetically and spiritually beautiful. While Mussolini did not publicly declare his support of futurism until 1919, he was likely aware of the movement since its inception in 1909. Mussolini and Marinetti did not become formally acquainted until 1918, but Marinetti had been asked about Mussolini in a 1915 interview. His recent actions, his attitude, and his rebellion are a clear demonstration of a futurist consciousness. Mussolini was always, like Corradoni, a warm supporter of ours. The absolutely lightning speed with which he was converted to the need for war and the virtues of war can be taken as a first point in support of my argument. You must, however, bear in mind the new propaganda system he has adopted, a system which is ours and that we activated. Following the war, Marinetti attempted to revive the futurist movement, which had more or less died out around 1915 in a more explicitly political manner. He formed the Futurist Political Party in 1918 and collaborated with Mussolini, who let the Futurists post announcements in his newspaper. In 1919, the Futurist Party would be absorbed into the Fasci Italiani di Combattimento, cementing their integration into the greater fascist movement. To summarize, the early fascist movement was very similar to that of the early NSDAP. The members were young, typically lower and middle class, anti-democratic, anti-liberal, and hungry for violence. The primary difference was the inclusion of national syndicalists and futurists in the former. To quote Paxton's Anatomy of Fascism, the first fascists had been recruited among radical veterans, national syndicalists, and futurist intellectuals, young anti-bourgeoisie malcontents who wanted social change along with national grandeur. In many cases, it was only nationalism that separated them from the socialist and the radical wing of the new Catholic Party, the Partito Popolare Italiano. Indeed, many had come from the left, like Mussolini himself. If you're familiar with modern American politics, it won't take too long to recognize that the demography of the core MAGA movement is quite different from the Nazis and Italian fascists. According to the panel study of the MAGA movement, roughly 80% of supporters are white, 65% are Christian, 60% are male, a bit more than 50% are over 65, and about 25% have a college degree. A 2016 poll from the Pew Research Center found that about 57 to 59% of non-college educated white voters supported Trump over Democratic nominee Hillary Clinton. A 2017 study from Pew Research found that veterans were generally supportive of Trump, with 54% approving of his presidency compared to 39% of generic adults. Before we go deeper, I want to point out that there are some caveats in evaluating this group. It may be tempting to group all conservatives or all people who voted for Trump as being MAGA supporters, but I think voting behavior alone does not necessarily place an individual at the core of the movement. A report by Beyond MAGA divided Trump voters into 4 distinct categories: MAGA hardliners, who are the real Trump loyalists captured by his populist rhetoric; anti-woke conservatives, who are concerned with perceived leftist takeover of institutions and American culture; mainline Republicans, who believe that MAGA endorses new right Republican policies aligned with Reagan and Bush-era initiatives; and the reluctant right, who are more moderate conservatives and typically not as tuned into politics as the former categories. For my analysis, I'm mostly concerned with the demographics of the core supporters of these movements, which is why I focus on the early members of the NSDAP and what would eventually become the PNF. Both of these parties would gradually broaden their political influence to include more women, age brackets, class brackets, etc. But, in my opinion, the early members are really the key to understanding the raw appeal of fascist ideology. The same applies for MAGA. Not every conservative or Republican is necessarily a MAGA hardliner, although they may have aligned with the movement as a compromise for achieving their political ends. This was especially true for Republicans back in 2016, although a decade later, it seems that the party has been entirely co-opted by MAGA ideology, with principled conservatives existing meekly at the margins, or purged from the party entirely. Anyways, the most standout difference with MAGA is their age. The MAGA core is old. Why is it then that the NSDAP and PNF were so popular among the youth, while MAGA looks more like a party for geriatrics? Well, the answer has to do with the severe political circumstances of the interwar period. While it's arguable that elements of fascism began propping up before the war, the devastation inflicted upon Germany and Italy during the war paved the way for its manifestation. Both nations were left with traumatized, anxious, and embittered veterans who felt betrayed and disregarded by their nation's governments. They were hardly enthused by parliamentarian rationalism and incrementalism. The revolutionary yearnings of socialists captured some, and the call to action by the fascists, who claimed that those who sacrificed everything for their country should dictate its political trajectory, captured others. For young veterans or young men captivated by the grandiose aesthetics and aspirations of fascism, the choice was clear. Fast forward to mid-2010s America, where the political environment was far more stable. The mode of governance has remained the same since the ratification of the Constitution in 1789, and while Americans hardly shy away from voicing their frustrations with politicians, the general sentiment towards democracy is overwhelmingly positive. By the time Trump announced his presidential bid, there were no devastating economic events to rile the public. The closest thing to that was the Great Recession of 2008, but the economic fallout of that event had been largely mended by 2015. The Great Recession was economically painful and did play a role in the rise of economic populism, as evidenced by the 2011 Occupy Wall Street protests, but it was nowhere near as bad as the post-war hyperinflation in Weimar Germany, for example. As for war, the only ongoing American conflict was the war in Afghanistan. While the war was disastrous in its own right, resulting in over 2,300 American casualties by its end in 2021, it was obviously nowhere near the scale.
If you're wondering what the tragedy is that led this on, it was 9/11. It was 9/11. Ever since 9/11 happened, nothing's been the same. If you're wondering why everyone's so right-wing and Islamophobic all of a sudden, it was 9/11. As annoying as that is to say, considering the knowledge we have about what led up to that situation in the first place, and the knowledge that the government knew that it was happening, I'm sad to say it, but it was 9/11.
Of World War I. Fundamentally, Trump is a populist, but he did align himself with tenets popular among the conservative electorate. He essentially borrowed aspects of traditionalism, libertarianism, and Reagan-era policies and fused them into a standard conservative persona, differentiating himself primarily through his populist tendencies. He set the bait for all the Fox News-loving, Rush Limbaugh-listening boomers, and successfully roped in those who yearned for a more decisive, revitalized America. We'll go into more detail about this in the next section. Another major discrepancy is MAGA's lack of intellectuals. While the early Nazi and fascist movements by no means exclusively consisted of academics, they both had a notable plurality. One of the reasons for this was that fascism being a new idea.
The reason why fascists had so many academics is sort of like they didn't. They had fake academics. They had fake science. They like. Most of the guys they had were like race scientists and shit. And then we go on to the quote-unquote academics of the right, and we got, you know, people doing, again, fake academics and race science. So, like, there's another parallel to draw. You got the Jordan Petersons of the world. Ben Shapiro.
Theology provided a novel synthesis to address the issues of parliamentarianism. It was seen as a new path towards political apotheosis that strayed away from the trodden paths of liberalism, conservatism, socialism, and communism. There were also legitimate attempts to codify fascism as an intellectual tradition, as evidenced by the publications of Giovanni Gentili and Mussolini. Like I mentioned in the intro, fascism began as a sort of political paroxysm that was later accompanied by intellectualization, whereas ideologies like liberalism and communism were activated by the works of intellectuals. Now, this is a bit of an overgeneralized statement, as one can argue that fascism was inspired by bits and pieces of national syndicalism and futurism, but there was no discrete tradition or doctrine that launched the movement into existence. Fascism didn't have its own variant of the Communist Manifesto. MAGA just didn't have that same intellectual pull, and it certainly doesn't help that Trump hardly evokes an academic image. Trump's speeches contain similar themes to those of Mussolini and Hitler, but his delivery is far more simplistic. In fact, his speeches are so simplistic that a 2016 study by Carnegie Mellon University reported that Trump had the vocabulary of a 5th grader. Alongside presentation, Trump doesn't shy away from his blatant anti-intellectualism. He was no stranger of bashing experts, oftentimes insinuating that the common sense of the common people was more valuable than the seemingly biased, overly theoretical professionals. He also promoted climate change denialism, believing it to be manufactured by compromised climate scientists harboring ulterior political motives, and vaccine skepticism, believing that vaccines are potentially tied to autism, despite the fact that an abundance of scientific research rejects that notion. The weaponization of anti-intellectualism is not unique to Trump. In fact, foreign policy expert Max Boot believes that he has been following the footprints of his Republican predecessors. It's actually been part of the Republican Party brand for a long time. Republicans going all the way back to Eisenhower have masqueraded by pretending to be dumber than they actually were by attacking elite intellectuals and snobs and so forth to identify with the common man. This was a strategy pursued by Richard Nixon, by Ronald Reagan, and by George W. Bush. Given the connection between intellectuals and the seemingly evil establishment, is it any wonder that MAGA has failed to construct a well-educated base? Religion, particularly Christianity, plays a fundamental role in the MAGA mythos. As we saw, roughly 65% of MAGA identifies as Christian, with a large majority of members being evangelical Protestants. Trump self-identified as a Presbyterian during his campaign, although he would later claim that he was a non-denominational Christian in 2020. There exists a strong connection between core Republican positions and Christianity. A large number of traditionalists assert that Americans' origins are Christian in nature, and their beliefs pertaining to things like abortion, same-sex marriage, and immigration are strongly influenced by Christian ethics. Or at least their political interpretation of Christian ethics, as there are arguably some inconsistencies strewn in. The evangelicals of the MAGA movement believe that part of America's revitalization necessitates a resurgence of Christianity, a reintegration of a more thoroughly Christian culture that returns to the Christian roots of the nation. Trump's messaging in this regard was not direct in the sense that he explicitly called for a Christian revolution. He instead played into...
He just replaces the intellectualism with religious fanaticism, essentially, I guess. Fuck. I guess to them, that's the intellectualism, is being how much of a Bible thumper are you? And by Bible thumper, I don't mean someone who like actually knows like Bible verses. I mean someone who immediately listens to what the president says the Bible says and then repeats it.
The fear of a diminishing Christianity, insinuating that the religion was under assault by secular decadence. There's quite a lot of empirical evidence pointing to a decline in Christianity among Americans. Several graphs demonstrate this trend among several age brackets, with millennials and Gen Z being significantly less Christian than baby boomers and Gen X. Trump may not have been masked off with his appeal to Christianity, but he undoubtedly hinted at the idea that Christianity needed to not only be defended from its decline, but re-energized to push back against societal decay. To quote his 2016 speech at Liberty University, "And we're going to protect Christianity, and I can say that. I don't have to be politically correct." The role of religion in Nazi Germany and fascist Italy was peculiar. Christianity wasn't entirely oppressed, but rather than merging Christian ethics with fascist tenets, fascist ideology ultimately reigned supreme in its adherence to the state. To disallow Christian members from the early fascist movements would have been political suicide. In 1925, roughly 96% of Germans were Christian, 64% Protestant, and 32% Catholic. In 1920, it was estimated that roughly 98% of Italians were Roman Catholic. While I couldn't find specific data regarding the religious makeup of early Nazi and PNF members, it's probably safe to assume that a majority of them were Christians. Despite being raised as a Catholic, Hitler privately detested religion, and he personally believed that the institution of the church should be subservient to the state. Hitler did use some vaguely spiritual terms like the Creator, Providence, and the Lord in Mein Kampf, but the book lacks a concentrated emphasis on Christianity. According to English historian Lawrence Rees, the most coherent reading of Mein Kampf is that whilst Hitler was prepared to believe in an initial creator god, he did not accept the conventional Christian vision of heaven and hell, nor the survival of an individual soul. To quote the British historian Alan Bullock, in Hitler's eyes, Christianity was a religion fit only for slaves. He detested its ethics in particular. Its teaching, he declared, was a rebellion against the natural law of selection by struggle and the survival of the fittest. Publicly, his tone was much different. Hitler would often allude to God, Providence, and Spirit in defense of the Nazi mythos. This was a purely rhetorical mechanism that sought to align the religious biases of Hitler's audiences with his political aspirations. He also weaponized a distorted view of Christian theology, which suggested that Jesus made no secret of his attitude towards the Jewish people, and when necessary, he even took the whip to drive them from the temple of the Lord, this adversary.
I cannot finish this video tonight. This has been a fantastic video essay so far. And I think what I'm going to do is, as a bit of a reward, I'm going to pause the news segment, and we're going to continue the Hitman segment for just as far as we can tonight. so I will be right back. We are going to change up the stream title. I'm going to get something to eat, as an apology, we're going straight back into Hitman. And we are back. Hello. Time for more Hitman. We're continuing where we left off. And we are streaming Hitman the rest of the night. And then tomorrow night, we're covering the rest of what we have in the coverage. And who knows, we may pick up some new stories along the way. Been doing a lot of coverage on flock cameras lately. Honestly, if you're watching me, I'm fucking watching you, bitch. And you guys should keep your eyes out there. Those things are not just tracking plates. We know that. Time to enjoy some Hitman. Very excited. Story so far has been so interesting. Head of the Delgado cartel and his lieutenants.
Welcome to Colombia, 47. The remote village of Santa Fortuna awaits you deep inside the Colombian rainforest. An iron-fisted Delgado cartel rules over the village and its surroundings. Security around Santa Fortuna and the closed-off cartel
this whole
compound
fucking
is
village?
extremely tight. Armed sicarios patrol the streets of the village, ready to enforce harsh punishments to those who do not comply. Rumors persist of hidden transportation cave systems connecting the village, the cartel compound, and the hidden coca fields beyond. It is a rare occurrence to have all three cartel leaders present in the village at the same time. Expect that all targets are protected by scrupulous killers, armed with automatic weapons. Rico Delgado inhabits his fortified mansion on the outskirts of the village, while Andrea Martinez can be found in her village office or around Santa Fortuna itself. And Jorge Franco is engaged in development of a new drug in his field laboratory. Happy hunting, 47.
The super cocaine.
Someone will kill you. I'm Blaine. And how may I help you today, senor?
I'm just browsing.
Mr. Rodriguez, what can we do for you?
I was supposed to have a quick meeting with Senorita Martinez. Do you know where she is?
She should be back any minute now.
Ah, perfect.
Looking good, man. Looking good.
Does that foundation look entirely stable to you?
Well, I'm not Mason, but no. Get coming.
This one's close. Hopefully this story will work.
morning. Hey, what's up, man? Sit down, relax. The universe will correct itself again, right?
I don't know, man. I've been like smuggling this cocaine souvenir around the world, right? I need to get it to this dude, Sorry, but, who are you hiding from? I don't know, man. I've been like smuggling this cocaine souvenir around the world, right? I need to get it to this dude, Franco. Man, it broke. It's supposed to be in one piece when I deliver it over by some cave entrance behind the pharmacy, but it broke.
Bummer, man. Maybe just glue it together?
I don't know. I think it's gonna ruin the taste test. This Franco guy is like a bloodhound, but, you know, with taste. It's not smell. You know?
Yeah, man, that's too bad. I'd still trust you.
Weird. Hey, what was that noise? I wonder what that could be.
Shit, I gotta poison that thing? I don't have any poison. Do we know if there's any emetic rat poison on the map?
Did you see the poster? Rico Delgado coming down to us dirty villagers to unveil some ridiculous statue?
Sure. I was at the bar last night and the band were really good, both with the music and the drinks. But my husband told me nobody sing them tune.
So that's why Martinez and the Delgado sicarios are running around like idiots, chickens. Smash grind turkey. I think we know how to control our way.
I'm sure they're fine. My kids will find them. It always gets some way.
What?
Oh my god. Oh, it can't be this easy. Wait, what the fuck? Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure. None of that in Hitman 1, by the way. Glue! Hey guys, I think I found a glue.
And how may I help you today, senor? I'd like to buy some glue, please.
No, I'm afraid we just ran out of that item, senor. I saw the last bottle to the mechanic next door.
I know my last idea didn't pan out, but this beauty will. It's slower than a taxi, much more uncomfortable, and not as safe. Yet, it is cheaper than a taxi, and tourists will pay a lot more to ride one. It's incredible!
Brilliant.
So tuk
Like
tuk.
the time you offered tourists water skiing lessons and forgot to mention the piranhas.
Dude, your tuk tuk's cool and all. I just. Oh man. Oh.
Do you sell glue?
A la puta!
Buddy. Motherfucker, I'm trying to talk to you. Look at me. Anyone in the immediate area will see this?
Who are you? Hey, you!
Uh-oh.
Oh, yeah?
Grown man shouldn't do that. You have to set an example. Help me! Help me! Por favor, help me!
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. It's just decked him in the face. Damn it, I should have, I either should have punched him sooner or not at all and figured out what the hell the talk thing is.
Huh? Hey, but what are you trying to do? Huh?
Look through that! That easy!
False alarm. Again.
Okay.
No.
Fuck you!
What are you doing? Don't treat another human.
No one saw anything. No. Oh no! That wasn't me.
Are you okay?
That wasn't me. That wasn't me. fuck? I knew it was gonna come down to this. I'm this tired playing this fucking game. I mean, you know, the solution could just be, you know,
Freaking stop. Hey, I heard that.
Marina, someone's causing trouble. I don't like trouble. Unless I'm the one to do it. Okay?
You'd better start concentrating on what's going on around here.
Hey, shit. What's going on?
Oye, alguien está explodiendo todo.
Fine, fine. Whatever this is, I got it. Hey, Guarida, there was somebody over there. Look on the ground. Shit, looks like they're hurt bad. Like, dead kind of bad.
I got to get out of here.
Yeah, I'm here. I'm cutting down the
are you done? Oh, I had my gun out. Nothing to see here. Nothing happened. Hey guys, I think I found a glue. Floating man.
You are not normal.
Wow! Radical chrome dome, my man. Hey, listen. Do you have any glue?
No.
Yeah, it figures.
That's so good.
Than I remember.
Uh-oh.
It's all those in between.
So that's not who I meant to get. Oh no. Oh no.
There's been an accident. Someone get help.
Oh no! Weed's almost gone now.
Someone,
That was
please.
some good
Help me.
pod, man.
Oh my god. You've got to help
I
me.
don't think I've seen colors.
There's been a terrible accident. You need to come right away.
Don't hit me! We need some help here! What the hell's going on here? Is that a person? Oh shit!
We get it burning. Not really, not really. I mean, I'm not carrying his corpse around, but
Someone's making trouble.
no, I'm fine. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. I'm fine.
When was the last time?
No lo creo.
Hey, vagabundo! Hey, you can't be here. Don't get me wrong, but I hope we never meet again. You kinda creep me out.
Okay, well, I can't carry illegal items. That's a bit of a problem. Well, I mean, I guess that just means I can't take my gun.
I'm gonna have to search you if you want to pass. You okay with that? This
Yeah.
will be over in no time.
Awesome.
Alright, cool. You're clean and good to go.
Alright. Mr. Franco is expecting you in the caves below. I'll just radio the others. Hang on.
Oh, no. Oh, I was supposed to follow the guard.
Isn't this kind of work sort of breaking the hippie code?
Peace and love isn't really my thing.
I thought you hippie types were only into the softer drugs. I'm surprised to see you working for Franco.
I do what it takes to get what I need.
Bring it home, Dario! Ah, you're expected. Have a seat. Franco's on his way.
Where can I have a seat?
You need a shower, son.
Ah, so, despite an annoying delay, it's finally here. Let's have a look. It got through customs without a problem, we hope?
I had no issues.
Excellent. We're not sure whether this will pass the taste test, but that remains to be seen. Follow us, please.
¿Cómo estás?
Nice one, 47. And now for Franco to sample his handiwork.
make way.
He don't feel too good.
Franco confirmed down. Nice work, 47.
¿Qué te pasa, man?
Don't worry, I'll be a different person in about 5 fucking seconds. Uh-oh.
You gotta be.
Uh-oh.
Hey, man.
Worry. Shit. Shit.
Target spotted.
Damn. I kinda wanted to see just how long I'd last at that point. That shit can get like action movie level. That was crazy.
Delay, it's finally here. Let's have a look. It got through customs without a problem, we hope?
I had no issues.
Excellent.
Nice one, 47. And now for Franco to sample his handiwork. Depot confirmed down. Nice work, 47.
What if I just hide? What if I just hide? Oh, witness. Oh man, he's a witness.
Somebody's on a damn killing spree. He was a no good snake. Thank you. Okay.
Okay. Well, since it's saved. Swag. Swag. And I'm out of here. Nuts. Trespassing. Oh, it's trespassing to be there. Well, let's figure out where to go next.
What are you going to do about it? Or did you forget your spelunky?
I still can't believe it. Oh, meeting P-Power in a local bar in a tiny village like this. I mean, he's only the biggest celebrity tattoo artist in the world.
Maybe he's here to see that Delgado guy we've been hearing about? Sounds like he's got money to spare.
So, P-Power, celebrity tattooist of Tattoo Torment fame, has come to Santa Fortuna, presumably to work his magic on Rico Delgado, a known ink enthusiast. Sounds like an invitation to the mansion, 47. Are you feeling expressive?
That says
That
drink.
is P-Power. Real name, Paul Powers. Celebrity tattoo artist and reality TV star.
Mate, I'm telling you, I've been in some crazy shit before, but this takes the cake.
Mm-hmm.
Know where I'm supposed to be right now? The Delgado Mansion. Just knock on the front gate, they said. And then what? Walk in and tattoo the world's most notorious cartel boss.
I can see how that's not easy.
I heard he kills people. Just for fun. Imagine what he'd do to me if I messed up.
Oh, sure, he's dangerous. But this is wife you need to look out for.
47, I swear if you try to take a sip.
Hey, put the money back. Those are my tips, man. What the hell? You can't just go around taking people's money, malvado. That's stealing.
Huh? Oh? What would this planet look like if all of us threw shit around like you?
But tell you what, I'll drop inside the bar. Well,
I'm gonna stay out here and try to
You have to get me the hell out
Yeah,
of here.
that's right. I'm stuck
Keep
in
walking
some
out
tequila
of
bar.
here.
You're no welcome.
Middle of nowhere. I can't get out. Dexy, send help.
Say what? Hey, you, sargento sublevado.
Uh-oh.
Colombian hero, my ass. Can't eat a burnt door with a bandola. Goddamn loser.
I feel you are violating my first.
Well, I fucked that up. That's okay. That's what we have saves for. I fucked that up when I took from the fucking tip thing. It did not say it was a crime, but that guy would not leave me alone.
Yeah, Dexy? It's me. Look, I'm in real trouble here. Call me back, all right?
That is P-Power. Real name, Paul Powers. Celebrity tattoo artist and reality TV star.
Coming up.
Hey, hombre. Let me get. No. Hey, ¿qué pasa?
Just browsing.
Okay. Hey, you okay? You need help?
Whoa, that was dangerous. Oh yeah, because I have a fucking shotgun.
I wonder, are those tats real?
That is Andrea Martinez, the Delgado cartel PR officer and public face.
Amigo, too many beers last night. I've got to go pee. I'll be right back.
Well, hey, disculpe, excuse me. Seems like you're not cleared to come through here.
Oh, this is the place I knocked on earlier.
See that power guy? Hang on, man. I hope you don't mind, but we need to frisk you.
Oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, that's fine.
If you want to come through, I gotta pat you down. Understand me?
You're entering the Lion's Den, 47. Tread carefully.
Like that spy stuff,
Practically
senor?
everyone here is
Ponte,
dangerous,
eso
not
de
least Rico Delgado himself.
Everybody knows that shit. Okay,
All right,
let's
Mr.
go,
Power.
parcero.
Follow me to the
Mueva
house.
así.
Mrs. Delgado. Where are you going? Come on.
The
All right,
celebrity
Mr.
tattoo
Power.
guy is here.
Follow me to the house. Mrs. Delgado wanted to meet you. She's a big fan. She'll take you to Rico afterwards. My sister got a tattoo once. It was supposed to be a tribute to her son, but the guy fucked it up. Baby Gustavo ended up looking like a dead chupacabra. When my brother-in-law saw the tattoo, he went down to the guy's house, shot him dead. Which was kinda dumb because he was the only tattoo artist around for 100 miles.
Can't say that ever happened to me.
You bet.
That is Catalina Delgado, wife to Rico Delgado for the past 11 years.
I'm gonna be dead honest with you. I've got my ex-girlfriend Margarita's name tattooed on my groin.
It's such
and
an
I
honor
wanna get a
to
chance to
meet
something
you.
else.
I just
Could you
love
help?
your show.
Yeah?
That episode
Go on
where
in.
you tattooed
Not
the
just
heart
standing
of
around
Harvard,
here, huh?
that time policeman while they're administrating CPR. It's the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
A great moment. I cherish the memory to this day.
Ah, Chico, let me just grab a quick selfie with you, all right?
Sure, why not?
Yay! Just look this way.
47 just not moving at all.
You see, wow, we look so good together. This is great.
Hey, babe.
So far, so good, 47. Now to leave your mark on Mr. Delgado.
So, this is the famous P. Power, tattoo artist to the stars. Huh. You don't exactly look like you do on TV, do you? There's something different about you.
Cariño, don't insult our guest. He's obviously not...
Get out of my face. I'm serious.
Damn.
Cariño, don't insult our guest. He's obviously not been sitting in a stylish chair for days, but this is P-Power. Who else would it be?
Well, what about those cheekbones? The guy on TV didn't have cheekbones like that.
Hey, Rico, enough. You know they fix all that in post-production. Just let the man work.
Okay, fine. Whatever you say.
Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh fuck, oh god, oh fuck.
Okay, I'm ready. Let's get this thing fixed.
¿Qué hubo, pues?
Cut! I swear to God!
It's not every day we have celebrities visiting, you know?
You can't focus here, all right?
I'm sorry that my social life is ruining your concentration.
Whoa, hey, Rico, don't worry. I've got this under control. Hey, tattoo guy.
You need to keep still, Mr. Delgado.
One wrong move,
I wouldn't
vas
want
a
to stab you
bien.
by accident.
You hear me?
You heard the man, Catalina. Leave us now.
Fine, have it your way. But that tattoo better look exactly like me when you're done with your new BFF, Rico.
Hey, relax, Jose. We're fine.
He's a stranger, Rico. I don't like his face.
You're taking it too far, Jose. No guns.
No. I'm not willing to take any risks here, Jefe.
So what are we waiting for, huh? I'm here, I'm ready. Get on with it. Hey, Jose, I need you to leave us alone now. You're too wound up right now. You understand?
All right, boss, all right. but I'll be back in a little while if I don't hear from you, Way One.
Oh, finally. Some peace and quiet.
Can I finish my work now?
Do what you do best, man.
You got it.
Oh, that's crazy.
Rico Delgado has been eliminated. Nicely done.
Hey, stop that. You're nothing to me.
Franco's something of a daredevil, isn't he? I mean, I keep seeing him skating around on that slippery cliff looking for plants.
Not just any plants, apparently. It's a rare plant that has to go with those experiments he performed over by the body.
Must be very important to have to live a life like that. I guess so. He's not one to give up. I know it.
I want you to check out what that was. Money. Yeah, nothing here. I got it.
Raro.
¿Qué cree que es ese ruido? Vaya y averígüelo.
Oh, yeah, I get it.
Excelente.
Just become someone else. Finally, the last thing I need to do.
Martinez wants to talk to the shaman so urgently. Why doesn't she just get him herself?
She's got a lot on her mind. The construction of the new plant has been stalled for days now because of what they found there. She needs him to cleanse the place.
But why do I have to go get him?
Ha! Scared of getting arrested from touching all the poisonous plants he grows in there? Or growing or present from flesh.
Raise the moment, friend. Let the sound that lights your surroundings caress your mind, spirits.
So, they're literally blind? I could do all kinds of things in front of them, and they wouldn't see anything?
Their vision has turned inward. Are you ready to try it out yourself?
I'm getting all kinds of ideas here. Hey, you don't happen to have a magic marker, do you? They don't call me the prank master for nothing.
I'm afraid not.
Damn it. Yeah, so, no. The color's all wrong. You know, I did a lot of reading up on this thing before coming here, and all the potions in the pictures were more, you know, red. Yeah, red.
I understand. But perhaps I'll look into it.
The trick is to pick the top leaves, not the old ones. The younger ones have more juice and more power. The older ones can also become poisonous over time.
Ugh, scary plants. Better stay away then, eh?
Another. Okay.
This is taking forever. I wonder what a playthrough of playing these games loud as fuck would be like, because the older Hitman
You know
games
what?
would not let
I
you get
think
away
the
with
smell
that.
is a little off. Like, I've done this a few times already, and I'm pretty sure that's not entirely there yet.
I'll see what I can add to make it more to your tastes. We need a few of these as well. Careful of the poisonous ones. You don't want those.
Well, I mean, how poisonous can they be, right? It's fine. Wow.
Would you mind going to see what it is?
No problem.
There's nothing here, man. We're good. Why do they do that? Tell me when they do that.
All right. Okay. Huh.
Someone's playing puto baboso. I give myself sight and support. I can't believe it.
Okay, back to real life.
Yeah, these guys tripping balls. Swag. Let's see what happens.
Alright, I think if we just add these, everything should be to your taste. Please, try that.
Yeah, it's just... No. You know what? I think we need more of that green stuff.
All shit. What's so much shit everywhere? It's
Younger one. The older one can also become poisonous over time.
Ugh, scary plants. Better stay away then, eh? Oh. Well, back to my usual boring existence.
Weird. Can you just go get high, man?
What? Probably nothing.
Go. Ascend. Ascend, my brother. Man, these government guys must be fucking terrified to come talk to the shaman. Taking this long. Like, I'm taking my opportunity. If they're gonna wait as long as they are to talk to this guy.
Huh. Oh, you've got to be kidding me.
Oh, he tried it?
Oh man, this is going straight out to all my social channels. Hey, smile, bro.
Oh yeah, because I'm carrying the fucking AK.
You all right now, man? You turned all green there for a sec.
I'm fine.
Taita, good to see you here.
Mi hermano está en guys. Enforcing the work near.
Welcome, Taita.
Man,
Miss
those
Martinez
guys
is waiting for
creep
you in
me
her
out.
office upstairs. Go right in.
Hello.
Fish that a department. Well, well. The famous shaman decides to show up after all. I'm pleased to finally put a face to the myth.
I was beginning to think you didn't exist. What with your not replying to any of my inquiries.
I've been looking forward to meeting you, Miss Martinez.
All right. I need you to get over to the construction site on the outskirts of the village. The workers there uncovered a pile of old bones and they've taken the opportunity to grab some undeserved recreational time. I need you to go over there as soon as possible and wave your magic wand or do an interpretive dance or whatever it is you do.
I can do that.
You can walk with me if you don't know the way. Otherwise, I'll see you there. Just don't take too long. I'm an important person and have many things to do. I will not wait around.
Very well.
I haven't been to the construction site and stuff, all right?
Guys, he's here!
Oh, Miss Martinez, still walking.
You heard the news about the Morel? How they had 15 guys in lockup in Mala, yet all of them worked 2 hours.
Oh, balls.
Taita,
Sir,
my father told me of the purification ritual you performed on him last week. Never looked.
The shaman. He's here for the cleansing ritual.
Taita, so good to finally have you here. You have been sorely missed.
Happy to be here.
So, here's the problem. We're digging some holes for the foundation block, and we come across these, well, bones, I guess. Turns out they're human, and the workers seem to think they're part of some old grave.
Sounds likely.
Yeah. So now, they're on strike. Won't work until the site is cleansed. This is where you come in, you know? You think you can help us out?
I'll do my best.
Excelente. Thank you so much. Muchísimas gracias.
Okay, everyone, come on. The Taita's here to perform his ritual of cleansing. Everybody gather around. Come on, come on.
Hola, señor.
All right, Taita. The stage is all yours. Cleanse away.
Thank you for your spiritual leadership and guidance today.
The site is clean now.
Taita, muchas gracias for helping us settle down the spiritus. Spirit.
Taita, it was a beautiful ritual.
Excellent.
Thank you.
A beautiful ritual. I could genuinely feel the spirits bless the worthwhile endeavor we are pursuing here. They're at peace now. Expertly moved onto the afterlife by your Taita. I am confident this is the end of it.
Bueno, muchachos, time to get back to work. Let's warm up the new cement mixer. That beauty will cover up any human remains in seconds. Nobody will ever disturb the dead down there again.
Nicely done. Looks like the foreman is going to tour the site and show some of the machinery to Andrea Martinez. This might be your chance, 47.
I am eager to get this site back on track, Mr. Rodriguez. I trust you know what is at stake here.
Sí, señorita Martinez. Very much aware. I will drive the men hard to get things done.
Taita, it was a beautiful
Mr. Delgado needs to have the plant
Muchas
up and
gracias por
running very
helping us
soon.
settle down los
It's vital
spiritus.
for the business.
Spirit.
I understand.
All targets neutralized. This should paralyze the cartel. Excellent work, 47. Now head for an exit.
Another justice done. Oh. And I think that's the stream for the night, people. But before that, we're gonna dive into the next briefing.
Mission status. Columbia assignment successful. Tactical targets neutralized. Militia transport network disabled. Location of primary target unknown. Team chasing several leads. End message. Encrypt and send.
I'm not as strong as you. They have to pay for what they did.
It needs to stop. You need to stop.
If my source checks out, we can prove the board knew about the chemical leaks. We'll have grounds for a retrial.
It won't make a difference. They're too powerful.
They're not the devil, Nancy. Just a company. They're not above the law, don't you see? This is bigger than James. Those bastards killed 80 people.
And they got away with it. Think about what that means.
No one's untouchable.
No one's untouchable.
Diana!
Coming! Mom? Dad?
We got what we came for. Move out.
Damn! Well, gonna for a bit of a tradition here. Unfortunately, I can't make it to the the cutscene as I am running out of time here. So. Tomorrow, streaming at a later time, as per usual when it comes to Wednesday streams. Likely doing all coverage that day until I decide that it's Hitman time, if I actually decide that it's Hitman time. I am going to call it here. Thank you for coming to the stream. Thank you for coming by the stream. Thanks for being here. And we are officially ending the stream tonight. And VOD viewers, don't forget to like the VOD. If you stayed all the way to the end, thank you for viewing this VOD all the way to the end. This is an especially long one tonight, so yeah.